Happy Christmas, everybody. It's episode 195 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer podcast, and it is my delight and pleasure to, as I've already done so, wish you a Merry Christmas and, when it comes around, a happy 2025. But between that and now, or there and then, words to that effect, I have, of course, my duty to introduce my special pal, Santa's little helper, good old Phil. How you doing, pal?
Well, I guess I'm quite busy packing bags for Santa. If I'm helping him out today.
Well, exactly. Make sure that you are. You don't want to let down all the children around the world.
No, I have seen the naughty list, Dan, and your name is definitely on it.
How dare you, sir? I am firmly in the nice list. That's the word for it, isn't it? It's the naughty and or nice list.
Yes, yeah. One of them, gets a lump of coal. And yes, if that's the nice list, Dan, that lump of coal belongs to you.
I will treasure it forever long. It will hopefully warm the cockles of my heart as we enter into the winter months now. Oh, it's all very grey and bleak, isn't it? Except for obviously the beautiful Christmas lights everywhere.
Well, that's true.
January's round the corner though, my friend. That's where it gets dark.
Very cold as well.
The grim dark of January is upon us. As well as what, Phil?
So we've got a bumper episode today talking about the balanced Dataslate updates. Specifically, we're also having a close look at the Space Marine updates in particular, because they're quite ranging, let's say. And then additionally, we're also, on a theme of Space Marines, talking about the new Deathwatch index that came with the Grotmas calendar. And then we have, a veritable, exciting, I would love to say holiday themed, but I don't think it was, lovely outro as we normally do at the end of the day. We got lots to talk about.
As ever. But the most important thing, obviously, is episode 195's 5-star review.
Hang on a second, what is this? Turd. Some kind of review? Nerd. A 5-star review? Turd. Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this Warhammer 5-star review.
Now, I have to be honest, Phil, we've hit a bit of a snag on the 5-star review front that's going to make things ever more complicated going forwards. Our beloved charting website, Chartable, has ceased to exist, seemingly. So I can no longer easily see when people leave me, or us, I suppose. That's me being a bit of a narcissist there. When people leave us 5-star reviews. So now I'm in a bit of a pickle, Phil. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to do to better kind of scrape and manage the flow of reviews from here on in. I've just taken Chartable for granted for the last few years, and now it's gone away. It's like I've lost a limb.
Oh dear. It's an early Christmas present for the naughty children. Your favourite toy has been taken away.
Well, that's it. Pour one out, everybody, for Chartable. I used to enjoy looking at it and seeing how Lookout Sir was performing. It was nice to see our overall charting positions in all the various tables and things. But no longer can I do that because seemingly if you go onto like Spotify or iTunes or the rest of it, their categorizations are not as broad as Chartable's were. So evidently that data was being pulled from somewhere because essentially Chartable was using iTunes charts, but when you go on the actual website, you can only look at very broad categories, so you can't look at like gaming specific stuff, which is really annoying. But anyway, long story short, Phil, you already know where episode 195's 5-star review is coming from. I've told you before, so put us all out of our misery and tell us, where has this 5-star review come from?
Oh dear. I don't actually remember, and I was thinking because Chartable's no longer there, you would be lazy and you would just go to Facebook, and I was going to say Facebook reviews, but I'm going to stick with what we've been doing for the last few weeks and say Apple Podcasts of the Great Britons.
You are half right, my friend, in so much as it is a Apple podcast, and it is a member. I think it's a member of the Commonwealth. They have the British flag amongst their flags, so I'm fairly confident.
Is it Australia?
It is indeed the Australians via Downunder fan. 5 stars, they write. I'm fairly confident this is the review that was the last of the reviews that needed to go through. If it isn't, blame Chartable. Not that you can, because it doesn't exist anymore, but, scream out into the void if you've been, wronged by the absence of Chartable.
Fair. Does this mean we're out of reviews and this is the last one and that, we're packing up shop because that was the deal? Or are there reviews elsewhere?
There are reviews. I'm just going to have to do a bit more work to document and ultimately manage them. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot more of a faff going forwards, unless someone comes in to replace Chartable at some point. But I don't see that happening. But if they do, great. I will welcome that because they'll be very helpful. But ultimately, we just have to deal with the reality as we find it at the moment. No point, crying over spilt milk, as they say. But yes, so thank you so much to Downunder fan, who's given us a 5-star review, which reads 5 stars, with 5 stars beneath it, which obviously is a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review section of the Lookout Sir Warhammer podcast. And if you would like to be like Downunder fan and leave us a 5-star review, you need only do so in the places where 5-star reviews can be left. And hopefully at some point, I will, surface it on the internet and talk about you here in the 5-star review section. But in addition to leaving us 5-star reviews, and thank you to everyone who has and everyone who will, you're all fantastic human beings. You could also do what, Phil?
Merch. Get your
We're
merch.
all about the
Merch. Get your merch. Yes, there is no holiday-themed merch for the same reasons that there always is. So you can get your merch. You can also support us on Patreon. The lovely chaps over there and chapettes. Keep the lights on. Keep the codexes coming in when they need to be bought. And, pay for our lovely podcasting program that constantly gives us the errors that you see visibly every single episode. Well done, them.
Well done, them, you terrible software that we will be abandoning at some point, but haven't done so yet. I'm especially enjoying now that we've experimented with YouTube videos, because sometimes your videos don't render properly, and you have these moments where you're sort of gesturing and talking, but your VO is completely out of sync, but it's not because of my terrible editing and more just to do with the weird source material. But anyway, yes, thank you so much to our patrons. You guys are the best. We really appreciate it. We're going to be having a bit of a break over Christmas, but we do plan to do a bit more with the patrons next year. Probably just some early access to some video stuff and some other bits and pieces that we're going to try and do. And then, ultimately there is merchandise, and it would mean the world to us if you were kind enough to purchase it and put it upon your body. But at the same time, we appreciate that, times is tough. So, no obligation to do any of it. We just really love the fact that you're here listening, even if it is that you don't like us very much.
True.
Cheers for that.
But there's one extra thing we could get them to do, Dan.
What can we do, Phil?
That is, they can give us a subscribe over on YouTube, because we are mere 1 or 2 followers away from 1,000 subscriptions, aren't we?
Oh my God.
YouTube. And obviously we haven't actually really talked about it much on the podcast, but we have been putting out some video segments of this podcast, like the main segments appear on YouTube now in video form, where you can see our faces, our lovely beards that we both have, and the content.
Your lovely beard,
about.
my sort of inferior beard, it's fair to say.
Fair enough. I won't judge.
No, mine is a pale imitation or lackluster entry when compared to your own. But what can you do, eh? It is what it is. That
is true, yes. But the intro section and the outro section are still exclusive to your audio ears only. And it's just the main segments that appear on YouTube. But if you could give us a subscribe or like or share, I'm sure all of that will be greatly appreciated, and then allow us to do some extra things on YouTube.
Yeah, that'd be good, to be fair. It is nice that we're really, really closing in on 1,000 subs. We've not really prioritised or cared much about YouTube over the passage of time, but it definitely seems more and more important. So we are trying to put our stuff out there. But yeah, look, 5-star review comes via Downunder Fan. Thanks again, Downunder Fan. It reads 5 stars. I can't get enough of Dan and Phil talking all things Warhammer. A great mix of hobby, knowledge, passion, and whimsy. Keep up the great work. There you go. A beautiful 5-star review there from Downunder Fan. Hopefully I haven't read that out before. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm definitely of the opinion I probably have. But I'm just going to blame Chartable. And if it is the Downunder Fan is getting a second, roll of the dice, good for them. But ultimately, appreciate you. Thank you. Have a great Christmas and New Year's. You're excellent, as is everyone listening. Phil.
Well, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure it's a new one. It doesn't feel like it rings a bell to me. Glad you're enjoying the show. Glad you're enjoying our comical whimsy. Isn't that great? Yes, a Merry Christmas from me to you, personally to you, but then I will give a broader one out to everyone else who listens to the show. Thank you very much for listening for the year. And enjoy the episode full of whimsy.
Transitional noise. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this part of the podcast where we're going to be taking it upon ourselves to talk about all of the marvellous updates that have been bestowed upon us by Games Workshop via the balance update, the Minotaurs Field Manual, that's how you say it, and other supporting documents. Isn't that right, Phil?
The balanced Dataslate, basically.
Well, exactly. And the MFM, as they say.
Mm.
That's what the cool kids are calling it now, aren't they?
I guess.
Indeed.
Not cool enough to know.
Well, there you go. That's what it is, you see. We're far too out of the loop now to know these terms anymore. Mm. But yes, a balance update in the form of a balanced data slate is a very significant and important time in the Warhammer 40,000 hobby because it's an opportunity for Games Workshop to course correct and ultimately deal with any particular problems that have been plaguing the game. And what's most interesting about this balanced data slate is it comes after an elongated period of relative inactivity within the world of Warhammer 40,000. Obviously, at the time of recording, the Grotmas calendar has given us a lot of interesting new detachments and things that we will talk about probably in our first January episode once we've actually had an opportunity to see all of them and gotten a feel for actually what that sort of means in the future. We don't really want to be in the habit of just going through everything kind of piecemeal over time. But broadly, it seems interesting that they've been doing these detachments via the Grotmas calendar over the span of the last 25 days, 24 days in the lead up to Christmas. Some really interesting elements, some pretty, mad additions as well. So, yeah, lots to really digest and a lot of really crazy things that are going on. So, yeah, to throw this in the mix with the rest of it, it does really start to feel like after a bit of a quiet period, Phil, that 40K is back with a vengeance.
There's definitely a lot happening this month for 40K, which is good. It's interesting, keeps it lively. But as you say, we haven't had many codexes recently.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's the thing. It's been relatively quiet, but yeah, those quiet days, weeks and months are now behind us, and we're going to be heading into a very busy 2025, at least early 2025 as it concerns 40K. And obviously, everything that's sort of coming in here is going to be super interesting. So, look, the balance update or the balance data slate typically has been a tool used to correct problems. Historically, Games Workshop Warhammer 40,000 has always had really bad kind of boogeymen in their game systems that they've needed to balance and deal with. In fact, I believe the balanced data slate was kind of first rolled out throughout like 9th edition in it with attempts to kind of cull some of the craziness that was going on in the game. So really, throughout the history of it, the balanced data slate has been more about taking things away than giving stuff on top, although there has been a bit of that. But definitely with 10th edition, with all the issues that have been created with armies like the Mechanicus and other factions, what's been really interesting about the 10th edition balanced data slate is just how much they do to try and actually update data slates or data sheets and ultimately, improve things, which I suppose is a net positive because people, get to enjoy their armies and actually have potentially compelling competitive builds that they can use for all factions. But what's kind of wild about it is it does really expose some interesting dilemmas with their business model around how they distribute physical media and how quickly that physical media in the form of books is somewhat superseded, updated, or completely nullified by these digital kind of requirements to consistently update on apps and other bits and pieces. But obviously you do get the digital codes, you get the codes to basically use the sort of digital versions of your codex within the app. So I suppose you are, being looked after in that extent. But it is getting wild, isn't it, Phil, when you realise that in the case of like Mechanicum or maybe even something like Dark Angels, so much that is in your physical written book is completely, incorrect when compared to what you see in these balanced data slates or, the actual game as it's intended to be played right now.
Yeah, there's some big changes for sure, especially if you're someone that doesn't keep up to date maybe as much as the more competitive aspect of it. So I can see people, it's a double-edged sword basically. You get people wanting the updates, wanting the balance changes, but then other people find it quite fatiguing to constantly have to learn and adjust the rules. And that ultimately, if you could have your core rule book and your codex, and that's all you need to play for an entire edition, I think that would keep people happy, assuming those things were balanced and working. But that's the bit that isn't, and that's the bit that constantly needs changing or tweaking in some way. So yeah, it's a bit rough, especially for people like with the cult ambush rule. That's completely changed for Gene Stealer cults.
Oh, you're getting ahead of yourself.
Well, I've done some research. I've read some bits. Things like that. If you're someone that just likes to go to your local store or play at home and you just like to get your physical codex out and just plop it down and read it, you're kind of stuffed unless you just don't care about these things. And I sort of suspect that those kind of people are the sorts of people that are quite happy just to play the rules out of the book. So maybe it's fine as the way it is. However, I do feel like it is encouraging people more towards the digital rules. Access to digital rules is really important, and unfortunately they're still all being locked by codes, which is from a physical product. So that sort of is somewhat problematic, and changes to things like index cards, which I think, the actual final cards that get produced with the codex, making changes to that is, I guess, quite frustrating, because that's that's a nice gaming accessory that you have bought to make your games easier. And if they're now out of date, it's not making your life easier anymore. So you've got to then either, literally write on them, which no one probably wants to do because they see them as like precious things, or you've just got to memorize that, this unit, the stats have changed. So if it's literally one unit in an entire army, it's probably not a big deal. But if it's a bunch of stuff, then it becomes a real issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not to say that 40k is the only kind of guilty offender of this. They do the same with AOS. I was playing on a live stream with Joe the other day, and he was running Disciples of Zinch, which is a faction in Age of Sigmar, and they had made changes to some of their abilities to try and balance them, give them more viability, and those changes obviously aren't on the cards that you need to be, using the app. So, this is a universal situation within the kind of modern Games Workshop business ethos around rules distribution. But it is also very kind of interesting in terms of how much it kind of feels it's prevalent within 40k, especially with things like Mechanicus, and also things like, the changes that are brought in with this balanced data slate specifically for Space Marines. I mean, you will have heard this from other people or read it yourself. The Space Marine changes in this balanced data slate are vast. And because that is the case, again, it's a massive change to one of, if not the most popular army. So, it's going to be very interesting to see how that has an effect on things going forwards. Because, ultimately, making big sweeping changes to Space Marines affects the biggest possible audience of potential players. So it's going to be interesting to see how those changes kind of filter out and what kind of impact that has on the armies and the games. But yeah, I think overall, it feels like we're in this tweaking period now with 40k, though, with the balanced data slate. Regardless of what some people, ourselves included, think about the overall kind of playability or kind of design philosophy of Warhammer 40,000's 10th edition, you can't argue that, at least when being played competitively, there is a really rich diversity of lists and armies that are viable, and the balance within that game is objectively good when viewed through a very specific lens. When played to the competitive expectations, the game does produce what feels like a good level of balance. Whether or not the game is what you want it to be personally is ultimately something that, you yourselves need to kind of wrestle with. Myself and Phil have been quite consistent in communicating that it's not our favourite edition, but ultimately we can't and won't pretend that within what it is, that it isn't balanced, because it really is for what it is at the moment. But there are definitely some haves and have-nots within the kind of ecosystem of the game, and some armies that perform really well competitively that are somewhat undesirable from a casual perspective, just due to the nature of how much they cost, how much their mechanics kind of confuse and befuddle people. So I think that's the thing. I think ultimately this balanced data slate is less about fixing big problems and more about tweaking things and trying to address small niggles that affect very competitively minded players, which ultimately is the core focus of Warhammer 40,000's 10th edition. 9th and 10th are very, very competitive focused editions. That's why they do all of this stuff, because they've got to, keep their competitive scene happy, because ultimately the perception is that they buy a lot of figures and spend a lot of time. So they need to be placated far more than the casual scene that, by all accounts, can just kind of figure things out for themselves.
Well, I think it's more of a trickle-down effect, right? It's if you fix it for the people that are going to literally break the game, you're also fixing it for the casual people, which probably aren't going to break it, but might be either a few offenders that are deliberately breaking it in their local scenes, or people that accidentally stumble across a crazy combo. And even if they're not necessarily intending to curb stomp their opponent, might just be doing it by the inherent power level of a particular army or faction. So in theory, it's still fixing it for everyone. But yeah, you then get these inherent challenges of the kind of the constant changes, constant updates, and a lot more sort of paperwork to read through and digest. It's interesting with this one. They've definitely done less points changes. And I think they sort of acknowledge that, and that they're trying to do more sort of actual rules changes rather than points changes, whereas historically they've only ever wanted to do points changes because of the issue we talked about. Like, we don't want to invalidate the rules and the physical media that you're purchasing. Whereas points can be a lot more fluid, but your actual data sheets are going to be correct. Whereas I think they've finally acknowledged that points can only get you so far. And if a unit has terrible rules, it could almost be dirt cheap and it will still be unplayable because the rules just aren't good enough. So it's kind of nice to see that actually be addressed, despite it having its own complications.
Totally. And I 100% agree with that. I think it is the right thing for the overall state of the game that they make these changes, because, at the end of the day, having, played the game for many years, it was always really absurd, especially when you were a Space Marine player. Like, I remember the period of time that was like 6th to 7th edition Warhammer 40,000, where for some weird little quirk, basically scouts back in the day used to be weapon skill, basically would be considered weapon skill 4+ today. Back in the day, it was weapon skill 3, bizarrely. But anyway, they'd be like weapon skill, ballistic skill 4+. And then in the Space Marine book in 7th edition, they went, scouts are now weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+. because, it makes sense. They're still sort of Space Marine-y. But then weirdly, the Blood Angels, because they were like one of the last 6th edition or like early 6th edition books before the new Space Marine book came out, and because they never got updated, their scouts stayed weapon skill, ballistic skill, 4+, all the way up until them doing an errata FAQ at the very end of the edition. And it was always an absurdity, because you were like, well, clearly the intention is that they're supposed to be this, because that's what they've done on later publications. But they're, so that's the thing. Compared to the days of old, it is nice that they have that kind of, regular comms and make things better for players, especially, Marine players that do kind of struggle with some of that weird latency around, the core Space Marine book versus those supplements. Although, again, that's based on a very different model in terms of how those supplements used to behave, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, look, rather than, procrastinating about it any further, let's just get into the balanced data slate, talk about the things that have changed, and ultimately, share our thoughts on that. So we're only going to talk about the red stuff. You can see it on your screen now for those of you watching us on YouTube. We're only going to talk about the changes because obviously there's no point acknowledging the things that have been rather than the things that will now be or are now the norm. So stratagems that allow a closer setup range. So bizarrely, they specifically call it out as a stratagem. So if a stratagem has an effect that allows a target unit to set up more than 3 horizontally away from all enemy models, units, etc., that part of the effect is changed to say no more than 6 horizontally away. Now, as I understand it, and we'll get to this when we see it, they have also updated any latent native abilities that also would have given you that benefit as well. So, for example, Inceptors have been moved to the same rule, but they've just been updated in their relevant section. And we'll see that in a bit. But basically, if you had a stratagem that allows you to be deployed within 3, or just outside of 3 rather, that now changes to 6. So effectively what it means is it is now extraordinarily difficult for you to pop up into the air and come back down on an objective. Mathematically speaking, there is a very, very rare instance where it could occur, which is ultimately if someone's got a toe in on the very outskirt with one miniature on, one outskirt of the big circle around the circle. Because obviously, remember, the actual objective marker itself is about an inch across, or maybe just longer than an inch, or maybe just less.
So probably just a bit more, because it should be 32 millimeters, right? That's
correct, yes. You're absolutely right, 32 mil. So it's a little bit more than an inch. So theoretically, from one end to the other, the space of the objective marker is like 7 point something inches.
That sounds about right.
So there are very particular instances where this will still allow you to get a toe in on an objective, but most of the time you're probably not going to be doing it anymore. So it's more for the intent of getting stuff in close that wants to be utilizing rapid fire weapons, or just, blasting you, or just getting the line of sight kind of benefits, basically. So sneaking in behind your lines and causing you a lot of damage rather than just, getting objectives. So seems like a sensible change. I'm okay with it. It does feel like it's got some pros and cons, but on the whole, I think it probably works to the benefit of the game to tweak and change that. What was your vibe on that, Phil?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think oddly that they've given you under the core rules, they're specifying stratagems and not just making it a universal ruling on abilities and stratagems that do this thing, and then they've added it on in individual segments, calling out individual units. That's a bit odd, but I mean, other than that, I don't mind it too much. I used to use it quite a lot with my Inceptors. I thought it was quite good. Again, it was mostly towing in onto an objective and then trying to shoot or charge onto the objective with another unit to try and wipe them out. So I'm then on it with my Inceptors. So I guess that will make it a little bit harder. I almost feel like the problem isn't having a unit that can do this ability. It's that they've given it to so many units across the game that's maybe causing it. Because I don't think Inceptors having it in and of themselves is a problem for Space Marines, but I feel like so many armies have that ability now. If you're an army that doesn't have that ability, it feels really penalizing. Whereas when it first came out, it was pretty much just Inceptors that could do it, and it's like, oh, cool, it's like a thing for them. But now it's just become one of those, universal sort of gimmicky tricks that they want to apply to everyone. So yeah, then it gets into the haves and have-not issues, which I guess is what's now caused a problem.
Well, I think the situation they find themselves with is that, it was a good rule that worked well for Marines. And, with all these sort of good ideas that filter into kind of core concepts, it just becomes a very prevalent thing, much like the CP strat or rather the CP reduction abilities. Those things are relatively commonplace. So, yeah, it makes sense that they tweaked it. So that's interesting. They've also changed the stratagems that worsen armor penetration. So if a stratagem has an effect that says until the end of the phase, each time attack targets your unit, worsen the armor penetration characteristic by 1. Effectively, that now is basically unit to unit. So effectively, if Phil's unit of interceptors targets my unit of intercessors, I can use Armor of Contempt for that exchange. But if he then targets me with a Predator Annihilator, I am no longer reducing the AP of that Predator Annihilator.
Well, Dan, I don't have a Predator Annihilator. Why would I? That's a terrible example.
Well, I apologise for not, picking a particularly, relevant. If he targeted me with a Dreadnought, a Contemptor Dreadnought, which isn't even a legal profile anymore.
That's true. Yeah, we're playing Legends here, everyone.
That's it. If you targeted me with your Redemptor, no, you don't have a Redemptor.
I do. It's just not painted.
Oh, there you go. Anyway, sorry, Phil, for that terrible example. The point is,
yes,
it's just a unit-to-unit interaction, not a. I've done this now, so I've got extra armor against everything.
Yeah, I mean that feels sensible. Because I think there are times where it's just really punitive when a stratagem like that pops off, and especially if they're in cover and they've got really good save already. Yeah. It just makes them impossible to shift. I mean, I think the only other way they could have done it is just sort of make those things not stack with cover, either to begin with or once you activate the stratagem. So it's slightly easier to actually knock down their AP.
I think given the prevalence of cover as well within the game, those kind of abilities became very strong very quickly. I do think this is the right way to do it. Because it does mean that you can, make a tactical decision of when you really want to engage that ability, as opposed to just basically, no-braining it and just being like, well, this is my most important thing. You've targeted it. I know you're going to continue to target. Do that. But then, there were layers of strategy to it before as well, where people could have lined up shots but actually made it seem like they wanted one thing but were actually going for another. But I mean, again, in most instances, the way the game was played, it was pretty clear, what your priority targets were and why they had to be removed. So, yeah, again, a very sensible, logical thing. I mean, I struggle with it a little bit because I quite like the fact that I do a thing and the effect of it stays on the unit. I think that's quite a easily understood, kind of player journey, if you will, or very easily understood method. But whatever, it makes sense because it was definitely a bit too short.
Yeah, I sort of feel like both things can be correct, but it's just a sort of personal preference in terms of the style of the mechanic, in terms of which one you would rather have. Obviously, one's stronger than the other for the defending player, so it depends on which way you want to lean into.
Yeah, absolutely. So next along, we have our faction rules, and we're starting with the Adeptus Sororitas. I'm not super memorable on what the Adeptus Sororitas do. We did do a review of the Codex way back when, but ultimately, I've not really thought about it since. I've played against them a bunch. They seem really good. The Miracle Dice and the Axe of Faith always seemed crazy strong, and they seem to have addressed that to try and effectively make it less good. So Axe of Faith gain Miracle Dice section change. If your army faction is Adeptus Sororitas, you gain 1 Miracle Dice. So you basically, that was before. But in addition, at the start of each battle round and at the end of each phase, if one or more Adeptus Sororitas unit from your army were destroyed that phase. Now, as I understand it, that is basically different because you get it at the start of each battle round. So you get 1 at the start and you get 1 at the end if a unit has been destroyed, so you don't get it per unit. You just get one.
I think it used to be each time a unit got destroyed, you gained a miracle dice. Yeah, I don't know if there was one maybe at the start of your turn, and they've changed it to battle round. Perhaps this is one of the issues we have with the balanced data slate, is there's no like designer commentary to remind you what it was before, and if you predominantly use the app has already been updated, so you can't check to see what it was, unless of course you've got the historical physical media, the codex, the index cards.
Even that may be irrelevant because they may have had a change.
Well, yes, yeah. The balanced data slate might have made a change, and then they've like either course corrected that change or amended it even further. So yeah, I do wish they had those things, but greater minds, I'm sure would have done those kind of articles somewhere out on the internet if you need those details.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? I think GW at this point just rely on the community, people like ourselves who do these kind of videos and podcasts, etc., to put out this kind of content and address this for them. So people are really that invested, they can dive deeper. But again, I do think that level of service from GW would be appreciated. I haven't seen a MetaWatch article out of them in ages.
No, they just seem to have given up with those.
Which is wild, right? Because they just had their World Championships, and I would have thought they would have, done a bit of a recce on that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, now seems to make sense for them to have done one to discuss these changes. I sort of feel like there wasn't much point for 40k for a while, because there wasn't really, it doesn't feel like much had been going on, like you said, because the codex releases have slowed down, but then the codex releases never really dictated the MetaWatch. It was always more to do with tournaments and the balanced data slate. So it sort of makes sense to have them when something like this happens, and not just do it on a weekly basis, circulating around the different gaming systems, which is what they did. It was like every week it was a different one. But, that basically meant you got one a month or whatever for 40k, which seems, if that was the case, that was far too many.
Yeah. Look, at this point, I think when it comes to Adeptus Sororitas, because we're not like the most, passionate or knowledgeable Sisters players, we're probably not going to go into excruciating detail on all these other changes. It just looks like some very minor tweaks to some abilities. The big change definitely seems to be the Miracle Dice thing, which makes a lot of sense. They've changed the Triumph of St. Catherine to basically make it the Miracle Dice that you create as a result of meeting the criteria just becomes a value of 6 rather than rolling a d6 for it. And they seem to have really gone to town on the bringers of flame detachment, which is a very strong detachment, so it makes sense. So they've evidently increased the CP cost of very powerful stratagems, and made a few changes here and there. So overall, it seems like a lot of nerfs for Sororitas, which makes sense. They've been very, very strong, won a lot of events. So yeah, it makes sense that they are trying hard to neuter and manage those efficiently. So yeah, seems like good changes for Sororitas, but I imagine if you are a die-hard Sisters player, you're probably a bit butthurt by the fact that all your broken game mechanics have been somewhat fixed. But seems logical and sensible to me.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
On the topic of another broken faction, which isn't broken at all, they just won the recent World Championship event, which meant that everyone who plays Custodes got concerned that they were going to come with some kind of mass set of nerfs. The truth is they've seemingly done something entirely different. And on top of giving you what seems like a really good Dreadnought detachment from Grotmus, they have come in and made massive improvements to one of the most underrepresented units in the entire army, and that is, of course, the jet bike. So, Phil, those Thunder Warriors of yours have become all the more impressive now with the changes that are coming to the Custodes.
Yeah, it was interesting because I was looking through the balanced data, the MFM, the Miniature Field Manual, and basically was like, oh, they put these up in points. Okay. But I knew they had done some tweaks, but I was like, I wouldn't have thought they would need to increase the points as well. But obviously they have. And actually they have given them quite a lot of benefits. It's not just one. So the main one is that basically for the captain and the regular bikes, their toughness characteristic goes to 7. I believe it was 6 before. So it's gone up by 1. And then the wounds have gone up to 8. And I think it was 6 before, so maybe it's gained 2. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's gone up by 1 or 2.
The shield captain on jet bike has gone up to 8. The regular
is 5.
Is 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's good.
Because oh god, if they were all toughness 7, 8 wounds, Phil, that would have been utterly
tasty.
Mad.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So I played them when I went to, obviously, No Retreat. They were literally the unit that died first thing every single turn 1 of all my games that I played. They just were like pieces of paper that blew away in the wind. And yeah, it was very underwhelming and disappointing. And all the other, because there was quite a few Custodians players, they were all like, yeah, Dawn Eagles need to have more wounds and have more toughness. So in a way, the community has been listened to, and I think that's a worthy change for sure. And then the firepower that they had was also a bit rubbish, so they've made some changes to there. So the Salvo launcher, which is basically the missile launcher, that's now twin-linked, which is good. The strength has gone up to 10. Who knows what it was before? I'm guessing an 8.
It was 8 before. I think it was like a melter missile before.
Yeah, it's now AP3, and the damage is D6 plus 1. I'm pretty sure it was D6 before, so...
No, it was 3 before.
Oh, was it 3? Oh, wow.
It was just flat damage 3, yeah.
It's made a big difference. Obviously, it's still only 1 shot, but you do hit on 2, so it's not, so bad in that aspect. And then it is only strength 10, and a lot of vehicles have a great toughness than 10, but the fact that it's twin-linked sort of makes up for that, I think. So that's now definitely a much more viable option than it was before.
Oh, massively so, yeah.
And then the Hurricane Bolter, the only changes there is the AP's gone to 1, and the damage is to 2. Again, going from, I assume, 0 and 1 damage. And it's a rapid fire, free, twin-linked, 3 attacks. It's only strength 4, but it's now...
Twin-linked though, right?
Yeah, it's now twin-linked, and damage 2 means it could be a viable, like, marine killer type of unit. So... And
a lot of really... You could do some decent amount of damage to other vehicles and monsters as well. Obviously, you could not really do very much to, say, like a Land Raider, but you would theoretically do some pretty reasonable damage to some of the lighter vehicles. And, the fact is that, that in the volumes that you produce, so obviously if you've got 3 units and you're within 9 inches, 3 models in the unit and you're within 9 inches, that's going to be 18 shots, hitting on 2s, re-rolling your wounds. So, yeah, I mean, -1 AP and 2 damage, it's pretty tasty. And then don't forget, you can charge afterwards. And if I remember correctly, there's still lance. They've still got good amounts of attacks. They still hit
they hit good on charge. Or the almost more interesting thing is the great fix of the Quicksilver Execution ability, which was a sort of, you move over the unit and you can do mortal wounds, but it used to be, so it's a once per battle ability, but it used to be only on an advanced move. But now it's a normal move or advanced move, which is fantastic, because basically if you advanced, you could never charge. And if you advanced, you also couldn't shoot, because nothing had... It was like one of a few units in the Custodians that wasn't assault weapons in terms of shooting. So it was like, cool, I can do mortal wounds and literally nothing else with this unit. You were sort of stuck there. You couldn't do it when you're falling back. You couldn't, then charge in afterwards, and you couldn't shoot. So it's like the trade-off to just do a few mortal wounds was completely pointless, really. Whereas now you can do a normal move over something, do some mortal wounds, because you roll a dice, and for every 2 up you do a mortal... Oh, you suffer 2 mortal wounds. That's pretty good. With your 3 guys... that's not too bad. That's, potentially 6 mortal wounds, quite straightforward there. And then you can charge into either that unit or a different unit, and still shoot as well. So it's like, that's really strong now. And once I saw that, I was like, okay, I kind of get why they've gone up in points now, because the increase in toughness and wounds in and of itself, I don't think would have justified the points cost going up because they were because they needed that just to be viable at the current points that they were. So, yeah, I mean, this is a great change. It's really interesting and exciting to sort of play with the bikes and more and not feel like I'm sort of having it there for fun and knowing it's just going to do
You wouldn't
nothing.
want to just have fun, would you, mate? That's the thing.
I mean, you want to have fun, but you also want it to do something as well before it dies.
Winning is fun. Let's be fair, right?
Winning can be fun as well.
Winning is fun.
Crushing your enemies all before you.
Exactly. Look, I think really good changes to Custodians. That in conjunction with what they've done with the Dreadnought list or the vehicle list that they've just done the detachment. Yeah, it seems like a really nice set of changes. Mechanicus are the same as they were before, no changes to them. Although it's always funny when you look at the sheer volume of changes that
they had a lot of changes last time. Yeah,
absolutely wild. Eldari are all the same. Obviously, they got a new book coming around the corner, so no one is shocked that they are not getting much attention at the moment. Any point changes that they've had are relatively insignificant. So, yeah, obviously looking forward to new Eldari. Astra Militarum, the Imperial Guard, have had some changes to Lord Solar Leonidas. So tell us about those, Phil.
So under the orders section, this officer can issue up to 3 orders to regiment units and squadron units, which I thought he could do before. So I can only assume maybe they've taken off the ability to also order Titanic units because that was a thing he could do.
Ooh.
So I'm not entirely sure what this change was because I haven't played with Leontis in a while. So my memory is a little bit hazy on this. I can only assume that's what it is because regiment units is just infantry, squadron units was always vehicles. Titanic units was never under squadron, and I'm sure he could issue orders to Titanic units before. So
what would have been like his Bane Blades? And
things like Bane Blades and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's now gone, which is a bit of a shame. But I could see the efficiency in one order to, like, say, re-roll hit rolls or, increase your ballistics or whatever it might be on one unit with a ton of guns is way more efficient than like one Lehman Russ, for example. So I can see why maybe that's been taken off.
No, indeed. They also seem to have made one little change to the ability of precision drops for the Tempestus Aquilons, who are the new kill team that was released alongside the new kill team game. So precision drop in your movement phase when this unit is set up on the battlefield using the Zutra ability. It has to be 6 inches away because obviously before it was 3 inches. Now it is 6. I assume
what they've done is they've also specified in your movement phase, so you can't use it in your opponent's turn with the Shashin that I can't remember, but you will.
Rapid ingress,
that's it. Yeah, so I think that's why they've added that caveat in there.
There you go. They've added double bubble on that. It has to be in your movement phase, and you can only be within 6. And then obviously if you use deep strike under normal conditions via rapid ingress, you have to be 9 away, which makes sense. I love the Blood Angels one. They've simply written none.
Don't deserve
for
it.
Blood Angels.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose at least it's clear. It doesn't make the Blood Angels players just feel like they've been forgotten. In a way, it's sort of worse because it's like, nothing for you. You're fine.
But it makes perfect sense. Their codex literally just came out. So it's like I assume they just want the dust to settle on that book to see how people are playing with it. And then eventually they will get changes. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Black Templars, there's just universal changes, which we'll get into when we start talking about Space Marines, which is the transport capacity of the Repulsor Executioner has increased to 7, was I think 6, maybe 5 for a while. So that's gone up to 7. And they've changed the armor penetration characteristic of combat knives to -1, which is again universal.
I can assume it went from it would have been 6 before because it would have been a 5-man unit plus a character, but there's so many 6-man units now, i.e. because it's free and then you can double it up to 6, they've gone well, we want to have a character for that unit as well. So yeah, it's odd
to unit of blade guard with your captain, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
You can't have an ancient with them as well.
No, sadly not, unless of course you take a regular repulsor, in which case fair play. Chaos Knights have a small change in the form of Harbingers of Dread ability. If your army faction is Chaos Knights, each model from your army with this ability has the following Dread abilities, and then it's basically the same as it was before. So if your army is faction, it's Chaos Knights. Each model from your army with this ability has the following Dread abilities. I don't know what that's changed. I can't. I've never even looked at the Chaos Knight rules.
Yeah, unless it was you had to like pick one, and now you just get both potentially.
Maybe.
But again, who knows what it would be?
They've got a few other words here in Aura of Terror enhancement. Chaos Knight models only if you control an objective marker at the end of your command phase and the bearer is within range of that objective marker. That objective marker is said to be tainted and remains under your control until your opponent's level of control over that objective marker is greater than yours at the end of a phase. In addition, while an objective marker is tainted and under your control, that objective, fine, it feels like it's just one of those weird rules clarifications around, because basically in a previous balanced data slate, they changed the way that controlling an objective worked. It was essentially changed from start of, end of turn to end of phase. So essentially you could take objectives off of people at the end of phases as opposed to it only coming into effect at the end of turn. So effectively that's how that worked. And evidently these taint abilities, so this one in particular probably wasn't triggering in the same way. So it feels like this is just a simple, consolidation of that new design philosophy. So that makes sense. And the Traitor's Mark enhancement, Chaos Knight model only. In your movement phase, please select one enemy unit. I don't know where I got please from. Sorry, that's my dyslexia kicking in. In your movement phase, select one enemy unit within 12 inches of the bearer. The enemy unit must take a battle shock test. Again, no idea what that was before, but it's that now. So, yay.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I always think with those battle shock tests, you should have -1 to your leadership or something, or to the roll, just to make it harder to pass these sorts of tests.
Exactly. Chaos Space Marines, the Dread Talons attachment, Screaming Descent, has been changed from 3 inches to 6 inches, and then 9 inches in other instances, again, bringing it in line with the core philosophy that they've done here. And then they've also made their Predator Annihilators re-roll their damage rolls, which is something that's happened to all Predator Annihilators, just so you know, Phil.
Well, if only I had a Predator Annihilator.
Exactly. That's why I said Predator Annihilator earlier, because it's a unit that is, on the tip of everyone's tongue now.
Lovely stuff.
Everyone's going out there and buying loads of Predator Annihilators all of a sudden.
Assuming they're not sold out.
Assuming they're not sold out already, indeed. Only change to Chaos Demons, Phil, is the bite of the Screamer has improved to Weapon Skill 3+, and now has anti-monster and anti-vehicle 4+. Ooh.
I mean, that's pretty good. Pretty tasty, as they might say.
Yeah. There you go. That's good stuff. Good banter. Then we get into Dark Angels. I mean, at this point, it's pretty mad, the amount of changes.
Come on, Dan. You're the Dark Angels person. How good is this?
Well, look, the first things first, we may as well just say it for the sake of saying it. They've changed Lionel Johnson, everybody. Lionel Johnson now has a sweep attack that has 16 attacks as it did before, hits on 2s as it did before, has straight 6 as it was before, is -3 as it was before, but now is 2 damage, Phil.
So that's the only thing they've changed, is they made it from 1 damage to 2 damage. Okay.
Which is massive, though. That makes
yes, because it just means you kill all the Marines with your 16 attacks.
Yes, we've sustained it 1. Bear in mind, Phil, that's what he had in the original Dark Angel Index.
Oh, so did they turn it down?
They toned it down to 1. Yeah. So basically in the Index he had damage 2, and then they made it damage 1 in the Codex, and then obviously now they've made it damage 2 again. So that's good, isn't it?
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's good. It's almost like you would just, I was going to say you'd almost use that profile all the time. Unless you're up against something ridiculously tough, like if you're basically attacking toughness 12 or above, then you do the lethal hits, the strike one. Otherwise, you'll just always do the sweep one, which
always.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's meant to be like, mini god, so you want him to be good, but that just feels excessively good. I wouldn't like to play against that. I would be like, remember the days when he only did 1 damage?
No longer, Phil. No longer. I suppose on the statistical averages, he would probably, hitting on 2s, well, theoretically, he should probably just hit 16 times because I suppose as the maths goes. Oh,
with the sustained hits one, I think it was average out.
You'll hit as much, you'll miss as many times as you'll roll 6s. Yeah. So, pretty wild. But then obviously with, Oath of Moment, you're going to obviously get those re-rolls and things. So, pretty mad.
True. Yeah, at least it's not strength 8 because then he'd be wounding Marines on 2s. So that's the sort of one saving grace against, a Marine type unit. Because he'd be wounding on 3s, AP -3. Yeah, it's good. It's a good profile.
It's a good profile. That is his one gimmick. He is quite the weapon. They've changed the Ravenwing detachment, the Master of Maneuvers detachment rule. So Adeptus Astarte mounted units from your army are eligible to shoot and declare charges in the turn in which they advanced or fell back. That's a massive change to that. It used to be that you just used to shoot. Now you can shoot and charge. Pretty mad, eh?
Very good. Yeah. Strong.
Very, very strong. And then Masters of Maneuvers Enhancement, Ravenwing model only. You can reroll advance and charge rolls made for the bearer's unit. That's also really, really strong.
Okay. So someone's got a lot of love for Dark Angels in the design team. That's
what's interesting about it as well, though. Fair enough. If this happens to be, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but they have changed the rules for Outriders. So Outriders used to have an ability where they didn't roll advanced rolls; they just went flat 6.
Right. Yeah.
They've changed that now. So this is more relevant in the case of giving it to, say, a chaplain leading a unit of Outriders. Mm-hmm. But where it's most prevalent is where you're adding the Ravenwing Command Squad to a unit of Black Knights, because obviously the Ravenwing Command Squad is 3 Ravenwing bikers, an apothecary, a standard, and a champion. And I believe you give them this enhancement. And then you've got basically a 9-bike unit, potentially 12-bike unit. I forget if you can take 9 Ravenwing Black Knights or if it's capped at 6. Either way, it's a lot of terrifying Ravenwing bikers that can now, advance up, shoot their plasma talons, and then charge you. And when they charge you, Phil, they've now got devastating wounds. Yeah.
Oh no. No, I don't like this at all. It's too good. Take it back. Good. Send it back to the restaurant. Give me something else. Give me cold soup, please.
Yeah, cold soup. Get all these rules off of these guys. And then Samael, another of the Ravenwings, the Grand Master of the Ravenwings. Basically, while this model is leading a unit, that unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced. If that unit is already eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced, which it probably will be, add 1 to the advance and charge rolls made for that unit instead. Way, isn't it?
Right, yeah. And so were they? Because there wasn't a MetaWatch article. Well, I don't know this, but were Dark Angels at the bottom of the league, so to speak?
Ravenwing were completely unrepresented.
No. Ravenwing are probably unrepresented because Deathwing were so good. That doesn't mean you need to bring Ravenwing up to the Deathwing level. It just means you probably need to tone down Deathwing. is what I would
No,
say.
I think you just need to bring Ravenwing up, mate. I think that's what everyone's asking.
Yeah. But all the Dark Angel players are definitely asking for that. Now, if they were statistically at the bottom and not performing well, I would understand these changes, because these all seem very good, very strong. I mean, if I was a Dark Angels player, I'd be very happy with these changes. They
seem strong. They seem good. I'm pretty content with what they've done. I think, again, when you're looking at the game competitively, though, you do still struggle with mounted units because there's so much terrain.
Well, they can't move through terrain and stuff like that.
Yeah. So they do on most terrain layouts. They're still going to struggle to see play just because you just can't put them where they need to be because the walls are everywhere, and everyone does that thing where they go, I'm just outside of the wall enough that you can't charge me.
Yeah, but that's, there are fundamental issues with certain units and mechanics within the game. Things that are highly maneuverable tend to be much more important in an edition like this than in previous editions, because you need maneuverability to score your points. So that inherently favours something that's just sort of going to stand there and shoot, no matter how good that shooting is. But that's just like an inherent design issue, right? If your game is designed around having tons of terrain and infantry can just move through it, anything that isn't infantry is going to have some inherent penalisation in that game mechanics and the context of the game. So.
Oh, totally. I think that's the thing, though, right? Is like ultimately that's where they've landed with it. So that's the biggest problem, the biggest hurdle that these bikes and other kind of mounted units struggle to overcome. The way they've penalised the fly keyword, everything. It's just basically it just makes it super difficult. Look, long story short is if you're playing a casual game of Warhammer 40,000 down the club. With friends, because typically you're not playing casual games of Warhammer 40,000s if you're doing pickup games, because most people who are playing it in that capacity just want to play tournament-style games. But if you are playing a casual game with your friends on somewhat old-school style terrain, this is probably really good. But, I still don't think it's going to necessarily see much play in tournaments just because, again, having played at a tournament recently, looking at that kind of ETC terrain layouts that they were using, I just couldn't fathom how a big unit of bikes would get any.
Well, I think you've answered your own question. It wouldn't be a big unit of bikes. It would be a small unit of bikes, and lots of them.
Yeah, but then that goes against the kind of philosophy of these things because you're trying to kind of like
maximize your efficiencies.
Yeah. You want to load up the advantages. But anyway, it's all moot. It is what it is. We'll move on to Death Guard. So the only changes to Death Guard are
the Predator Annihilator and Mortarion can Deep Strike.
That's correct. Yes, absolutely. Which I'm surprised he couldn't before, but now he can.
With those big wings, you would have thought so, but maybe that was just sort of overlooked.
Yeah. I think that's probably one of those ones where probably people were doing it the whole time, and then someone was like, he actually doesn't have Deep Strike. Be like, what? Oh God, whoops.
Here's the thing: just because something can fly doesn't mean it can, miraculously appear on the tabletop anywhere it wants to. I like to think he's a bit more of a, he's a bloke fly, right? He's a little hovering guy. He's like,
That's true. It's like a little bumblebee.
Yeah, exactly. He can just hover gently above the ground. He can't, be whizzing around all over the place.
He has to put an excruciating large amount of effort into just maintaining a relatively small...
exactly. Yeah, that's what I think, yeah.
That's it. Isn't that what they say about like bumblebees, that they, by all accounts, they shouldn't be able to fly? Like if you basically apply everything we know about flight and science, etc., bumblebees shouldn't be able to fly, yet they do.
Quite possibly.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Drakari don't have any changes. Good for them.
Deathwatch don't either.
Oh yeah, Deathwatch don't either. So there we go. Good Lord. Where do you even begin with Gene Stealer Cult? Wow.
There's a lot. Shall I summarise it as best I can? So rather than having the usual stuff used to come back, and I believe it was just on like a 5-up dice roll So you had no control over which units would be coming back. Instead, they've given you.
Wasn't it in the first battle round? It was a 4+ or something. Like if they died earlier, they came back easier.
Yes, I think you might be right. Actually, yeah, that vaguely rings a bell. So I think that was the case. Now they've given you resurgence points, so you can be a bit more tactical with it. So if your whole army is Genestealer cults, you get a number of resurgence points. So a strike force game, which is your standard size, gives you 10. If you're doing the smaller size game, it gives you 6 and 14 for the big size games. I assume no one ever plays. I've never heard of people talk about onslaught games, but maybe people do play them.
I certainly haven't.
And then, anyway, each time the unit is destroyed, if every model in that unit has this ability, you can spend points as shown below. So weirdly, there's a very limited list of stuff that can come back. I don't know if this completely lines up with what you had before, because before it was pretty much everything but the characters, I want to say, and the vehicles.
Like, mounted things, it was like infantry, basically.
Well, no, you still had mounted things like the jackals. So here you've got.
You did, you got the jackals, didn't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
So here you've got aberrants, you've got acolyte hybrids with all their different weapons, and hybrid metamorphs as well. Outland jackals, neophyte hybrids, and pure stream gene stealers. They all range from 2 points is the smallest to 8 is the biggest. To give you a board, which is interesting because your strike force, you get 10 points in total. So interesting. And then depending on how many are in the units, if you're sort of your standard strength or your double, points cost is different there as well. So there is some nuance to that. And then basically an identical unit comes back. All your one-shot weapons come back. You get to place one cult ambush marker on the table. It's got to be 9 inches away from everything else. And then the unit that comes back gets placed in cult ambush. And then cult ambush is a type of strategic reserve. Units in cult ambush cannot be targeted with a rapid ingress stratagem, but can be set up on the battlefield using a cult ambush marker as described below, or by following the rules for strategic reserve in a subsequent phase. And then the only other change they've done is they've specifically said it is a 32mm diameter marker for the cult ambush marker. Because I guess before they would place a token or a marker down, but they didn't specify how big that was. So you could make it as big or as small as you like. And then I believe it's sort of similar rules as before, where, if you end up closer to a token, if an enemy comes closer to it, that token disappears. And then, when it's your turn, you can bring that unit back on via that token. I assume I've not reread it, but that's how it worked before.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, everybody. Essentially, I'm just interrupting because I essentially go on a mad rant about GSE that, in my personal opinion, is totally ill-informed and completely stupid. And I've had time to reflect on it, and I've chosen to change it up for me basically saying, I'm not a big fan of the rules, but maybe my initial response to them was more extreme than was necessary. So thanks, Phil, for helping me realise the error of my ways on that one.
No, come on, Dan, keep it in, or give it to the patrons. They want to hear the raw juice coming from your lips.
Well, it was such a stupid, it was just, I listened back to it and I was like, what was I on? It's not that bad.
It was a hot take indeed, put it that way.
It was a really hot take. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do.
I assumed you did it for the clicks on the YouTube segment.
Maybe. I'll tell you what I'll do, Phil. I'm going to leave it in. I'm going to leave it in now. Fine. But just know that I'm already regretting it and I feel like it's wrong.
Brilliant.
So there you go. Enjoy me being completely wrong.
Perfect.
Have at it. There we go. Good.
A Christmas present.
A Christmas present. There you go. I accept my mistake. Whoopsie daisy. Oh well. Sometimes you just... I'm really grouchy this week. That's what it is, I haven't slept enough. It was... I've been drinking too much. That's my problem. Too much drink.
Fair. I mean, it is Christmas time.
Exactly. But, it's supposed to be a time of goodwill and cheer. I've just been...
You're being Scrooge.
Exactly. I'm filled with rage. Anyway, there you go. Enjoy this really, really unnecessary rant about GSE and know that I'm wrong. I mean, I'll just say it for the sake of saying it. I hate this. I think it's absolutely terrible. And I think it is an incredibly unelegant way of trying to solve the GSC situation, which, by the way, is an appalling state. Like, I feel for GSC players so much because Games Workshop, first of all, have the audacity to charge you a fortune to put this thing on the tabletop. It's probably the most, if not one, well, it's definitely one of the, but it might be the most expensive army to put on the tabletop. This and Mechanicum are extraordinarily expensive. The pound per point is wild. And Games Workshop have created a system now where essentially you can field armies of hundreds of Space Marines. So in a situation where they have balanced it in such a terrible way, not terrible because it is balanced, but in such a mad way that the armies consist of hundreds of super elite miniatures, having an army that essentially used to rely on a sort of horde style mechanic or, ambushy type mechanics, it just exposes a massive issue with the core design philosophy of 40K's 10th edition and how it just doesn't meaningfully accommodate a diverse array of different, ideas in terms of armies. When you look at how concepts like this are represented in other Games Workshop games, they're so much more elegant, so much more well thought out, and works so much better on the tabletop. This is just awful, and I just think it adds a lot of unnecessary complexity to an army that's already incomprehensible. I also understand that a lot of GSE players, or a lot of people who are running GSE, are incredibly competent players who use them at a very high level and are able to win events and do great things with them. I'm not disputing the fact that there isn't viability in it. I'm just saying that it's an awful way of approaching it. I think, sincerely, the biggest problem with GSC is that Games Workshop design has essentially narrowed their vision to the point that they don't know or can't figure out a way of redefining or, meaningfully reinventing this army. And they have this problem with so much stuff, but in the case of the GSC, it just feels like these guys are just handing L after L after L. Same for the Mechanicus. Like, it's terrible. This is awful. I honestly, I couldn't imagine anyone wanting to play GSC anymore. Hopefully they don't go the way of like Harlequins, where they just get to a point, or Deathwatch, where they kind of get to a point where they just sort of make it tokenistic to the point that it's irrelevant and then ultimately remove it over time. Hopefully they continue to support GSC. But yeah, I think a massive rewrite of, or just a massive reevaluation of GSC is in order. But again, the kind of fun, interesting gameplay mechanics that you could conceive of putting on GSC wouldn't be appreciated by the so important competitive scene that they don't want to disappoint. So ultimately, I think really at this point, you may as well just delete them. They're a terrible army made with terrible rules, but some of the greatest miniatures and most interesting backstory in the game. But GW just doesn't know what the hell to do with them, and this is awful. So well done, GW. This sucks. Good for you.
I mean, that is quite the spicy take. I almost don't know what to say, Dan. Here's the thing. I think regardless of the competitive viability of GSE or how complicated they are, is this Cult Ambush army rule good? I would say they always seem to be constantly changing the Cult Ambush rule, which makes me think they've never quite got it right. I think earlier mechanics might have been slightly better. So the one where you're randomly having stuff come back, which is what it was prior to this, that's not too bad, but they were like, oh, there's not enough strategy involved in it. I assume, again, for the competitive players, they're like, oh, no, I want this unit to come back and not this crappy unit, which this does solve. However, there are like layers of complication. It's like you've got this extra resource point management that you then have to spend. You need to remember how much each unit costs to spend. And maybe up front, you will be like, cool, this is my strategy coming into a game. I want, I'm going to build it So I've got 10 points to spend, and I know exactly which units, when they die, I will bring those back, and they will be my 10 points, because I don't want to just spend 4 points. I want to maximize this rule as much as possible. It does feel like it could be quite easily open to abuse, where you just tell your opponent, oh yeah, I'm bringing this one back. Oh, yeah, I've still got a bunch more points. Oh, this only costs 2 points when it costs 5, for example. But then you could say that about any game mechanic in the game.
Oh yeah, of course,
people can check
no
them.
trouble. Yeah.
Is this as did you say, is a layering of complexity on rules, and GSE have always been quite a complex army, so maybe it doesn't make too much of a difference to the players of GSE. But personally, I think in a way, rather than having units come back, it's just a turn 1 deployment method, which is what it was, I think, in, I want to say 8th edition, where you do your ambush markers down on the table, and then it's your force ambushing. Whereas this is called Cult Ambush, but really it's stuff coming back from the dead. It's like a second wave of troops, which isn't really an ambush, really. Or,
give them a separate resource and let them put them in the army from the start. Like, if that's what you want to do, if you want to add like a second currency to the game specifically for these guys, just do that. Just go, there you go. We actually decided that, you just get this extra thing, but all these things have to be deployed in Deep Strike and can't enter till battle round 2. Just do that. Like, this is so stupid.
Yeah.
And again, to me, though, like, genuinely, if I was given the task of trying to figure out what to do with GSE, I'd abandon everything that's come before it. I'd increase their damage level through the roof. I'd have them doing all sorts of mad stuff that really annoys my opponent. I'd have, like, literally, like, I'm a GSE player, so you can't deploy half your army. Cool, because I've done something. Or I'm a GSE player, you now get no CP and you can never get CP because I'm GSE, screw you. Something that basically speaks to their,
tricksy nature. A bit like the Crawl Boys in Age of Sigmar. Sorry to go to and talk about another edition, but they have loads of like gimmicks that impact your opponent and loads of literal dirty tricks. And if anyone in 40k should be able to do those kind of mechanics, it should be GSE, basically.
Oh, totally. But the problem is it upsets people, doesn't it? Because people don't.
It's a feel bad. Yeah. Having abilities that you can do be removed by your opponent is very unfun. So I can sort of understand it. Yeah, to me, if I wasn't doing this, I would just do the, deploy your tokens down turn 1, sort of anywhere on the board, and just have your units appear from them. As you say, either turn 1 or turn 2, and it's basically an elevated deep strike with units that you have put into reserve to do that at the beginning of the game. It's not additionally bringing extra units on. It's not, if you're going to have like a stratagem that can do those kind of mechanics, like you have for other armies like Astra Militarum, like cool in terms of that wave mechanic, but that isn't Cult Ambush. That's extra troops. It's a different thing.
I think this is the thing with it. Like, basically, in 8th edition, they came up with a really fun set of mechanics for GSE that made them really unique and interesting. Because when they first introduced them in 7th edition, they were sort of a bit weird and a bit all over the place. They weren't, they used a lot of like deep strike and reserves and what have you. But then in 8th, they came up with a really cool system, and they shipped a codex that came with the markers. It actually came with these cult markers, and they were like, oh, that's kind of a really amazing idea, and this is a core part of their identity. In 8th edition, fair enough. But then in 9th edition, they were like, yeah, they got that, but then also, as well as that, they got this crossfire mechanic. It
was them that got crossfire, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very complicated, but it did give you the feeling of an ambush more so than just the ambush markers.
Totally.
So yeah, again, not something I necessarily disliked, but it was just an extra layer of complication.
I didn't like it much at all, but I feel like the thing is that essentially this is the thing, 10th edition 40k, as is evident throughout these updates that they've done, maybe really they should just never have done GSC so early on in the edition. Maybe they should have waited till they started understanding what the heck they had before layering that complexity on. Because I think the thing is at the moment is in my opinion, GSC just need to go back to the drawing board. I understand that once upon a time, some clever person came up with a token system for 8th edition, and now they can't see past it. But I think they need to see past it. I think they need to stop looking at them as fragile units. I think they need to stop thinking about them in a horde mentality. I think it's obscene to get people to have to buy. And again, I'm not saying that they're holding a gun to your head and making you buy this stuff, but if you are someone who wants to play GSC or was excited by the idea of them, the amount of miniatures you've got to buy to be able to field this army is crazy. And the cost that they charge you for them is wild. And that's before you even then start having to paint the things, which is like, another world of madness. So, yeah, look, overall, I just want GSE to go away at this point. I just think as they are, they're a horrible mess and they need to go away.
No, I disagree with you there, Dan. Here's the thing. I think you need to have them be a horde army, because basically you go elite armies don't have many models, custodies, knights. They only have a handful of models. Then you go, okay, Space Marines, a bit more, but still pretty elite. But then you look at the other end of the scale, you go Astra Militarum, right? They're plentiful. You have lots of bodies unless you have things like tanks. If you just look on an infantry level, you've got a lot of models. Now, Gene Sealer Cult are basically not even militia, unless you include the, obviously the sort of PDF version with the Astra Militarum, but they are just dog's body civilians that have, been corrupted by the Gene Sealer Cult. So ultimately, you need to have almost more models on the table than Astra Militarum. And maybe if you want them to be more elite, you either introduce units that can be elite, like you've got the Aberrants and the Jackals and things like that, and the vehicles. Yeah. So you either need to lean more in that direction, or you go as a game on the whole, all the other armies need to have less models, and therefore we can then also reduce down the sort of average infantry count on the Gene Sealer Cult. I don't think you could have a Gene Sealer Cult army that's, say, more elite than Elder in terms of or Astra Militarum in terms of the number of models that should be on the table. I think there's a general hierarchy of factions and sort of body count that you need to sort of factor in across everyone, and that, you need to play into those sort of tropes and themes that each army has, basically.
Maybe. I just think, as I say, like, I understand that there is a baked-in history here, and people struggle to see past that. And you're right, like, there is a lore element to it. But as I say, in an edition where you can take hundreds of Space Marine infantry in an army, how much is enough to fulfill that vision?
I think, again, that's the problem. Being able to take hundreds of Space Marines, if that is at all possible, that shouldn't be a thing. Like, you need to tone those things down to then make the Gene Sealer Cult seem more sensible. When, I think ultimately you go, what's the maximum number of models you should have in an army of any kind? You would go, okay, maybe 100, which is an obscene number, but that's still quite high. And, if you're taking just Grots or Imperial Guard, that's sort of what you want. And then you work your way backwards from there. And I think that's what they probably need to do with Gene Sealer Cult. They shouldn't be encouraging Gene Sealer Cult players to need 200 models to have a viable army if they just took the cheapest thing possible. So, yeah, that'd be silly.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So, yeah, you can, admittedly, an amount of them, about 40 of them are neophytes, but if you take...
neophytes they are technically Space Marines, but they are a niche type of Space Marine in terms of Black Templars. If you if you were talking about generic Space Marines, like Codex Space Marines...
So 60 of them are Space Marines... and then 40 of them. 40 of them are neophytes. But for 1,600 points, that's 100 Marines.
Oh, okay. That's only 1,600. So you've still got another almost
400.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could probably get just 100 actual Space Marines if you don't.
Easily. Yeah. I just looked at that one just as a sort of starting point.
Yeah. Okay. That's mad. That's mad. Give me the old White Dwarf days of like 3 units plus a Dreadnought and a character and a Terminator squad. be done.
Here's a question. Oh, no, actually, even easier. Yeah, God. I mean, God, if you took tactical Marines, if you went crazy, 6 units of tactical Marines. Oh, people can see my calculator come up here. 6 units of tactical Marines would be a whopping. Guess how much 60 tactical Marines are, Phil?
10-man units. Yeah.
10. Yeah, they come 10 man.
800 points.
Yeah, 840. Yeah.
I was saying preparing for the quiz that probably won't happen.
Yes, indeed. But yeah, 840 points to 60 tactical Marines. So yeah, that basically, that I think is the thing with GSC. But anyway, we've really gone on a tangent. Let's get back on this. So next, Grey Knights. Nothing for Grey Knights. So there we go. Although I think they do have an ability, a stratagem that will have been impacted by the whole 3-inch deployment thing.
I mean, it's worth quickly saying that there were a bunch of other changes for GSC that we're just glossing over in terms of ranges of abilities and other stuff.
Yes. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Imperial agents, no real amazing things. They've just changed the Caluxus to align with the 3-inch rule. No changes to Imperial Knights. No changes to Leagues of Votan. There are very small changes to Necrons, in so much as the Annihilation Legion detachment, so the Annihilation Protocol detachment rule. Add the following paragraph. Each time a destroyer cult unit from your army makes a ranged attack that targets the closest eligible target, add 1 to the armor penetration characteristics of that attack. Wowzers. And then they've changed the amount of stuff that
the hyperphase. Yeah, I assume they've knocked this down by at least 1. Because
they have,
Strike Force I think used to be 3 units and it's now 2 units because again that was a very strong ability. I'm surprised they haven't actually changed that for Grey Knights because Grey Knights also had that kind of ability, but maybe they already had less models than the Necron ones.
I think the difference is Grey Knights don't have Catan. I think that's basically where the difference comes in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Orcs, big change to War. It's now at the start of your command phase. So you call a War, you do until the start of your next command phase. So it's not battle round anymore. It's command phase. So
sensible.
Yeah, sensible, but it means that you may not be able to use it defensively.
Oh, yeah, because it gave you an invuln save as well, didn't it? Whereas you would technically also be using it for charges, mostly, like running and charging around. Personally, that's, to me, what it should be for. It shouldn't really be a defensive thing.
But it was good that it had defensive benefits.
If you weren't going first.
See the lay of the land. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you could basically set up and see that, again, maybe doing charge. It had some benefits if you were going second, essentially, because you could see what was happening when making that decision. But now I suppose at least you can effectively see the lay of the land in your command phase if you're going second and make a decision based on the fact that you're going to go in hard. And it's not that you lose it. It's not like you don't still have it for your opponent's turn. Mm-hmm. It's just that you won't be able to maybe optimize its use in a defensive sense. Otherwise, the big hunt detachment. So at the start of your command phase, select 1 monster vehicle or character unit from your opponent's army until the start of your next command phase. That enemy unit is your prey. So it didn't used to include. I think it didn't used to include characters. I'm guessing it didn't used to include characters.
By the way, the character word is in red. That implies it's an addition.
But the ore isn't in red, Phil. That's the thing that's throwing me. What was it before? Was it just infantry?
Maybe, yeah. Which seems odd. Yeah, interesting.
So maybe now it was just infantry before, but now it isn't. Or maybe it was mounted. I don't know. I can't remember, but it is this now. So,
well, weirdly, the hunt implies you are going for big things. So, maybe mounted. I don't know. Character makes sense. Character
does make sense. That one's even bigger. Stratagem. to the end of your phase, your unit is eligible to charge in a turn in which it advances and falls back. In addition, you can re-roll charge rolls made for your unit, provided that the target of that charge is the prey. That makes sense. And then they've changed Gazkol Fracker, Prophet of the Great War. While this unit is leading a unit, leading a unit, weird vernacular. Anyway, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the hit roll and 1 to the wound roll. And if the war is active for your army, a critical hit is scored with a successful unmodified hit roll of 5+. Fancy. I'm guessing it used to happen
regardless. So I think the critical hits on 5+, they've now changed to only be active if you're in a war. So a bit of a nerf, technically.
Space Marines have loads of changes. We're going to look past that because we're going to do them as the final thing. Space Wolves just have changes to the Wolf Scout's melee weapon, which is a knife that is now -1. No changes to Tau Empire. Thousand Suns have only had the change to their Predator Annihilator. Tyranids have got a change to Assimilation Swarm Detachment. Phil, you've looked at playing Nids. Have you ever thought about taking an Assimilation Swarm? I seem to remember it was terrible, but, who knows?
No, I'm going to say no. But I assume you want me to read out what's going on.
Tell us, Phil, tell us. I think it was the one where... I can't even remember what it is. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, so in your command phase, each harvester unit from your army can regenerate one friendly Tyranid unit within 6 inches of it. A unit can only be regenerated once per phase. Each time a unit regenerates, do one of the following. One model in your unit regens up to D3 plus 1 lost wounds. I'm assuming it was D3 or maybe only 1 wound or something, because that's the thing that's changed. But in addition, one destroyed infantry model, excluding characters, is returned to that unit with its full wounds remaining. If that unit is an endless multitude unit, up to 3 destroyed models are returned instead. It's interesting that the bit that's also changed is a stipulation on your army. So, who knows? But I'm assuming that's a mild increase from what it was before.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Norn Assimilator gains the Harvester keyword.
Which I guess makes sense, I suppose. I mean, he's got lots of pipes on his head. Maybe,
Yeah, and then the Trigon has the change from 3 inches to 6 inches, by the looks of it.
Indeed, it
the
does.
Deep striking.
And then last things last, the World Eaters, essentially the World Eaters Demon Prince Infernal Fortitude ability, while friendly World Eater infantry unit is within 6 of this model. Models that have a 5+ invulnerable save, unless they already have a 5+ invulnerable save, in which case they have a 4+ invulnerable save. Ooh. So that's pretty neat. And then World Eaters, Predator Annihilators get to reroll their damage. Yeah.
Tasty.
Pretty cool. Against monsters and vehicles, admittedly. So that's everything that isn't Space Marines. Space Marines are the big thing, so we're going to get into that next. But we'll do a little quick sort of summary for this section, just because, we like to kind of sign off on these things. So before we move over to talk about Space Marines, Phil, what has the vibe been with this?
Overall, seems pretty good, I would say. I'm actually quite excited about the Custodes ones, because that's the army I've been playing, and it's a well-needed update, so I'm super pleased about that. I mean, A-star, Games Workshop, well done. All the others, I mean, obviously we've not done the Space Marine ones, but everything else seems like a relatively sensible change. Obviously, GSC, a bit complicated, maybe not quite correct, but, I'm not a Gene Seeder Cult player. I haven't played against them in a while. You don't want them to exist, so
It's not that I don't want them to exist. I just want better. I just want them. I think an army with miniatures that are so cool, with such an interesting lore and such an compelling kind of idea behind them, need to be better realized. It just frustrates me because it's like it just feels like they phoned it in and now they're just trying constantly to come up with an idea and they're just sort of falling short. And again, like I was sort of saying, you're absolutely right, Phil. The Cruel Boys, or the Skaven from AOS realize the ideas of this kind of, treacherous kind of, dastardly army that is coming up and doing all this sort of mad shenanigans. And I think that's the thing. It's like these concepts have been really well realized in other systems. And again, the 8th edition rules for GSC were really fun. They were really interesting. Like, they were great in 8th edition.
I'm not necessarily sure the cult ambush ones were great, but I think the army army was a bit underwhelming. But
what's that, GSC?
Yeah.
What, in 8th edition?
Yeah.
No, they were mad fun. They had loads of really great. Again, the rules they created for GSE in 8th edition felt very well aligned with the kind of gameplay design of the system. And the way the tokens worked made a lot of sense. And again, it was a bit of a like mental gymnastics, because you were like, right, well, hang on, which of these markers are now, or which of these units relate to what? Because they basically had a mechanic. Anyway, people don't need to hear about what the old rules were. They were complicated. I'm not going to pretend they weren't, but they weren't this. It was just sort of, it's just very, I just think GSC deserved better. And I think the people who put a lot of work into building, painting, collecting, and, having really beautiful GSE armies, I think I just don't know. Basically, what it comes down to is I don't understand why anyone would play GSE anymore, because I look at it and I just think this is just such a... I also don't know why anyone would play Mechanicus either. I just look at those two armies and I just go, they're two armies. Actually, as well, let's throw Deathwatch in the mix. Basically, the 3 armies that they added at the end of 7th edition, they just don't ever seem to know what to do with. They just never seem to have an idea of how to make them work. So there you go. I just sort of... I just feel like those 3 armies are always just a little bit red-headed stepchild type vibes.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Or at least they definitely feel that way currently in 10th edition.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'd be interested to see what the GSE players actually think about this change.
Well, maybe they'll tell us, eh? Maybe they'll tell me off.
Let us know. I mean, maybe it's not that complicated and we're overthinking it in terms of the rules levels, but it's not. It doesn't seem as simple as some of the older versions of rules, and certainly more complicated than the last one, where you just roll a dice when something dies and then it comes back. That would be easier for sure. Yeah.
And to be clear, I feel bad for the GSE players. I want them to have a better army. I want them to be more fun. I just want the thing to be better. I just think at the moment, this isn't it for GSE. So I feel bad for the GSC players. I feel bad for the Sisters players to a certain extent, although Sisters have been really strong for a really long time, so I'm not too worried about that. But at the same time, obviously, it sucks that Miracle Dice have been nerfed to the point that they're not probably as reliable as they used to be. That's probably a good thing. And then also, in addition to all of that, I really am quite intimidated by the changes to Custodies, but I think it is necessary and proper that they got those. So I think that's good overall. Orc players kind of feel a little let down by it in terms of the change of the war, but I think that will come out in the wash okay. Other than that, I think it seems all right, really.
And your Dark Angels, happy? Content?
I think, look, at the end of the day, very happy on the Dark Angel front. I think, good changes there overall. But Dark Angels are still in a weird place. Dark Angels have always been a weird chapter historically in terms of codexes. There's always been like a weird issue with Dark Angels books. They've always sort of been a bit weirdly bad all the time, but whatever. It's part of their charm, you know?
Yeah, got to be different.
Got to be different. Got to be all emo-y, wear your hoods, etc. That's why I've actually got my hood up today for this episode. I'm doing it in memoriam to the Dark Angels.
Yeah, fair.
There you go. All right, we're going to transition out of this and move over to talking about the Space Marine changes. So we'll do that now. Transitional noise. All right, we're back again to talk about the Space Marine Balanced Data Slate, because ultimately it's the biggest and most significant update to the overall Balanced Data Slate. So it seemed appropriate that we segmented it here as its own thing. I've read it already. Phil hasn't, so you're going to get an authentic reaction from him, as I guess I'll explain it to him, I suppose. That might be fun.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is, and you'll, act impressed or underwhelmed, potentially. Who knows?
Likely.
Now, Phil, I will say from the outset, as you already know, Predator Annihilators reroll their damage when targeting vehicles and monsters, and combat knives have been given a pip, as people like to say now, a pip of AP. 1 AP from the combat knives, which are wielded by various things, which we'll talk about in the moment. But bar that, and a couple of changes to characters and things in Dark Angels and etc., you don't know any of this Space Marine stuff, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
All right. Well, let us begin, Phil. So, Oath of Moment, right? You know Oath of Moment is re-rolling hit rolls. Well, Phil, it is re-rolling hit rolls. But if you are not a Black Templar, a Blood Angel, a Dark Angel, a Deathwatch, or a Space Wolf, you also get +1 to wound.
Nonsense.
How do you feel about that?
I would rather it be re-roll the wound roll. Or,
you would rather have re-roll wound rolls than +1 to wound?
Because I think +1 to wound stronger. I think that's really strong. I mean, obviously it's very context dependent in terms of what you're up against, what your strength is. But inherently, even going from 3s to 2s, yeah, like, unless you're going from like 6 to a 5, I would say, and also probably the number of shots is very important as well. But yeah, +1 to wound, I would say, is always inherently stronger than reroll wound rolls, or especially if it's reroll wound rolls of a 1, for example.
Yeah.
And that feels more in line with your obviously you're re-rolling all your hit rolls, but a re-roll and a re-roll, or because that's what it was before as well, feels more in line with itself than a re-roll plus a +1 to wound. So that just seems a bit out of left field. I mean, that's very strong. Obviously,
very
it's
strong.
only against 1 unit, so it's not too bad. But yeah, that thing's going to be dead, basically, isn't it?
Well, essentially, yeah. And I mean, obviously, they've not given it to Black Templars, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Space Wolves, Deathwatch, given the fact that they have other kind of perks and abilities that complement Oaths of Moment. So kind of makes sense because they do have other things. But it has definitely really increased the viability of those kind of mainstay Space Marine detachments and chapters, etc.
Yeah,
so
that's good because they do need something to make them stand out, especially when those successor chapters can still combo and use a lot of the abilities from the sort of standard Marine Codex.
Indeed. Next on the list of changes is the Fire Discipline Enhancement from the Gladius Task Force, the bestest of the detachments, so says many people. If you are in the Devastator Doctrine, Fire Discipline Enhancement is while this bearer is leading a unit, ranged weapons equipped by models in that unit have sustained hit 1. In addition, while you're in the Devastator Doctrine, you can re-roll advance rolls made for that unit. So not a massive change, but helpful in many instances.
I mean, I guess.
Do you remember what Devastator Doctrine does?
No.
That allows you to advance and fire. Like your
okay.
weapons.
So if everything... Because I was going to say it requires you to have lots of assault weapons, but if the Devastator Doctrine allows you to do that, then okay, then that's kind of all right. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. You've got change to the Captain in Gravis Armor's ranged weapon. So it's a master-crafted heavy bolt rifle. It's now damage-free, Phil.
That's very good.
It's significant, and we are jumping around here. It's significant because the regular heavy intercessor now has a damage 2 bolt rifle.
Tasty. That's
which isn't
good.
bad. And their heavy bolter is now hitting on 3s rather than 4s.
But then if you stand still, you hit on twos.
You are, yes. Yeah. Although that is...
don't hit on twos.
Well, they do if they stand still, because they've all got the heavy keyword.
Oh, okay.
I mean, even regular intercessors have the heavy keyword.
Yeah,
this has been an option for Space Marines for time.
No fair, but they are mucking around with the historic precedents of heavy weapons are always more unwieldy than regular weapons. So they've just gone, nah, we'll get rid of that.
That's fair. But yeah, heavy intercessors are basically now a little bit more viable. People are broadly excited about them because, having damage 2 makes them a bit more impressive. And obviously they are very durable. Yeah,
it does make me wish I could go back to having Stalker bolt rifles with 2 damage. Yeah, they were fun.
Yeah, they were fun. The old Stalker bolt rifle was good times, but you're not allowed that anymore. But you can take heavy bolt rifles, and they are damage 2, which is...
Yeah, I mean, that feels like it makes sense. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. There is a sweeping change to chapter masters, specifically Pedro Cantor, Corosoro Khan, Shrike, and strangely Lysander, who isn't actually a chapter master. He's still, but regardless of his regal status, they have changed that, and Ferios as well. Iron Father Ferios of the Iron Hands. Mm-hmm. Basically, what they've done is they've taken all of the units that feel, what's the best way of saying it, most affiliated with that character and that style of play. So for Lysander, he is a man in Terminator armor wielding a Thunder Hammer and a Storm Shield. So Assault Terminators are buffed. And the way they buff is that their objective control score is improved. So in the case of Lysander, he makes Terminator Assault Squads and Terminator Squads control 2 rather than 1. So that's quite good.
Yes. However, I'm looking at Corosoro Khan, who, correct me if I'm wrong, is on foot.
Yes, correct, yeah.
But he buffs Outrider Squads, which not on foot, and changes their objective control score to 3.
Yes.
But he's on foot.
Yeah, but Phil, he doesn't need to be in the squad. It's all Outrider squads in your army.
Oh, sorry, it's not. He's not going to be attached to that.
He hasn't got to be attached. No, just by having him in the army, you then gain these benefits.
Okay, that's good. Okay, right, now I'm sold, because I was like, if he's got to hang out with them on foot, and he's like, no, that would be mad. Okay, all right.
It does have to be said again, though. They really need to put that guy on a bike. It is crazy that he's not on one, really, isn't it?
Well, I think they should be a version on bike for White Scars for sure. Yeah, it doesn't have to be him. Give me someone else. There's plenty of captains to go around.
Yeah, or they could give us a generic cap. They really need to do a Captain Outrider bike model thingy. It is necessary. Okay. But again, an 11th edition concern. So yeah, Khan makes the Outriders OC free, objective control free. Shrike looks after assault intercessors with jump packs. They go up to OC2. Cantor looks after or works well with Stern Guard. And they go up to OC2. And then Iron Father Ferios works with the Heavy Intercessor Squad, making them OC3.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, pretty nice change across the board.
Yeah.
And then Vulcan Heston. There is one last one. Vulcan Heston, by the way, was an interesting pick because I was surprised that they went Vulcan and not Agrax Agatone, because I would have thought...
Right.
I would have thought that would have been, given the fact that he is the new Primaris character. In the case of Lysander as well, I was surprised they went Lysander instead of Punchy Geezer. What's the Punchy Geezer called? I can't remember his name either.
Mephisto. But yes, I know
Mephisto.
You mean.
Yeah. I can't remember, mate. Honestly can't remember. But anyway, Vulcan Heston makes the Infernus squads control score 2 or OC2. So yeah, all pretty good there. So yeah, basically a nice extra benefit for those armies. Interestingly, though, no Ultramarine representation here. You can't take Marnie as Calgar and make Blade Guard, OC, whatever.
True. Roberti Gellerman does get an ability as well, so maybe that's his.
He does,
thing.
and yeah. But and again, I think the thing
it's a different ability.
Yeah, truth be told, though, is I think the Ultramarines. We'll get into this in a moment, but the Ultramarines
already good.
They're already good. They're now probably the best type of Space Marine army.
Ooh.
Maybe they might be the best Space Marines at the moment with some of these changes, but we'll get into some of that. But yeah, there you go. So basically, add that character in, buff, lovely.
Nice.
So we've done the heavy intercessor changes, pretty cool. The Infernus squad, their AP has gone up to 1. It used to be AP dash. Bearing in mind they have Ignore's cover and torrent, so getting the AP 1's pretty cool. So that's pretty good.
Impulsor transport we talked about earlier, going to 7.
Yes, that's the Repulsor Executioner, not the Impulsor. Repulsor Executioner.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. It has Impulsor here going to 7, but that was an old update.
Yeah, that's an old one. So you're quoting
my
the
mistake.
old ones.
I am, yeah.
My goodness. Inceptor Squad now, when arriving from Deep Strike, goes to 6 rather than 3.
Mm-hmm.
The Infernus Squad now subtracts 1 from the Battleshock test that it causes when it burns people.
That's cool. And like I said earlier, should sort of happen pretty much by default. I sort of feel like everybody's leadership needs to just go up by 1 to be worse, basically. That's what they need to do.
I'm not sure that's entirely true, but I think more abilities should probably have a bit more of a scary factor to them, such as being, burned with lots and lots of flamers.
Yeah.
Which they have done here, which is a good change.
I mean, in addition to the extra AP, that makes them pretty good, it seems.
No, I've liked the Infernus Squad for a while. I think it's got some viability. I think, again, the idea that you could utilize like an Impulsor or a Repulsor or whatever, maybe a Repulsor, and, maneuver these guys out, get them deployed sort of deep into no man's land and effectively have them as a effective deterrent, because obviously their Overwatch ability potential is very meaningful, especially when if you're looking at it through the perspective of maybe running it with Ultramarines, you could take Tigerius, Chief Librarian Geezer, and he allows you to Overwatch for free. So,
that's cool. I was going to say, because I remember they took, and we haven't looked at the Deathwatch index yet, but Deathwatch had an ability to deep strike redeploy your units around.
Yes.
I'm assuming they don't have either access to Infernus, or if they are, it's like a mixed squad, so you're not maximising your shooting capability. Because that could be quite interesting, a teleporting squad of Infernus Marines.
Oh, totally, yeah. No, Deathwatch We'll check it when we get to the index side of things. But I would assert that, like any army, they could still have an Infernus in their army. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to. Because, Dark Angels can get them, Blood Angels can get them, so I don't see why Deathwatch wouldn't be able to get them. But we'll check that later. So that's a nice change to them. So Intercessors... Because obviously not enough people take intercessors anymore, Phil, except for you. You like an intercessor. Well,
my army's mostly made of them, and I haven't got around to making any more models.
Well, that's what it is, you see. You made yours as an 8th edition army, and then they came along and went, no more of that. Move on.
Yeah.
But they've added a new ability to the Intercessor squad. I'll give you a shiny penny, Phil, if you can tell me what the current ability is for Intercessors.
I thought it was sticky objectives.
Yeah, shiny penny to you. I'll get you one of those Cadbury's gold coins,
Oh, brilliant, thank you.
They brought those back, apparently, for this Christmas. I haven't seen them anywhere, but apparently they do exist. Now you've got target elimination, Phil.
In addition to, it's not replacing.
In addition, so you've got sticky objectives and target elimination. Each time this unit is selected to shoot, it can use this ability. If it does, until the end of the phase, add 2 to the attacks characteristics of bolt rifles equipped by models in this unit, and you can only select one enemy unit as the target of all the unit's attacks. Now, I'll remind you, Phil, that a bolt rifle is rapid fire, right? It's rapid fire 1.
Yeah.
So when you are in short range rapid fire range, you are now getting a mighty 5 shots a man.
Because it'd be
the 2 they normally get, plus the 2 they're getting with this ability, plus the 1 they're getting from rapid fire.
Right. Oh, so it was 2 base before, and now it's add 2. Oh, yeah.
So now they're 5 shots a man.
Yeah, or you could split fire and lose 2 shots.
You
on
can't.
the line.
Oh, yeah.
No. I mean, you either, because it says you can use this ability. It's like, yes, I will always use this ability because it is darn good. I'd almost rather they say, like, if you didn't move or something, you get this, because then it's almost like the old school.
Well, if you don't move, Phil, you hit on
discipline.
2s because you're heavy.
Oh, yeah, true.
And your assault, you can advance and shoot this.
5 shots each.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are. Wow. I thought the Custodes updates were good, but these are.
It's almost like they've recently done a show on Amazon and put out a game a couple months ago. And
those people don't care how good or bad Space Marines are.
I think they're going to care now. I mean, here's the thing. Yeah. They're still only 1 damage. They're AP1. But now all of a sudden it's like, if you're unfortunate enough to be fielding something like Termagaunts or other 1 wound units exist, Drakari, Kabalite warriors, or Elder Guardians, maybe. I don't know. The point is if you've got a 1 wound unit, a unit of 5 intercessors is going to shoot you 25 times. It's like what the hell, man?
Well, I'm pretty sure 2 Marines now have the potential to kill 6 Marines from shooting. Because they can each do, was it 5? 5 damage.
Well, potentially 5 damage.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Obviously, that's not guaranteed, obviously because of saves, but they have the potential to do that, which is pretty bonkers. Yeah.
And obviously, don't forget, Phil, I mean, obviously, if it's your own for the moment, you're re-rolling your hits and +1 to wound.
+1 to wound. Yeah.
It's pretty wild. So literally, if you were an intercessor squad firing at a unit of Guardians, those Guardians are so dead, it's ridiculous.
Now, I was going to say, I assume
or even if it's a unit of Banshees or Striking Scorpions, they're pretty dead.
Yeah, because this affects the characteristic of bolt rifles, and I assume the grenade launchers has a different profile, so it doesn't affect.
But it's still extra shots in there. You still got your extra 1 grenade, just for good measure.
No, exactly, or 2 if you've got a 10-man squad.
If you've got a 10-man squad, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's really good.
I still think I'd still be going 5-man squads, because now all of a sudden my 5-man squads have got the output of the old 10-man squads.
Yeah.
Admittedly, not quite,
but close enough.
Close enough. They're off by 5.
Who's scribbling? Yeah.
So there you go. Pretty mad, isn't it?
Yeah,
pretty mad. Plus, you can still obviously arm the sergeant up with a, melee weapon, and have yourself a thunderhammer or something. It's a pretty amazing unit, the intercessor. But people do still dismiss them as being rubbish because they are the vanilla thing, but whatever. But if intercessors being good is not your bag, you don't think it's what they're cut out to be. Obviously, Phil, earlier when we were talking about the other stuff, we talked about Dark Angels, we talked about Outrider squads.
Yeah,
and Outrider squads got like a bunch of stuff now, or rather, they got a bunch of potential stuff within the confines of the Raven Wing. Well, in addition to that, Phil, Outriders also now have a special rule that replaces turbo boosting. So before they used to turbo boost.
Right.
Now they have thunderous impact. So each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, if that unit made a charge move this turn, improve the strength and the damage characteristic by 1. So you're now strength 5, damage 2 with your basic chainy swords. And your chaplain that comes along for the ride, I think will now strength 7 damage free.
What? So he also gets that, or because he joins
in the
unit?
Squad? I don't know. Maybe not. But whatever. Let's say he does, and if we're wrong, we're wrong.
No, that probably sounds about right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then if it's your own for moment, Phil, you're going to re-roll the hits and re-roll the wounds.
Right.
No,
yeah.
Plus
one. Yeah. So it should be re-roll because that's what everyone thinks. Yeah. Okay. No, it's good. I'd sort of like the old one where it's just an extra move. But I sort of feel like probably with the state of the game in terms of the smaller table sizes, they've gone, people don't really need that.
Yeah, the Mike moves 14, you add 6 to it, it sort of becomes entirely redundant.
It's a bit of a moot point, unless you've got some advanced and charge abilities, then it becomes a bit nonsensical. I mean, this is pretty
like if
good.
you're a Ravenwing detachment, for example.
Yes. Yes. Okay, no, that seems all right, yeah.
Yeah, fair. Underwhelmed you are by the...
No, it feels good. It feels probably better than before, but it's replaced it with a sort of thematic ability that was very movement-based and with something that's just pure damage output.
Yeah, But mate, if I was being charged by, a Space Marine on a motorcycle, though, I imagine it would hurt.
Yeah... In a way, it's like I'd almost rather just do like mortal wound damage rather than because the name Thunderous Impact kind of implies that it's like the bike charging in and it's just going to do some damage on the charge, rather than suddenly making your chainsaw even better because it's just moving that little bit faster. But I mean, whatever, it's fine. It's my disassociation between the naming convention and what the rule ends up being more so than me having a problem with the rule itself.
Well, fair. Well then, Phil, maybe you'll be more impressed with Reaver squads. So Reaver squads now have Fearsome Assault ability, which is basically make people take battle shock tests, but now you subtract 1 from those tests. So
good.
Thumbs up.
One thumbs up.
Also, they've got Terror Troops, Phil. So while an enemy unit, excluding monsters and vehicles, is within 3 of 1 or more units with this ability, subtract 1 from their objective control characteristic in that enemy unit. So from models in their objective control. So literally, you could make their OC 0. It's not 1 to a minimum of 1. It's just subtract 1.
But the other ability can battle shock them and already make them OC 0, but admittedly, this one works longer because the battle shock ability works then and there and will be relevant for your turn. But then, as we've said many a time, battle shock will just reset in their command phase and they'll be back to normal in their turn. Whereas this ability switches that off for their turn as well. Yeah.
The benefit of the battle shock thing, though, is that it means
stops stratagems and stuff.
Yeah, if you do multiple charges, it means they can't be interrupted on, for example, which is useful. So if they charge and something else charges and they fail the battle shock test, then you go, cool, I'll start with this one over here because I know you can't interrupt here. And it just sort of helps that flow. And also, you don't even need to engage, right? So if you've got the bolt carbines, you come down, do a bunch of shooting, you go within 3, because going within 3 is not being in combat, and just chill out within 3. And your opponent
True. Yeah, you can just steal the objective off them. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, personally, I just think if you fix battle shock to be, once they're battle shocked, they've got to pass the test in the following turn. And not it just reset, then it kind of does all of this all together, with the exception that now, as you say, you can be within 3 and not in combat. Okay, yeah, so it's not bad. It's not bad. For how the rules of battle shock work, this is good. I would say. Interesting.
The Repulsor Executioner has a transport capacity of 7. We know that already. The next, probably infinitely more interesting upgrade is to Robert Girly Man, or Bobby G, as he's more passionately referred to. So we have Author of the Codex at the start of your command phase. Select 2 Author of the Codex abilities until the start of your next command phase, this model has those abilities.
So instead of picking one, he gets picked two.
Correct, yes. So he has the one where you can pick 2 oaths, so you can pick 2 targets for Oath of Moment, which is basically the default one. It has an aura, which discounts stratagem costs, so that's pretty solid on the whole. And then he has another one that I can't even remember because, so rare is it that
you would never pick that one.
No, I think that's the case. I'm going to just look it up now, just to because I've been running Bobby G and a bunch of army lists because I've always thought he was pretty cool.
Right.
So while friendly Adeptus Society units are in 6 of this model, add 1 to the objective control characteristic of models in that unit, and you can reroll Battle Shock leadership test taken for that unit. Master of Battle is the Oath of Moment one, and Supreme Strategist is once per turn, 1 unit from your army that can use a friendly Adeptus Society unit within 12 of the model to target the stratagem. If it does, reduce the CP. Yeah, so he basically can pick a unit within 12 of him and go, cool, that costs you 1 less. So it's like mobile.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you pick 2 of those. So that's pretty good now. Pretty good.
Not bad.
Stern Guard veteran squads. Now, each time the model in this unit makes an attack targeting the Oath of Moment, you can re-roll the wound rolls, Phil. So it used to be you re-rolled wound rolls of 1.
Right.
Now you re-roll wound rolls.
And you get +1 to wound as well.
Correct, yeah. Pretty wild.
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, you think that's good?
Yeah, so it's a lot of stuff they're getting. A lot of stuff Space Marines are getting. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, don't forget as well, like Terminator squads already get +1 to hit the Oath of Moment.
Oh, God, yeah. Okay.
So now they get +1 to hit it, and they get +1 to wound it, and they get to re-roll the hit roll.
But Stern Guard not particularly good at the moment. Do they need this?
They have been good, but they've not been very well represented. So I think changing it to re-roll the wound rolls was probably a good move for them.
Okay. Yeah,
I will say this much, though.
Don't they have the anti-keyword plus devastating wounds?
That's correct, yes. So,
so you're just going to...
on their combi weapons.
So you're just going to fish for your 4+s with your
100%,
re-rolling... Yes. See, I don't like that. Then becomes too busted, in my opinion, if that's happening.
They don't get that many shots, though. It's only 1 shot with a combi weapon, and it hits on 4s.
Okay.
Which is bold, right? Like, I actually genuinely was flabbergasted by the fact that Stern Guard with combi weapons hit on 4s.
Why do they hit on 4s, though? Because...
the implication being that they're harder to hit with, I guess, or whatever. But,
because combi weapons are a bit difficult to shoot with, although Stern Guard are the elite shooting units.
I know, it is weird. It is very weird.
Feels odd. It's like saying Vanguard veterans, the ultimate, or not the ultimate, but let's say, for the sake of argument, one of the most elite combat units, but they just hit on 4s because all their weapons are dead heavy. It's a similar sort of nonsense argument.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. And it's wild, right? Because, like, we've had this conversation a bunch of times, the 40k rules designer's relationship with the 4+ roll. It's very rare that stuff hits on 4+, so it is sort of odd that you would have any gun wielded by the elite shooting unit of Space Marines that is worse at hitting than other things. It just, it is very odd.
Yeah,
it's a very odd place
I don't mind it for things like heavy weapons when you're moving them, for example. That feels like it sort of makes sense. But for a weapon that, yes, it's a combi weapon, but it doesn't look any more difficult to wield than a bolter. It's a bit odd.
Yeah, very odd. I mean, back in the day, it used to be that if you were firing both weapons simultaneously.
Right, it was. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so I guess and now it's just one profile, so it's representing that you always shoot both at the same time.
Correct.
So, okay, that sort of works. Again, it's sort of like a bit lost in translation. It's like it used to do this thing, and that thing made sense as to why it was harder to shoot, because you had the choice to shoot just a bolter or both together. Whereas now they've combined it. you don't know why it hits worse.
Yeah.
Unless you know literally the historical rules.
Well, again, that's sort of like what I was saying earlier when I was ranting about Genius of the Cult, which is the idea that, once upon there are lots of instances where they don't think about things in the context of this game today. They think about the historical precedent and apply ideas based on what has been rather than what needs to be. And I do think that's one of the weird things about 40K is sometimes it does struggle under the weight of its own history, but whatever.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, okay.
Last of the changes, various combat blades and knives. So change the armor penetration characteristic of the following profiles to -1. Combat knife for Captain in Phobos armor, Lieutenant in Reaver armor, Reaver squad, and Scout squad. So that's a pretty significant change, as if Scouts weren't already good enough. Then you also have paired combat blades on Incursor squad, Lieutenant in Phobos armor, and Lieutenant with combi weapon. So a number of improvements to the combat knife profiles of a number of different units. Not intercessors, though. Couldn't see themselves around to giving them yet another buff. I think they just have close combat weapons rather than combat knives.
Yeah, the combat knife, I think, is a specific profile to those sort of like Phobos-y type units.
The ones that have very big knives.
But what I sort of don't like about that is you're sort of saying the armor penetration characteristic of a knife, admittedly wielded by a super soldier, is as strong and as good as a chainsword. And it's like, that just feels off to me. But I think logically they probably do need a buff in some way because literally no one ever takes Reavers. So yeah,
they might do now.
Well, do now. They've got some,
but they have increased their points. To be fair, so
probably not.
Yeah, only by 1 point though, so I don't really think it's going to massively make a difference.
Fair.
They have weirdly increased the points of heavy intercessors relatively significantly, though. They went from like 95 to 110, so that's a weird one. It feels very much like there's a lot of things where they've given buffs, but then they've changed the points. So like both Gilliman and the Lion have had significant points increases, which again makes sense because their profiles have sort of been changed accordingly.
Yeah, but but then why make the changes at all? Because you're almost implying that currently that unit is balanced, and because otherwise you would give them a buff and not change their points. Unless, of course, the points are only marginally offsetting the buff that they're giving, but not fully offsetting. So you could say the rules change we have made to, say, Gilliman, or especially the Lion, because his profile change was pretty substantial, I thought. You could say let's, for the sake of argument, say it's a 50 points upgrade that he's got in terms of worth of stuff, but actually we're only increasing his points by 20, so it is still a buff overall. But their reason.
Again, it's the problem, isn't it, though? It's always the way with GW where they overcorrect everything. It's always like, oh, we want to solve or we want to do like something, but it's very. But again, the points changes with the way that 40K works anyway. They're so minor. It's like, okay, cool. I mean, obviously, you probably weren't taking heavy intercessors before. Now you might. And if you do, that's what they now cost. So in some respects, what they were before is irrelevant because you'd never thought about taking them anyway.
Yeah, what might this be is rather than it being an external balance in terms of making the codex overall better, what it is doing is finally some internal balance within the codex to make units that weren't popular more viable. So the things like Inceptors just feels like a generic nerf because that's happening to everything in terms of their deep striking within 3 is now 6 inches. But things like Reavers getting some extra abilities and plus their combat knives getting better, that's clearly a thing that probably won't make Space Marines win more games, but will maybe make you pick Reavers more when you're composing your army because they're finally like, oh, this has playability, whereas before it might not have seemed like it has. So that would probably explain why they've changed so much. However, things like the Oaths of Moment, because that is much more army-wide, feels like that's more of a sort of external balance rather than an internal one. Although, to an extent, it sounded like their justification for it was balancing it out within relation to the other Space Marine supplements. So, yeah, it's interesting. It'd be good to see how they do in sort of tournaments and events over the next few months. It definitely sort of makes me feel a bit more excited to, dust out my Marines and play some games. The Intercessors are pretty good. The Inceptors have technically gotten worse, but that doesn't bother me too much in terms of how they used to play. It's got some interesting stuff. It makes me want to build my Infernus Marines, actually, because they seem pretty damn good now as well.
Yeah, no, really are, mate. I think, there's a lot of meaningful changes to a lot of squads that probably haven't seen the sort of play that GW was hoping for. I think Infernus being the new squad, although admittedly only a push fit kit that obviously came in Leviathan and has since been released separately, and Sternguard obviously having their Leviathan set but then having new minis. They've not been hugely successful. I mean, they've probably been purchased plenty, but they're not very well represented in terms of their rules on the tabletop. So seeing those getting buffs makes sense. And also, potentially there is a chance that people will now be looking at the broad spectrum of options within, the standard Astartes armies and thinking to themselves, maybe I will take White Scars, maybe I will take Salamanders, but in all probability, I'm going to take Ultramarines. Is probably the way it's going to go most of the time. But, for people who do really love those particular chapters, they now have a greater degree of viability, which is really positive, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, why would you take those chapters other than for the one character or two characters that they have?
Well, you take it for the character and you take it for the buffs to the control or the OC of those
particular units. But again, that's the thing that one character is giving you. Whereas you could say, if I ran my Salamanders, it doesn't matter what detachment I'm taking, I just run them as Ultramarines in terms of the characters, so I get to unlock those abilities. And maybe I convert a character to look like minus Calgar, for example. I think obviously, you get a bit into odd territory if you were trying to have a salamander-looking Gilliman, for example. But I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a captain with like two Fisty McFists and some honor guard with him to run as Marnus Calgar. But you
I totally agree.
In sort of Salamander's scheme. But yeah, obviously I think, you fall in love with maybe the characters, because obviously the play style now is divorced from the chapters based on the new detachments and stuff. So there's less incentive for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think when it comes to the, when it comes to those chapters, you're absolutely right. Like, just convert your own Calgar, your own Tigerius, your own Gilliman. I mean, ultimately there's a perfectly viable Vulcan mini sold by Forge World. It's not humongous, but it's, can be put on the right size base and will look perfectly ample. I think that's the thing. I think ultimately, at the moment, I think that's totally fair enough. But ultimately, I do think it's a really good set of changes. The only thing that's slightly annoying about it is just how many changes they're throwing at Marines. And it's quite evident that it's all in pursuit of, giving them a meaningful power buff because they are the poster children and they need to be looked after. But again, it's not like Custodes didn't get love. It's not like the Mechanicus didn't get some love. It's not like they're trying to, improve.
It doesn't feel like
GSC.
It's too much like favoritism. I mean, even in other editions.
Total favoritism. Come on.
Well,
it is favoritism, mate. It 100% is.
Yes, okay, maybe that's not really what I meant to say, but it was more in terms of it's not like they haven't done this before. Then maybe
no, of course there is a trend.
You mentioned in the earlier segment about in 8th edition they didn't really ever buff stuff that was more nerfs. But actually, I think wasn't Bolter Discipline an 8th edition mechanic that came along?
You are right.
And that was a buff.
Although I would say, oh no, well, that wasn't exactly what I was saying. I was saying that anyway, it doesn't matter what I said in the last one. People can listen to that for their own validation. But
my point about this was it does sort of harken back to the feelings of when they introduced Bolter Discipline. It was like, wow, this is a really meaningful, interesting change for Space Marines. And admittedly, that probably fundamentally changed how they worked more so than these. But because this is such a sort of sweeping range of updates for a lot of units, it does make you probably look twice at those units. So I think that's meaningful and that's good. So yeah, I mean, that's quite impressive, I think, in terms of a set of updates.
No, I mean, I'm in favour of it. I think overall, it's cool to see. And like you say, Phil, it's going to definitely make me want to... I mean, I've still been playing Space Marines quite consistently throughout the years, so it doesn't really massively change much for me in that sense, but it's cool to see more options for them, which is cool. Really cool. All right, well, there we go. Space Marines. Good for you. Well done. Overall, the big winner from this Balanced Dataslate. Looking forward to seeing Space Marines all over the place again. Not that they weren't already pretty prevalent, but yeah, it's going to be cool. But that's that. Transitional noise. Hey, everyone. Despite in earlier segments saying that we weren't going to talk about the Grotmus detachments until they were all out there, so as we could have a bit more of a sort of general vibe on all the things that have happened, one of the Grotmus releases is, in fact, a whole new codex/index for the Deathwatch. We were told we would get it. We now have it. And myself and Phil are going to talk about it because, you know, it's an index and it seems like an interesting thing to talk about, especially when you consider that Space Marines have just received a myriad of interesting updates in the Balanced Dataslate. Right, Phil?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, when we reviewed the Codex Imperial Agents, obviously Deathwatch was destined off to the land that was best forgotten about. But no, they're back, which is good to see. It goes to show you that protesting and crying and throwing your toys at the pram actually do work and produce results.
Tokenistic results in some regards, though. I mean, obviously, you know, this is not a fully fledged codex, and who knows what the future really holds for Deathwatch. I think this is a very good thing for legacy Deathwatch players, people who already have these collections. But I would caution anyone who is thinking about collecting a fresh new Deathwatch army. I think it's fair to assert that it is improbable that Deathwatch will continue to get this support going forwards and will probably either be getting, at some point, a new dedicated Primaris kit to replace the current Deathwatch kill team or Deathwatch
veterans.
Squad. Veterans, that's the word I couldn't find. Or they're just going to stick with those veterans now for as long as they can be bothered to keep producing them until they decide to discontinue them, which may happen at some point sooner than later. But who knows? Who can be sure? For now, at least, Deathwatch have something. It's maybe not exactly what they wanted, but it is at least something, I suppose. There you go. Something is better than nothing, Phil, I suppose.
That is true.
I mean, you've dabbled with the idea of collecting Deathwatch. I've dabbled with the idea of collecting Deathwatch. At one point, I actually did have a Deathwatch force, although it was all assembled and base-coated, but never actually fully painted. You obviously got into Deathwatch when they were introduced around sort of 6th, 7th edition through the Kill Team mini-game GSC versus Deathwatch shenanigans.
Yeah, Deathwatch Overkill. I think that was cool.
That was the one. So yeah, the two of us have at different points been interested in it.
Yeah, I was going to say there was also I wouldn't say it was Death Mask.
Death Mask,
yes. There was the Elder one versus Deathwatch, and then there was also a Deathwatch versus Gene Stealer Cult.
Correct, yeah. So the Gene Stealer Cult one was one of those actual kind of like standalone games that GW were doing for a while.
Yeah, because that was Kill Team Cassius, I believe, that you got on that one.
And that was like one of those really interesting ones where they actually did build specific, or rather they had sprues, but they did make them into specific like board gamey type things. So like that particular one was quite board gamey, whereas obviously Death Mask was just essentially one of those kind of, you know, kits that they, or those boxes they used to do back in the day where a force is facing off against another force. They seem to have done away with those lately in favor of just having army box sets for like new armies rather than doing the, I don't know, Khorne versus Slaanesh box set or the, Dark
it's
versus...
been a while since they've done one of those. I think the last one I can remember was Grey Knights versus Thousand Suns, where they gave you a new redone Grey Knight miniature. I don't know if there's been. Surely there must be some more since then.
I think Vashtor.
Edition.
I think Vashtor and Azrael were the last one they did, if I remember.
Right,
and that was in the Arcs of Omen. So they did a Vashtor with demon engines, whatever they're called, the demon kin things or the possessed vehicles, and then Azrael alongside the old.
Was it Venom Crawlers?
Yes, Venom Crawlers. That was the one. Maybe a Mauler Fiend or two, and then Azrael had all of his old Deathwing minis alongside him, getting those sales in before they then, got rid of them 6 months later. Classic.
Yeah, I mean, on a slight tangent, I think it's probably a good thing that they've removed those dual boxes because they were always so penalising to actually purchase. While it was a good value, you needed to find someone else to split the box with, basically. Whereas now it's like, cool, I just buy that half that I wanted. And yeah, probably it's still not great that they're locking the characters or new stuff in a big box of stuff with other things. It's still better than having a whole other faction that you don't want in there as well.
Yeah, that's true. I do prefer the army box sets. I can't lie. I'm genuinely pretty happy with that as a broad concept. But yeah, anyway, let's talk about Deathwatch, right? So Deathwatch are Space Marines. So as Space Marines, they will get both the moment and all the usual stuff, but one of their specific army rules is kill teams. And why don't you tell us what that is, Phil?
So each time an attack targets a kill team unit from your army that contains models with different toughness characteristics, because kill teams are made up of mixed miniatures from different squads traditionally. Basically, until the attacking unit has finished making its attacks, use the toughness characteristic of the majority of models in that unit when determining what result is required for that attack to successfully wound. Okay, so majority toughness, quite simple. If two or more toughness characteristics are tied majoritarily, use the highest toughness characteristic. That will make sense and is very similar to games of old, where you basically easily mix and match characters with units as well. And then for the purposes of determining which models can embark within a transport model, kill team models follow the normal restrictions listed on the transport model.
Makes absolute sense. So next thing along is the Black Spear Task Force. It is a detachment. It comes with a number of restrictions. So if your army faction is Adeptus Astartes, you can use this Black Spear Task Force detachment rule. Your army can include Adeptus Astartes Deathwatch units, but it cannot include Adeptus Astartes units drawn from any other chapter. With the exception of Kill Team Cassius, see Legends Agent of the Imperium, your army cannot include any Agents of the Imperium Deathwatch units. Interesting. I
assume what that means is you can't take the veterans using the Agents of the Imperium rule, but you would still get them, I would assume, within this PDF, which we'll see.
Yes, no, indeed.
Because I assume the veteran squads are in here. The Corvus Black Soul's definitely in here, because I remember seeing that when I had a look through it earlier. So yeah, basically those things should have already been transported across. So it's not like you don't have access to them. You just can't take the extra, couple of units via Agents of the Imperium rule.
I mean, to their credit, at least they were good enough to actually remember that they've put Kill Team Cassius in the Legends section, and that, you know, they're actually calling that out, because obviously when something goes into Legends, there is a sweeping assertion that they are essentially being, you know, forgotten about. So actually, it's quite nice that they actually remembered that it was in there. So fair play to them on that one. Your army cannot include any of the following units: assault squads with jump packs, attack bike squads, devastator squads. Are attack bike squads even a thing anymore? I thought they went.
Unless that they've kept them in and they've renamed them because they're, bikes plus attack bikes. I don't know.
No, because there's no... interesting. Oh, well, whatever. I'm fairly sure attack bike squads have gone away. I think in normal Space Marines, they've just become ATVs now, but who cares? Devastator squads, Land Speeder Storm. Land Speeder Storm. Again, this must be accounting for a lot of Legends units, basically. Relic Terminator Squad, Scout Bike Squad, Scout Sniper. Yeah, these are all Legends units. Tactical Squad, Terminator Assault Squad, and Terminator Squad. Fine. So your army cannot include a bunch of stuff, including a good amount of stuff that is drawn from Legends or Firstborn, quite particularly, which is sort of interesting. So they've got their ability called Mission Tactics. Phil, why don't you tell us what that's all about?
Sure. So at the start of command phase, you can select one of the mission tactics listed below, and until the start of your next command phase, that mission tactic is active, and its effects apply to all units from your army with this ability, and then each mission tactic can only be selected once per battle, which is interesting. You've got the Fura tactics. So while this one is active, weapons equipped by Adeptus Astartes units from your army have the Sustained Hits 1 ability.
Nice.
Then you have Malleus, which is basically the same but gives you lethal hits. Mm-hmm. And then the last one is Purgatus Tactics, which gives you precision on a critical hit.
Wow. Oh, crit hit equals precision. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, yeah.
The usual standards.
Yeah. I suppose it would have been way too powerful just to give all your weapons precision, right? Because it would just been a nightmare just like picking off all those characters. But all right, fair enough. Yeah, no, it seems cool. I mean, sustain's nice, lethal's nice. It's just weird that I suppose you only get it once, but I imagine there are things in here that let you do it again.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it quite often they give you these sort of battle round abilities, but they're like a once per game thing, and you only get a limited amount. So you potentially got turns where you don't need it at all. And you might argue, like, yeah, turn one, I wouldn't even use any of these because I won't have much to actually shoot at due to all the cover that's about. And then turn 5, the game's probably already over, so it doesn't matter then either. So therefore, turns 2, 3, 4, the important ones, you've got your 3 to pick from.
That's fair. We've got some stratagems. We've got Armor of Contempt, which is basically reducing the AP of weapons. As clarified in the balanced data slate, you're only going to be able to use this in a one-on-one interaction. So you have to pick the unit that this will be reducing, but still incredibly useful stratagem. Adaptive Tactics is a new one for the detachment. So happens in your command phase. Up to 2 kill team units from your army or 1 other Adeptus Astartes unit from your army. Interesting wording there, but fine. The assertion is that you can either pick 1 regular Astartes unit or 2
kill teams.
Kill teams,
which is cool.
It's just the inclusion of other, but I suppose in that instance it's in relation to other stuff as opposed to this.
Yeah, if you take a generic,
Astartes
like
unit.
a generic Astartes unit,
Hellblasters or whatever have you. For each unit targeted, select Fura Tactics, Malleus Tactics, or Purgatus Tactics until the start of your next command phase. That mission tactic is active for this unit instead of any mission tactics stays active for your army. So, yeah, cool, nice. So, essentially, a CP strat to be able to give a specific unit one of those buffs. Tidy. What's Hellfire rounds, Phil?
It is a 1 CP war gear stratagem. In your shooting phase, select one kill team unit that has not been selected to shoot this phase, and until the end of that phase, ranged weapons, excluding devastating wound weapons, sensibly. You get anti-infantry 2+ and anti-monster 5+. You cannot select any units that have already been targeted with either the Kraken rounds or Dragonfire round stratagems this phase, so you can't combo it. Because basically, Hellfire rounds, Kraken rounds, and Dragonfire were the historical extra ammo that the kill teams get access to because they're specialists, and each one does something different, so they can shoot them when they need to, basically, depending on what the mission is or who they're shooting at. So yeah, and I think for a while now, the stratagems have been how they've manifested this within the game system itself.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, again, being anti-infantry 2+ is pretty powerful. Anti-monster 5+ is obviously circumstantially good, but the Hellfire rounds into infantry seem very viable, given the amount of potential shooting that you're going to have available to you. You've also got the Kraken round. So in your shooting phase, one kill team. To the end of the phase, improve the arm penetration characteristic of your ranged weapons equipped by models in your unit by 1, and improve the range characteristic of those weapons by 6. Fairly pointless because it's so rare that stuff is out of range, but where it is, I suppose, useful is it could, by increasing the range, increase the range of your rapid fire. So that's more likely to be useful than just, the base range of the weapon. Because obviously if you go from range 24 to 30, your rapid fire range then is now 15. And those 3 inches of difference probably matter more than the broader, 30-inch range. So, yeah, I mean, it seems cool. Additional AP and the opportunity to get more shots. Pretty nice. Dragonfire rounds, Phil?
So similar, 1 CP in your shooting phase, select one kill team. Basically, ranged weapons gain assault and ignores cover. On the same stipulation, you can't fire it with the other rounds. So yeah, that one's pretty good as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what you'd use that, because a lot of guns already in Space Marines have assault, right? Like, this is one of those things that people overlook quite often, but your standard bolters and plasmas and a lot of stuff has assault already baked in. So trying to think what that would massively benefit.
I know. Well, essentially, I guess we'll see when we go through the kill teams, because obviously they're mix and match units. So even if one sort of type of unit, one type of Space Marine is within a unit has assault, the others might not. So just giving it as a broad range to everyone might be quite good.
Yeah, be interested to see, because I think that's the thing, especially when they're only targeting kill teams. Although maybe actually where this could be very helpful is probably in those Phobos kill teams where you take a lot of those sniper geezers. They'll probably benefit from that. Thinking about it, I can't remember if the bolt carbines on anyway,
like the Reavers.
Yeah, the Reavers and things. If they were, I think the Reaver ones are assault, but I was thinking more the infiltrators. But
right, okay.
we'll get into it. And then site to site teleportarium. End of your opponent's fight phase, up to 2 kill team units from your army or one other infantry unit. There's not within engagement range of one or more enemy units. Remove those units from the battlefield and place them in strategic reserves until the end of your next movement phase. Models in this unit that do not have deep strike ability have the deep strike. Wow. Okay. So not only do you get to pick stuff up, they also then gain deep strike. Wow.
Yeah.
And 2 units. Wow. For 1 CD. Oh my God.
At the end of your opponent's fight phase. So super great for sort of within the current edition and basically how scoring works with your cards. So that's really good. And I think this is one I was saying where this would be really handy with all your flamers.
For sure.
Got access to your pyroblasters now, they've got increased AP and damage on them. If you've got a kill team with a bunch of flamers in, they're nipping around, doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that can be very meaningful. That's pretty tasty. We've got a bunch of enhancements. Thief of Secrets. Tell us what that is, Phil, because I did the last thing.
It's the Adeptus Astartes model only improve the strength, damage, and armor penetration characteristic of the bearer's melee weapon by 1.
Wow.
At the end of the fight phase, if one or more enemy models were destroyed as a result of a melee attack made by the bearer this phase, until the end of the battle, improve the strength, damage, and armor penetration characteristic of the bearer's melee weapon by 2 instead.
Wow.
That is quite tasty. So it's, extra strength, extra damage, extra AP, but then as soon as you kill something with it, it goes up to 2.
Yeah.
So, it'd be interesting to see some combos of what weapons you could put it on.
I suppose most
see
of the
how much
Marine...
damage you can stack up. Most of the Marines is 2 damage.
Yeah,
most
is 2. I don't think there's anything that comes to mind that is free
because Power
necessarily.
Fists and Thunderhammers are all 2 now, sadly. But now you can have the old days of a Thunderhammer that does 3 damage.
Well, you can, yeah. That's also strength. What would that be? Strength 10 or strength 11? Whatever it is. Because it would be strength 8, obviously it'd be strength 10, wouldn't it? That's very compelling. I mean, that's easy to see the benefit of that. The Osseous key, Watchmaster or Tech Marine model only. Oh, that's cool. They've extended it to Tech Marines. That's really cool because that used to just be Watchmaster only. At the start of your opponent's shooting phase, select one enemy vehicle, excluding Titanic units. Boo! Should be Titanic units too. Boo! Within 12, visible to the bearer, that unit must take a leadership test. So not a battle shock test, a leadership test. If the test is passed, until the end of the phase, each time the model in that unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from the hit roll. If the test is failed, that unit is not eligible to shoot this phase.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Wowzers. Yeah, that's meaningful. That's really meaningful. I mean, fair enough.
Wow.
The
if you did that on a Titanic unit, you...
yeah, exactly. That'd be brilliant. But the complexity of this, though, is that obviously within the game these days, it's very rare that you're going to be out in the open, but ultimately you will be out in the open when trying to achieve certain objectives or aims, and, circumstantially, it could come in handy. It doesn't feel as evidently strong as Thief of Secrets, but ultimately, could be useful. I think it's one of those. It's very circumstantial, but it's nice that they've given it to Tech Marines now as well, which is cool. The Beacon and Jealous, Phil.
This one's quite straightforward. Adeptus Astartes model only. Models in the bearer's unit have the deep strike ability. In addition, you can target the bearer's unit with the rapid fire ingress stratagem for 0 CP. Classic.
Mate, rapid ingress for 0 CP is super valuable. And the idea that you could get a unit and chuck deep strike on it is also really good. Because again, what we were saying before with these flamer units could be really great. Like, chuck a flamer unit down with a captain or whatever. The captain then obviously discounts your teleporter redeploy as well. So, but
that to kind of get you going turn 1? No, turn 2 it has to be. But then you've also got side-to-side teleportation as well. So
I mean the only thing that sort of would have been cooler is if somehow you were able to come down in the command phase rather than the movement phase, because obviously you come down at the end of your opponent's movement phase with rapid ingress, and that means that you can't target anything with Overwatch because everything's done moving. But I suppose if someone comes and charges you, you can Overwatch as well.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I think I'm being a little bit greedy by suggesting that there needed to be the ability to come down, fire Overwatch, and then that'd be a bit much. But that seems really cool. Tome of the Ectoclades, Watchmaster or Captain model only. Once per battle, after you have selected your Oaths of Moment target, the bearer can use this enhancement. If it does, select a second enemy unit to be the Oath of Moment target. Designer's note, this means that each time a model with Oath of Moment ability makes an attack that targets either of your Oath of Moments, you can re-roll the hit rolls. Fabulous. Noting...
Well, seemed obvious.
Yes. Yes. Well, so in the case of Guilliman picks 2 units, but you only have Oath on the second unit once the first unit is destroyed. So there is a precedent that it's done differently.
Right.
But,
okay.
Yeah. It's but yeah, it probably didn't need stating, but yeah. So overall, I mean, actually, some really useful enhancements. I think the Beacon Angelus and the FIFA Secrets, really good. And obviously the Tome of the Ectoclades is incredibly strong for Space Marines. Double Oaths. Yeah, like, amazing. Admittedly, it's once per battle, though, so it's not every turn. So, you know. But yeah, I mean, I'd say 3 out of the 4 of these are actually really good, and the key is circumstantially really great. I mean, when it works, it's exceptional, but it's obviously, you know, it's a variable, I suppose. But yeah, and the stratagems seem quite nice as well, to be fair, and the overarching ability seems good. So I mean, I quite like all of this. It seems fun.
Yeah, no, it's good. Obviously, the site-to-site teleportation one I think is very strong.
Very strong.
However, it feels like by introducing these kind of stratagems in the game, it makes transports completely redundant. It's like, why have a Corvus Black Star when you can just jump stuff around the board every turn instead?
Yeah.
So that's my only criticism of these things, although the sort of the flexibility of those things is very cool to actually have access to. But it's like, that's what flyers are for. That's what rhinos are for.
That's what rhinos are for.
It's just a different game now, and that's the thing that irks me slightly with these things, as cool as they are to have. That you're undoing some other things without realising it at the same time.
Yeah, I think like they do probably realise it, though. I think the reality is that at this point, it's actually probably better to try and move away from using
transports and flyers.
Yeah, I just think with the way the game's going, I don't mind transports so much. I think they could do stuff with that to make it work. But flyers and Titanic things feel like I mean, they should still be in the game, but they should be more or less kind of used in more kind of fun games, casual games, whatever. Like, I think they're probably not part of the mixture for, you know, balance when it comes to
I guess, as we talked about at one point in the episode, if people are at all ever playing Onslaught games on much bigger tables, then that's when those things probably have a lot more relevance to the game, because the board should be bigger. You need to access to get around stuff. Again, site-to-site teleportation probably does it better, but at the same time, it's still nice to have those cool models on the table.
No, totally agree. Right, what they got? They got the Watchmaster, which we won't bother talking about dramatically because the Watchmaster is the Watchmaster. He's a character. I mean, basically, he's pretty, you know, useful, I suppose.
It's quite tasty, especially if he's got the thing that could do +2 damage on it.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah, because, I mean, obviously with his Vigil Spear. Oh, damage D3, so that would be damage D3 +1.
Or +2.
Or +2. And that's nice. Yeah. And then, that would become strength 7, becomes strength 8. Yeah.
With Lance.
With Lance.
Yeah. 6 attacks. It becomes quite tasty. It's already -2 AP, but that would make it -3, up to -4.
No, I don't think it increased the AP, did it? I think it only increased.
It was strength, AP and damage, I thought.
Oh, God, it is. Oh, my God, yeah. Oh, wow. So, yeah, he'd be AP4. Oof.
Unstoppable.
Mate, what a boy.
Yeah.
So he's got Watchmaster, once per battle, 1 unit from your army with this ability. It reduces the cost, fine. And strategic knowledge, as well as the unit. That unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it advances from back. Okay, fine. He's very good. He's very good. get one of these
advancing
in your
charge
army.
is really good.
Yeah. You should have one of these in your army. They're very good. Watch Captain Artemis. What is one who's leading a unit? He has lethal hits. Unstoppable champion. The first time this model is destroyed, roll a d6. At the end of phase on the 2+, he gets back up again. It's pretty funny.
But with only one wound remaining, which is
lame.
a slight nitpick. If it was like 2 or 3 or D3 or something, that would help. But 1 wound, I mean, that's a bit of a fun gimmick and might help you score an objective or something. But he's probably going to die pretty soon afterwards.
Quite probably. If well, it depends, I suppose, on the phase that he's getting killed in. Because I suppose if he falls in combat in your opponent's phase, at the end of that combat phase, you get back up again. You
get a turn to do something, I guess.
Yeah, and you're not within engagement range, so you can. Yeah, I mean, to me, that doesn't seem. I don't know with Artemis. It's one of those ones where he seems all right, though. I mean, his mastercrafted power weapon looks all right.
His ranged weapon looks pretty good.
Yeah, D6 shots, torrent weapon, basically, with devastating wounds. Okay.
Well, anti-infantry 4+, devastating wounds, ignores cover. Strength 4 -1, but the devastating wounds is quite nice. Because ultimately, you're just trying to, cause mortal wounds on someone.
D6 is so swingy, though, man. Like, it almost feels like, I don't know, it's quite a swingy weapon, and it's very short range, but no, I mean, armor seems all right. We got Deathwatch veterans. They're basically exactly the same as they are in Codex Imperial Agents. So, death to the alien. Each time one of this unit makes an attack, reroll the hit roll of 1. If the target of the attack does not have the Imperium or Chaos keywords, you can reroll the hit roll instead. Oh, wow, okay. So basically you get to reroll all hits against anything that isn't Chaos or Imperium, and you get to reroll ones against Chaos and Imperium units.
So does that make Oaths of Moment somewhat redundant for this unit in particular?
Yeah, I suppose it does, really. I mean, it's very odd, isn't it, when you're leaning into... Like, it's odd to sort of double up the archetype. Again, it sort of feels like makes sense in Agents of the Imperium where they don't have Oaths of Moment.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel quite as cool when they've got it anyway, but I don't know. I suppose it is what it is, isn't it?
Well, I guess it just means you can use your O's for other units. Or it's more important when you're up against your non-Xenos units, like the Imperium and Chaos, because you're rerolling the hit rolls of 1, but you're not rerolling all your hit rolls. But O's would allow you to then reroll all your hit rolls. So it does still have some use, but just not as effective as other situations.
I'm still incredibly frustrated by the fact that they removed the Black Shield awesomeness from this squad and just turned it into weapons. It annoys me because it's like the Black Shield concept, and they realised this really well with the 8th edition and maybe even 9th. I can't remember if it was 9th or 8th edition, but like you could, you put the Black Shield in, and then the unit basically became like a character, so they could heroically intervene. And it was really cool. It was like a really cool addition to the unit. It felt really substantial. It had its own unique profile. The Black Shield seemed super cool, especially obviously when we've had Space Marine 2, where Titus is running around at the start as a Black Shield. It's become a very right now it feels very sort of culturally relevant and very cool. So it's sort of odd that they've like not really. Again, it's just weird. I mean, at the end of the day, cool. You can take a couple swords and they've got rules, but that's my only bugbear with this unit. It's like, give me back my awesome Black Shield upgrade, for God's sake.
Well, I mean, I like the idea that you can give your Black Shield any weapon options, and it's not specifically just for swords like it was here. Although it just reminds me of the time when Duncan Rhodes did the painting guide for the Deathwatch when they first came out, and he gave the Black Shield for Thunderhammer. Yeah. Because it looked cool, but then actually rules-wise, that wasn't a legal loadout.
Oh, it used to be. It used to be. I think you could give them anything back then. It was just the Black Shield could take any weapon, whereas now they just have Black Shield blades.
That's somewhat weird. The other oddity here is the Astarte shield. Do you know what's weird about it?
It gives a 4+ invulnerable save.
Yeah, but what do every other shield give in the game?
4+ invulnerable saves.
No, it's +1 to wounds.
Plus one wound.
To your wound.
Yeah.
+1 wound. Yeah.
Well, I suppose in a lot of instances, so like the case of like Terminators, they already had the 4 of invuln, so then they just get the +1 wound. I was thinking, because where does the 4 of invuln come from on the Blade Guard? I assumed it was the shield, but like it's not really stated. It's just on the profile now, isn't it?
Yes, they all have what looks like iron halos, though. So
that's true.
Could argue that's where it comes from. Like with Custodes as well, they've all got 4+ invulns, and at one point was +1 to your invuln save, but now it's just +1 wound. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, I guess maybe the case is if it's already got an invuln save, then they don't want to make invuln saves better than a 4+, so they give it you an extra wound. But in this case, you don't have the invuln save anyway, so it's giving it to you, which feels somewhat inconsistent, but I sort of understand the hoops they're jumping through to make it make sense.
Yeah, I get it. I like the versatility of the unit, though. I like the variety. I like the fact that you've got a mix of like different guns and different melee profiles, and you can tool the unit in different kind of interesting ways. So it feels very versatile. Again, it kind of feels like a unit out of time now because it's so many options and so much gubbins. It almost feels a little bit over the top. But at the end of the day, it's nice to have that level of flexibility. And presumably someone's already figured out what the most optimal way of taking it is and, utilize that. I assume it involves a lot of the frag cannons, et cetera, et cetera. But,
well, I was going to say, the frag cannon looks quite interesting. It's blast heavy, rapid fire, D3, 18 inches, and then the attacks is D3, hitting on 4s, strength 7, -1 AP and 2 damage. So you're basically at half range getting 2d3 shots, but potentially if they're a squad of over 5, you're getting +1 to that. It seems interesting. Yeah, I remember those always being quite crazy weapons.
It's quite interesting as well, actually, because the Deathwatch veterans, their bolt guns aren't assault, so they don't have a huge amount of access to assault. So maybe there's a opportunity that the giving them assault actually becomes quite useful here.
With the was it the Kraken rounds that did that, or
no? It was a hang on, let me scroll back up and check. It were. Was it a strat?
No, it was.
No, it was an enhancement, wasn't it? Oh no! It was. No, where the heck was it? We were talking about this.
It was the Dragon Fire rounds. That was it. Assault and ignores cover.
Yes, there it is. I see it there. Yes. Okay, nice. So that synergizes quite nicely with that. Cool squad, great minis, even though they're a little bit diddy, but they're not as diddy as
that they were done at a time knowing that Primaris was coming, so they scaled them up ever so slightly from the regular Firstborn. So they, as you say, they still hold up quite well. And to me, they're still some of my favourite Space Marine minis.
Yeah, I like them a lot. Them a lot. The backpacks are really cool. The shields are really cool. Lots of good detail on them. They're a cool unit.
Love the little, I think it's like grenade pouches that you stick to their chest.
Oh, yeah, they're nice. Deathwatch Terminator Squad, mad to see the old plasticky Terminators here. It's been so long since I've seen them.
It's a bit odd that they haven't just converted up some of the new ones.
They will have had these in the studio, and they're just like, just get them in photography and call it a day. When they're not going to be like, we desperately need to commission another one of these. But yeah, so I mean, the Terminators at the end of the day, they got a lot of options. I think so. Their Terminator Assault, you can reroll charge rolls made for this unit. Each time the unit ends a charge move, each enemy unit within engagement range of this unit must take a battleshock test. If that enemy does not have the Imperium or Chaos keyword, subtract 1 from the test. That's pretty tasty.
That's quite good. I think the fact that you get a free reroll. I mean, I don't know if Terminators normally have this ability.
They do when they're joined by a Terminator captain, but ultimately, yeah.
But having a free reroll to your charge, that's pretty cool. Especially when you can... Oh, no, are these a kill team? Hold on. Oh, they are. So you can use the teleportation strat with them. Once I've done killing one unit, just jump them around the table to another unit to try and charge in.
And they do still have the teleport homer as well, which allows them to rapid ingress. And they're allowed to be deployed within 3 inches of that teleport homer. And what's interesting about that is they haven't specifically FAQ'd that. So this is one of the few things that under very specific circumstances could still come in within 3. Because it's not a stratagem.
How weird.
Yeah, so the balanced data slate addressed the stratagem, and then and then it called out each of the unit abilities specifically. This unit ability is intact. But
no. It says it's up to 3 inches of the token, but not within 9 inches of enemy units. So it's not a 3 inch. That's why.
Read all of the words, Dan. That's the trick. Don't just stop at the bit that you want to hear. There you go. Sorry, everybody. Terribly, terribly silly of me. Yes, thank you, Phil, for keeping me honest. But anyway, so rapid ingress for free. Really cool. A big 10-man unit of Terminators rocking up and then redeploying all over the place is pretty terrifying. Let's have a look at the weapon options of these. So basically, up to 3 Deathwatch Terminators can each have their storm bolters replaced with one of the following. Wow. So 3 of them.
What's it normally? Is it 1?
It's 1 for every 5.
Ooh.
So you could literally have a 5-man squad with 3 Cyclone missile launchers.
Wait, hold on. Because the squad size is
5.
5 to 10 models.
And oh my god! And they can have any number of models can have their power fists and sword bars replaced with thunder hammers and storm shields, lightning claws, chain fists, or power weapons. That is a very, very powerful squad.
It's like, let's all do Deathwatch Terminator armies now.
Honestly, mate, imagine having the thing is just 2 of those units. So just take 3 Cyclones, 2 thunder hammers, storm shields. That's amazing. But to be honest with you, I would probably still lean into continuing to have... Well, actually, no, the Thunder Hammer Storm Shield is so valuable because it's an extra wound.
Yeah, I was going to say, having an extra wound makes them really tanky, especially when they've also got the reroll charge rolls. So you could make a very good hard-hitting, assault unit.
And you could obviously add in other characters to it. So there's the Terminator Chaplain, Terminator Librarian. I wouldn't recommend taking the Terminator Captain, although maybe because... Even though you're not gaining the benefit of his rerolling charges, you do get the CP benefits. But I do think the Chaplain's probably better because the Chaplain gives you the ability to automatically pass battle shock tests and gives you essentially Lance. I think it's plus strength as opposed to Lance specifically. But it makes you more punchy.
I was going to say, can things like the Terminator Chaplain join this unit because it's not a Terminator squad, it's a Deathwatch Terminator squad?
So specifically here it says attached unit if a character from your army with the ability can be attached to a Terminator squad.
It can be attached to this unit instead. Okay, right, cool. They've got that stipulation in there. Okay, that makes it quite interesting.
That's actually a really good squad. That's quite scary. The idea of, have a couple units of them. 3 Cyclone missile launchers in a 5-man unit. Yeah, that's wildly
what's the stats for the Cyclone missile launcher? So you got a frag option, which is blast, both 36-inch range, 2d6 attacks, hitting on freeze, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage, or crack, which is 36-inch range, 2 shots, hitting on freeze, strength 9, which isn't that great. Minus 2 AP, D6 damage. Interesting.
And you still get the storm bolters as well.
True. I was going to say, do things like the Kraken rounds just affect all your shooting weapons?
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
So that gives you a few extra options to sprinkle there. Let me just load up my Kraken missiles.
Yeah. With my sustained hits 1 or whatever else it is. It's like, because you could go into your...
plus your mission tactics as well
tactics.
to get sustained hits or lethal hits.
That's a very, very potent squad. I mean, very durable, very killy, very good. And with the redeploying, with a little 5-man footprint. That's really powerful. Corvus Blackstar, again, similar to what it was in Agents of the Imperium. Like Phil was saying, probably not the most useful thing to field anymore.
But it looks awesome.
It does look awesome, and everyone should put Halo launchers on it so as it has smoke just out of I don't know, stupid.
Oh, it's got to get the smoke keyword so you can then spend a stratagem on it.
Yeah, or you can have ignores cover. Oh, I best have the smoke ability.
Yeah, stuff like that just feels like just give it to them innately.
Yeah, or just not have it. I mean, literally, this is no option at all, is it? Like, why would you ever do it? Yeah, and it's got its cluster launcher stuff, which is fun. It's a really cool vehicle. The rules seem fine, but this makes sense if you're doing the Deathwatch allies via Imperial agents. It doesn't really make sense in this army, unless, of course, I'm wrong about that, in which case I accept that. But it doesn't feel like it makes sense in this army.
I sort of agree with you. I think the gun, it's not enough of a gun platform to justify its cost when you have the movement utility of the teleportation stuff already baked in. Whereas as an allied force, you've got your 2 veteran squads that are foot slogging it, unless you either put them in like a Rhino or the Corvus Blackstar, in which case actually then it gives it a lot more utility for them to just sort of drop them around on the table, cause some trouble, along with it being a sort of, something to be shot at and to do some shooting.
Odd question, Phil. Are you fiddling with a knife at the moment?
No, I'm not.
No, I'm hearing this click, click, click sound, like someone pulling... like one of those, I don't even know what the sort of blades that you sort of put them in the mouth.
Oh, I mean, I have one here, but it's not. It's not that.
There you go.
It's not me doing it. I'll show you. Yeah,
don't worry. I thought you were there, doing a thing. Well, whatever that is, it might just be a sound in my head. So we're all
Must
good.
Be. Yeah.
Okay, what the heck is this? Talon Strike Kill Team.
This is the jump pack themed kill team.
Oh, okay. This sounds fun. So Kill Team Sergeant with jump pack and Kill Team Intercessors with jump pack. Love that. Kill Team Heavy Intercessors with jump pack, i.e., Phil, Inceptors.
Inceptors, yeah. So this is the first time I noticed it, and I assume they've done it rather than on the squad names. They're just sort of denoting things by their actual armor, which I guess makes sense, but it's odd because normally you would go, what's a heavy intercessor with jump pack? That doesn't exist in the vocabulary of Codex Space Marines. Because as you say, they're Inceptors. But it's interesting to see that that's how they're being described, which sort of makes sense. It's just a bit odd when you first see it.
I imagine it's potentially to remove any weird ambiguity around potential potential interactions that specifically target Inceptors, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what those would be, but they might exist. But this sounds super interesting. So we're looking at Talon Strike Doctrines. Each time this unit is set up on the battlefield until the end of the turn, improve the arm penetration characteristics of weapons equipped by models in this unit by 1. Mega. Melee weapons equipped by the models in this unit have Lance ability. Wowzers. So you have 1 Kill Team Sergeant with a jump pack. You have up to 2 Kill Team Intercessors with jump pack.
2 to 9.
2 to 9. And then you have between 0 and 5 heavy intercessors with jump packs. Now, here is the thing, Phil. When they say 0 to 5, does that mean that? Because how does this break
So
down?
under unit composition, it says 10 models maximum.
And you can take variants.
So you can do
that.
it in whatever you want. Yeah. So you've got to take your sergeant, and then you can have, say, if you have 5 heavy intercessors, then you can then have 4 of the regular intercessors with jump packs.
Do we know
up to your 10? Do
we know if they've put this index in the thing yet? I don't think they have they, in the app?
Let's have a quick look.
That is. You know what it'll be? It'll be in the MFM, won't it? Because it'll tell you how to organize.
In terms of points?
Yeah, because that's the thing that's weird about this squad. It's like, so am I paying per heavy intercessor with jump pack? Am I paying per kill team intercessor with jump pack? Or am I playing a flat cost and I can take whatever, adaptations that I want,
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I would assume they point it per model.
Yeah, I would assume so too, but I don't know. I'm just gonna have.
It depends, because you might go, yes, a heavy intercessor's got technically better stats than a regular intercessor, but maybe what each one does sort of balances out based on whether you want to lean more into the shooting or the combat.
Yeah, have they done? Okay, so page 17 is Deathwatch. Just scrolling down to this, trying to get my head around all of this nonsense. So, Deathwatch. Oh, wow, okay. So a Talon Strike kill team is 10 models, and it's 290 points.
Right, so it says
there's no variance.
10 models maximum, it is actually just 10 models.
Yeah, so you're almost inevitably always going to do 5 of your heavy intercessors with jump packs, given the fact that they're T6, which obviously boosts your entire unit to T6 up until the point you lose 1 model.
Right.
But the hilarious thing about this is you don't have to remove them. You remove the things with the lower toughness.
Yeah.
Because, games. And they're 3 wounds each. So you're getting 15 wounds at T6. With obviously very powerful.
So is it just got a fixed cost then?
Yeah, it just comes with a fixed cost. So I'll put it on the screen so people can see it. But yeah, so just 10 models with so all of the kill teams are like that though. They're basically fixed. The Deathwatch veterans come in 5 or 10. Deathwatch Terminators come in 5 or 10. But Fortis, Indomitor, and Speculus and Talon Strike all just come as 10-man units, which is wild.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
God, yeah, so you could really... Okay, wow. So you can give your Sergeant, Power Fist, all the good stuff. Wow, okay. Wow.
Yeah, so it's... the heavy guys get the plasma exterminators or the heavy bolt pistols. The Sergeant...
Oh, hello, Phil. Can you hear me? Sorry about that, everyone. Moment of technical fun. So the 10-man unit, 290 points. Yeah, obviously seems really robust. An interesting mixture. But again, I genuinely think, I would always be thinking to myself, it's basically going to be a 5-5 split, right? Like that's how pretty much I imagine everyone would approach it.
Yeah, I would have thought so, unless you want to lean more into the close combat potential, because obviously the regular intercessors just have chain swords and bolt pistols, which does give you a bit of combat utility, but the shooting's really devastating from interceptors, so you could drop them down, shoot at something, and then try and finish them off with your chainsword guys. Because actually, the one downside is when you try and do that with interceptors, they're a bit rubbish. Because they've basically just got fists. So actually having something that's really good in combat is actually really good on these guys. Now, I'm assuming they can't use the Inceptor
Correct.
Deep Strike Down ability because not everything in the squad has it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So they're an entirely different squad with their own.
Of course. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What's really cool though, Phil, is that for you, like as a potential unit to muck around with. Obviously, you currently don't own any assault intercessors with jump packs, but you've got a pretty robust collection of Inceptor models or heavy intercessors with jump pack models. And you can attach characters to that in the form of assault intercessor captains with jump packs.
Finally living the dream.
There you go. You can make it a reality.
I've just got to run my Minotaurs as Deathwatch, basically.
Deathwatch, yeah. Nice. Cool squad. The Fortis kill team is basically your Bogo Primaris Intercessor kill team. It is made up of 1 kill team sergeant between 2 and 9 kill team intercessors, or 0 to 4 kill team intercessors with plasma, 0 to 4 with heavy bolt pistols, 0 to 4 with pyre blasters, and 0 to 2 with super frag rocket launchers. So we've now basically got to the point where you've got almost every flavor. In fact, every flavor of like standard.
Yeah, the Mark X tactical armor. Yeah,
that's really cool. That's really cool. The idea that you can have a couple of the super frag launchers in there. It's interesting that they're specifically only super frag though now. So obviously you're not getting the super crack, which is the other variant of the old T-shirt cannon gun. So you're not able to utilize maybe the more. It's going to be more the infantry.
No, it does say that. So any number of models can replace their super frag rocket launcher with 1 super crack rocket launcher.
Oh, it just doesn't have the rules.
No, it's got an asterisk, and it says the profile for this weapon can be found on the Deathwatch Armory card, because basically they've run out of space on the actual cards.
I love that. Fine.
But weirdly, that is ironically what it always used to be like in sort of 6th, 7th edition, right? You had your basic stats and weapons sort of on the profile, but all the weapon options were in a separate like armory table, which you could pick, and then you just had your generic like weapons list at the back of the book, which is where you'd have to find these extra upgrades from.
But this seems kind of interesting. I mean, points-wise, Indomitators coming in at 270. Feels quite pricey. But, it's 10 minis. Obviously, the plasma's pretty good, but you're not benefiting from shooting on death. The Pyroblaster thing's quite good, but you're not benefiting from the Battle Shock stuff. And then, obviously, if you're taking the heavy bolt pistol, you're essentially then becoming an assault intercessor, which I don't really think you're going to do. They got the Fortis Doctrine, so each time models in this unit make an attack that targets a unit that is below starting strength, add 1 to the hit roll. And that targets a unit below half strength, add 1 to the hit roll and add 1 to the wound roll. So that's nice, basically just putting in the final boot. Because obviously if you go with things like plasma, being able to add 1 to the hit and wound roll is pretty strong.
Especially for your crack stuff as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think those are probably like the 2 starting points. You're probably going to take 4 plasma, 2 crack, and then, you may as well, I suppose that's 6. So you basically at that point can have 2 more before then. No, sorry, you can have 1 more before having to take your minimum allocation of intercessors. So
this is a really dumb question. What is an intercessor with a heavy bolt pistol?
That's an assault intercessor.
Oh, okay. It's odd that that's in here when everything else is kind of shooting. But I guess, as you say, it's going by armor type rather than anything else. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you'll ever see anyone take the heavy bolt pistol variant.
Well, here's the thing. If you do that with the Pyre Blasters, it's like no one would ever want to charge that unit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose. So, you think like,
it's a come at me, bro, squad. So it's like, you come near me, I'm going to flame you. If you try and charge me, I'm going to flame you. But then when it's my turn, I'm going to try and charge you and flame stuff.
Yeah. So I suppose, so you could take 4 flamers and then free things. So again, it's weird in a way that they didn't make it. For me, it would have made more sense if they'd done 2 to 9 kill team intercessors or 2 to 9. But I suppose, how do you express that? I guess they had to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah, it sort of forces you to take. You can't just go, I'm going to have a squad of all pyroblasters or plasma guys. It's like,
yeah.
And even if you take, so I'm going to take the pyroblasters and I'm going to take the heavy bolt pistols. That only gives me 8. So I've still got to take another random, like ideally, I guess, an intercessor, like the bog standard one, plus for sergeant.
Well, you have to. The squad starts with 3 intercessors. That's
right, yeah. So you've got to take at least 2 of them. I see what you mean, because that is the minimum. Yeah. Right, I see. That that makes sense. So you've got a generic, build from those 3 models.
Yeah. The Indomitor kill team is next. I guess this was one of those things that was like hidden in plain sight because no. I apologize. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, the Deathwatch heavy bolt rifle, assault, heavy, lethal hits, and damage 2. So there you go. It is.
The upgraded weapon profile, you mean?
Upgraded weapon profile, yeah. There they go. They snuck it in there in the Deathwatch profile. Although I think the heavy bolt rifle for regular Marines is AP1, so even better in Deathwatch.
Nice.
Assuming that's actually accurate, but whatever. This potentially is an extraordinarily strong one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's
how many points are they looking for this one? They're looking for 270, so cheaper than the Talon Strike. And you're talking T6 across the board.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
It's 3 to 10 heavy intercessors, 0 to 3 heavy intercessors with power fists. Oh god, my mind's gone blank. What are they actually called normally?
Aggressors,
that's it. Thank you. And then 0 to 3 heavy intercessors with melter rifles. And then it's got Indomitor doctrines. Each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets the closest eligible unit, or makes a melee attack in a turn in which it made a charge move, improve the strength characteristic of that attack by 2.
Yikes.
Ooh.
So you're going to
be... your melters get to be quite good then, because they're strength 9 at the moment.
Yeah.
Makes them strength 12, which isn't quite... Sorry, makes them strength 11, sorry. But you want them to be strength 12, ideally, because that's what a lot of the tougher vehicles are. But even so, against certain units, that makes them a lot more tastier. And even things like the Bolstorm gauntlets go from strength 4 to strength 6. So, yeah, that's pretty good. This unit doesn't have... Sorry, I was just looking back at... I was convinced that the bolt rifle did have rapid fire, but in the case of Deathwatch, they don't. But whatever. I think they just got heavy, didn't they?
They have heavy assault, and I thought for some reason they had rapid fire, but obviously I'm wrong. But yeah, so the Deathwatch heavy bolts come with lethal hits baked in, which I think is now also standard. But yeah, where the interesting element comes in, I suppose, is when again with the Dragonfire rounds, or not the Dragonfire round, the Kraken round, the one that improves your range by 6.
Oh, I don't think that was Kraken one. That was the one afterwards, which is not the Dragonfire one.
No, I think it was Kraken. Yeah, it is Kraken.
Oh, it was Kraken.
So 1 kill team unit. Improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1 and improve the range by 6. So that is good. So literally, with that melter squad, Phil, obviously you could be improving the range to 24, which would put melter in effect at range 12, which is very good. And your AP4 becomes AP5.
Which is pointless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, if you're shooting at Land Raiders, other things with like 2+ saves... being able, obviously, to be AP5 is massive because, that's basically you have no save. AP4 on 2-up, you still have a 6, but with -4 or -5, that's huge.
Become 7, yeah.
And the fact that you're then strength 11 as well. Obviously, you're not re-rolling everything like a regular Eradicator, so, there is that downside.
True.
But you can take the multi-mounter. It's an interesting squad, this one. I mean, it's one of those ones where it's going to be really fighty because, it's so hard to not take the or not advocate for taking the bolt gauntlet and frag launcher things because they're just more shots. But having the flamers obviously is cool because of the Overwatch potential combined with the other guns. But I just think as a unit, the idea that you would have a solid base of 4 intercessors, heavy intercessors, and then 3 aggressors, 3 eliminators or eradicators. Sorry, sounds really cool. That's a tough unit to shift. I mean, that is 30 wounds at T6. It's pretty wild.
Right. Here's the weird oddity. It says your minimum is 3 to 10 heavy intercessors, and then 0 to 3 intercessors with power fists, and then 0 to 3 intercessors.
You're going to ask why
they
didn't say 4 to 10?
Yes, because you have to take 4 minimum heavy intercessors, unless of course they're going to introduce some other types of heavy intercessors at some other point, in which case this needs to be updated anyway. So that feels like a sort of weird oversight where it's like, I guess it's like they want, because I guess there isn't a sergeant. They've gone, well, let's change it from 2 to 3, but then they've not realised that there's not more to make up the missing models.
Yeah, my guess is they thought at one point there was a sergeant in there. Because there is a sergeant model, he just doesn't have anything unique. So I guess they were just like, we don't need his rules in there. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a massive problem. Spectrus kill team. So this is 3 to 10 kill team infiltrators. 0 to 3 kill team infiltrators with bolt sniper rifles. 0 to 4 infiltrators with Deathwatch Oculus bolt carbines. And 0 to 4 kill team infiltrators with combat knives. So what's their gimmick? At the end of your opponent's turn, if this unit is more than 6 away from your enemy units, you can move this from the battlefield and place it into strategic reserves. Doesn't have deep strike, but obviously you can give it deep strike by putting a character in it that has the deep strike upgrade. So that's probably not a bad play. Probably a librarian in Phobos armor is probably a good shout because it will give them lone op 12, which is a massive upgrade for a big unit of 10 deeds. It's pretty strong on small little MSU units at the minute, so probably
But here's the thing: so you got your Terminators, and they can have teleport Homer, which allows them to jump around. You've got your teleportation stratagem, which allows 2 units to teleport around, and then you can take these guys as well. You could have an entire army where literally everything can jump around the table if you really want it to, which is quite mad to think about.
I think it's pretty fun, though. I mean, it definitely seems like a really interesting set of mechanics.
I mean, this is probably a unit where I'd assume it's a lot cheaper than some of the others. Then probably not as punchy or shooty. So having these guys go off and do your secondaries and jumping around the table might be a bit more effective, even though they don't necessarily have deep strike baked into them, and they're just coming on from a table edge. That's still pretty good.
Yeah, I think the thing is with these guys is obviously you still have the sniper element, which is still cool. You've got the Helix Gauntlet, which is giving you the Feel No Pain 6+, which is really good. Obviously, you got the stratagem stuff as well for the comms array. So on a 5 less, you gain 1 CP. And also, you're always going to take the bolt carbine. So as after you shoot, you move again. So that's pretty mad, man. Like the idea that basically you can use your scout move, or you can infiltrate, then scout. So if you know you're going first,
right, yeah,
infiltrate, scout, shoot, move again in your opponent's turn, disappear, come back again. Yeah, it honestly, it's such a cool utility squad. It's pretty wild.
True. What I've also realised is the combat knife also has precision, which I didn't realise. So it obviously got the extra AP from the balanced data slate, but the fact that it's also got precision makes it relatively good in combat against, killing characters. I mean, it's not a great stat line, but it's better than nothing.
That's really better than nothing. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to get 4 attacks out of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool squad. I mean, I'd take it. I'd take a few of these. I think I'd probably look at, if I was doing Deathwatch, I'd take probably 2 of these, 2 MSU Terminator squads, and then just fill out the rest with the Indomitus ones and call it a day. I probably wouldn't worry too much about the Mark X ones, although even those seem like they've got some interesting viability. And I probably might even go so far as to have 1 unit of the jump pack ones. The only negative is, I suppose, not only negative, there are, multiple negatives, but some of the major negatives, I suppose, with this is that you've just got to rely on these big 10-man units, except for the Terminators, and except for the kill team veterans. And also, you really have to kind of figure out, are these benefits better than what you just get by taking the regular squads? Because the regular squads have a lot more abilities that are more relevant to what they do, whereas this is a bit more generalized.
True. And they still get access to all of those, don't they? So, what the generic...
Oh, sorry, yes, yeah. So they still get, so yes, you're 100% right.
If I want to take a squad of Hellblasters, I can just do that. And I think that is 100%. Probably what they're trying to encourage Deathwatch players to do, because that's basically what they turned them into before they gave us this index. But it is nice that you do get these sort of kill teams. Weirdly, none with bikes in, but I think that's probably for the best, because that was always a bit bonkers.
Yeah, I'm really happy that they've got rid of that. Not because, here's the thing. I bought so many bikes back in 8th edition when, not 8th edition, sorry, 9th edition, when that was the thing, when they introduced the kill team in 9th, where it was this weird bike thing, and it was mad.
They can be bikes, but classed as infantry, and they can go through walls and all sorts.
Yeah, it was absolutely
and
wild.
In earlier editions, you could have a Terminator and assaults, not an Intercessor, because it was predating Intercessors, just an assault marine with a jump pack. You would have all the different sort of, and plus a bike, all in one squad. They were a real mishmash of models, whereas now, at least, categorizing them down by the armor seems to feel at least more logical, and visually will look more consistent on the table, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the right decision to deal with that. But yeah, look, I think that's the thing. I genuinely think that the Phobos kill team, the Spectrus kill team, is really strong, and you can definitely see some viability in that. The Terminator kill team is extraordinarily strong. That's a very, very potent unit.
Well, that's the weirdest one, because it's not really a kill team; it's just Terminators.
Yeah, and you know what? As well, that's crazy about them is they're 180 points, mate. That is normal Terminator points.
No, but you can get more weapons in them.
Yeah, if I get a normal Space Marine Terminator squad, they're about 180. If I get this one, they're 180. But the difference is my normal Terminator squad is 4 guys with power fists and storm bolters and 1 guy with a special weapon. Whereas if I do the Deathwatch one, it's 3 guys with cyclone missile launchers and 2 guys with Thunderhammer storm shields. It's it's a very different unit. And it still has, okay, fair enough. It doesn't have +1 to hit against the Oath. But that's literally the only thing it's missing out on. And I totally take all the extra shots from cyclone missile launchers over and above +1 to hit. So, yeah, that Terminator squad is very powerful, or seems very powerful, especially combined with things within this army. So, yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think they've done something quite weird there, but we'll see how it plays out. The obvious problem, though, is getting hold of all those weapons consistently, because if you want to lean into the cyclone missile, obviously 3D printing, blah, 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 but if you want to do it legit, a box of 5 Terminators just gives you 1 cyclone missile launcher. and it doesn't give you any Thunderhammer Storm Shields. So you're going to have to obviously figure that whole thing out. But,
yes, because I guess Assault Terminators haven't come out yet, and they would be where you'd get the Storm Shields and Thunderhammers in.
You can obviously buy the current, like the old style Thunderhammer Storm Shield Terminators, but they are so dinky compared to the new stuff. Yeah. It's unreal.
But you've probably got some Deathwatch veterans, so you've got access to some different types of Thunderhammers, but sort of more thematically appropriate, maybe. So you've got some options potentially.
Well, to be fair, it's probably not impossible to do those swaps. I'm trying to think if...
Plus, they've got the Deathwatch shields there as well, which would probably look quite good as your Storm Shields.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm sure people will work their way around it, but... Yeah, but again, that's one of those things, though, sincerely, when you're looking at a squad like that, it is definitely good in the short term. Whether GW wake up one morning and go, oh, God, we made a mistake with that and change it, that's entirely possible. And also the lengths by which you have to go to be able to put it together, you have to ask yourself the question, is it worth it if potentially they're just going to not support it in a year and a half's time? Because it's probable that that's the case. So I think that's always the thing. Like, here's the thing. If you own all this stuff, great for you, go do it. It's just, and I do really like the rules here, but I think it's probably a more sensible decision for anyone wanting to do Deathwatch that they approach it like a Space Marine army when they're collecting, building, painting it, and then where possible, utilize these rules, but don't lean super heavily into these in terms of your collection, because it's highly probable that they're going to change or go away.
Yeah,
very soon.
I mean, in a way, it's like to make a lot of these kill teams, you need to buy all the boxes that would make up regular squads. Now, technically, you can be like, well, I'm only going to take 2 from this squad and 2 from this box to make my kill team. But ultimately, as you're right, you should go, cool, even though it means I have extra models, build them as like the 5 or 10 man squads as they come in the box. Yeah. Then you go, cool, I can then mix and match them into the kill teams for these games. But then, as you say, if the rules ever change and they revert back to a generic Space Marine army, it's like, cool, I've got all the models and they're all built and painted. I think a lot of people probably haven't done that, and they've gone, I've just taken the odd model here and there, really heavily converted them, built my kill teams, and potentially there's all these spare models on sprues, but that doesn't really help you if you've only got the exact models for kill teams when they made the changes that they did.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because there are changes, and yeah. But anyway, look, long story short, though, is it's actually better than I thought they were going to get. I think it's actually a really nice set of rules. Obviously, Space Marines have had such a meaningful buff in terms of what they've been given in this balanced data slate, and a lot of that is represented here, but so you can probably have the best of both worlds. This is not a bad detachment. The enhancements are good, the stratagems are really good. It's got a couple of units that you're probably going to think about taking. I mean, whether or not you're even going to load them up that way, I think the fact that you can mix in some Thunderhammer Storm Shields or whatever into the Terminator squads make them quite viable anyway. But anyway, look, long story short is there's a lot of interesting stuff in it, and I quite like it. So I think, on the whole, I genuinely think that's a pretty good get for Deathwatch players, and they'll certainly hold them over until hopefully they get another codex again in the future, which I just don't believe they will. But whatever, who knows, right? Like, maybe GW will positively respond to the fact that people are excited about it. But again, it's going to come down to, I guess, what they see in terms of sales and representation on the tabletop, but again, that will be determined. But no, I really liked it. I mean, Phil, what was your vibe on it before we move on to whatever we're doing next?
Yeah, no, it was. It's really good. I sort of like that. Actually, it's super viable to run it as a generic Space Marine detachment. So you got your basic units, you've got your veterans, and then I guess you've also got your Terminators as well as the Deathwatch Terminators, but they could just be a regular squad. And they've still got some cool abilities, and if you do have the ability to access some of those extra war gear options, you've got that in there, and then the kill teams are just a nice bonus on top. and they look good. I don't know how much they've changed from the older index, in case anything's disappeared, like the bike one that we mentioned, but the only time I remember that was previous editions, so that one might not have been there anyway. So yeah, hopefully the fans are going to like it, and it seemed nice. I like it.
Yeah, I think it is worth saying, though, actually, just reviewing it, the stratagems and other things, if you are going to do this detachment, you're going to have to lean into the kill teams, because almost every stratagem is targeted kill team specific.
Well, isn't it like 2 kill teams or 1 generic?
No, so specifically...
just specific kill teams.
So adaptive tactics can go on either or, so either 2 kill teams or 1 Astartes. But Kraken, Hellfire, and Dragonfire rounds only go on kill teams.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then site-to-site teleport is 2 kill team or 1 Astartes.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you are looking at this for a generic Marine army, you probably are still even then going to want to lean into the kill teams. But again, it's probably not that hard to do. But, really interesting army. Definitely got a lot of interesting flavour. Well done, GW. It's not a bad attempt at that. So, yeah, look forward to hopefully seeing people with their kill team armies, coming back to the fold and enjoying the fun that is purging the Xenos as the Emperor intended. Brilliant. All right, well, we're going to move on. Cheers all. Transitional noise. Christmas time, mistletoe and wine, blah, 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 blah. It's the end of the show, everybody. And it is Christmas. So, what a wonderful occasion it has been, right, Phil?
Yeah, I would say so. Or it's leading up to the actual festivities. We haven't quite reached there just yet. No,
it's true. It's true. It is some time away, but this is the last Lookout Sir for the year 2024. So, effectively is our Christmas episode. It's our Christmas offering. There will be not another Lookout Sir until, what will it actually be? It'll probably be, we said the 11th, didn't we? Yes, the 11th. The 11th of January. That's when we're coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Rocking it old school. So, yeah. And again, seems like quite a bumper end to the year from GW's perspective. They've just been throwing all sorts of stuff at it. Some we talked about in the podcast itself. Other things we're going to talk about now. It's been a pretty wild rumpus coming up towards the end, or rumpus, whatever it was. The things they said in Where the Wild Things Are At.
Rumpus, I think.
Yes, let the wild rumpus begin. That's where my dyslexia kind of kicks in. I struggle with the B's and the P's. It's one of my failings. Anyway, yeah. So, how you been finding it, mate? You've been enjoying the kind of conclusion to 2024 from a hobby perspective?
Reasonably, I would say. There's obviously the Christmas grotty.
The Grotmas calendar, Phil.
No. I was going to talk about that in a second, but first I was going to say the Grotmas comic strip that they've been doing. I quite enjoyed the one they did last year because there was a little sort of quiz to win some stuff with each one. This time I read the first one, and then I sort of haven't really bothered with the others. Maybe I'll get around to it at some point. But yeah, it's not capturing the magic as it did last year.
You've just become so bitter and twisted in your old age, haven't you?
Exactly. But the bar humbugs have come and bitten me on the bum.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. As they so often do, I suppose. But obviously it's end of year wrap up stuff. We will have hopefully have done some of this already in the pod, noting that at the time of recording, we're actually basically recording the first bit here. So we have all these ideas about what we're going to record. We just don't know whether we have or not done yet. But yeah, as a year, it's had a lot of really mad releases. I mean, were there any highlights for you, Phil, in terms of things that came out in 2024? Was the
from a Games Workshop release point of view, or my own personal hobby highlights?
Interpret it however you like, Phil. If you want to have the opportunity to kind of filibuster about yourself, then obviously share that with us. But again, both effectively.
Well, fair enough. I mean, I think this year it's been, on a personal level, the most painting I've ever done. I would say I've done at least 500 plus points of Age of Sigmar, I believe. I feel like I did maybe a bit more, but it was because I had 1,000 points and then I made it up to 2,000 points, and then Games Workshop took 700 points of that away and made it free stuff or moved it to Legends. So I've then been borrowing from our good buddy Sam to fill out my Nighthaunt. So I did a fair bit of Nighthaunt at the beginning of the year, and then for the rest of the year it's been focusing on my Thunder Warriors. Literally painted 2,000 points, which is unheard of for me for Warhammer Fantasy. Normally it's a unit here or there per year, so I feel like I've done quite well on the painting front. And there's obviously still half a month to go. Maybe I'll crack something out in that last few days of the year, but I don't know about that. But that was my personal highlights with those things. The Thunder Warriors have been fun to play. Go to No Retreat, for example, and get to get some games in with that army. That was great. Release wise, I forgot to. Well, I guess I still could do it. There's the voting for your favourite miniature of the year. I don't know which one I would actually go for. Weirdly, the free Inquisitor from Warhammer Plus, that was one of my highlights. I think that was quite a cool model.
Very cool.
Releases, controversially, even though we dunked on it a fair bit, I quite liked Codex Inquisitorial Agents.
Oh, that is a controversial statement.
Because I just like it for what it is. Like, it's Imperial Agents. Imperial Agents, not Inquisitorial Agents. Imperial Agents getting a bit of love for a change, which they never normally do. So I thought that was good. Obviously, I think some of the rules weren't great. And obviously, initially they had removed Deathwatch, which again wasn't great, but they've sort of fixed that, which we'll be talking about in this episode. So for some of that, I thought it was quite good. I thought.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I conceptually really love what Codex Imperial Agents represents. I just felt like, again, my frustration with it is more than ever. It feels more like, I don't know, it's weird. I feel like the Imperial Agents, entity is more linked to a kind of more intimate, smaller game. I feel like the older systems with the more emphasis on skirmish was really an opportunity where you could introduce those elements and it felt quite natural. Now, having a whole army of Imperial Agents feels quite lost in the grand scheme of things, because it always feels like they're a small component of a big fighting force. And when the game was a lot more, a lot smaller in terms of model counts and the way the gameplay kind of worked, it made more sense that you would have, focused in on what an Inquisitorial Warband was doing. It just always feels a bit odd, really, because they almost feel a bit lost in the grandeur and the scale that is modern 40K.
I think they work in the scale of 40K, but not as a standalone army. They are
that's what I mean.
A bolt-on addition to your existing army. So your Krieg, your Space Marines are being led or supported with some Inquisition or some agents of some kind. I think that's very thematic. But as you say, trying to just field a whole army of Imperial Agents just doesn't really seem to work. At least in my mind, on a sort of more narrative level, and also I think on a game mechanic level, it sort of breaks then. Likewise, we've had obviously the Grotmus Inquisitorial Agents, very interesting, but I don't necessarily think it really works as enough as a standalone force to justify taking that detachment. But But yeah, I think, conceptually, the ability to have a book that every Imperial player will own as a bolt-on to any army that they have, that's obviously Imperial, I think is great and fantastic as a concept.
Oh yeah, conceptually I'm there for it. I think, as I say, it's just sort of, it feels oddly disconnected from the game but again, maybe I'm just being a bit weird about it, because for me, inquisitorial warbands or inquisitorial forces kind of always are, in my experience or in my personal perspective, dripping with narrative. They're very kind of, they are the stuff of, they run on canon, lore, fluff, whatever you want to say. They're kind of grander in terms of their purpose, and it always sort of feels like. And at the end of the day, I appreciate that an inquisitorial or an inquisitor could lead an army of agents into war, but it just then starts to feel a bit weird that you end up with this kind of higgledy-piggledy lineup of assorted things. And, again, I just sort of feel like if you're an inquisitor and you're kind of wielding the will of the emperor, you'll probably have a few henchmen around you, but you'll still basically be taking command or doing something with the Deathwatch or the Grey Knights or the Sisters, which obviously is facilitated within the book, but it becomes quite tokenistic given the relative lack of options that you have. And again, obviously, narratively, and ultimately we've established already, you can flip that on its head and just add those Inquisitors into those armies, and then you can do it that way, which is totally fair enough. I just think that's the thing. It's almost like it just becomes weird, the idea that you're going to have an army that would be Grey Knights, Deathwatch, Sisters, and Arbites, and Imperial Navy, and all the mixy stuff.
It's in theory. If you look just at the Inquisition, it's sort of what should really be three separate factions, because it would be quite rare that you would have, Ordo Xenos and Ordo Malleus sort of fighting together, because their enemies are wildly different. The rogue trader elements, again, is another sort of separate force, and you could see that one having a bit more synergy with the Inquisition forces, like, rogue trader's been brought into this fight. It's being used for transport capacities or whatever it might be. But I would have liked the rogue trader bit to be fleshed out a bit more and have a sort of maybe some more units at its disposal. But yeah, it's got some interesting elements to it. But as I think we even said it in the Codex review, it just didn't quite get it right from what we'd have liked to have seen, but was heading overall in the right direction, I think. So, great possibilities for the next edition, I think.
Yeah, no, totally, mate. I think, again, it's all positive, I suppose, but again, the book itself is just a bit weak, and it just sort of, again, a very, very good allies option. Again, I'd sort of like to have some of not that I've ever been a massive advocate for allies in the general sense, but if you're going to do it from a thematic perspective, I feel like, it would have been nice if they'd given them maybe a few more allies options in there to sort of mix things up with it. But I think they've done enough. I think at the end of the day, I'm probably just being a little bit too unfair at this point. But for me, I mean, in terms of 40k releases, the year has been pretty underwhelming from a 40k release perspective. Dark Angels were cool. I liked a lot of what was going on with them at the start of the year. Asmodai had weird smoky effects, but I still thought he was pretty cool. I think from 40k perspective, the most significant and impressive release of the year was definitely the Kroot. I think the Kroot are probably some of the most beautiful miniatures that they've done for 40k in a while. I'm not really sure which Kroot in particular sort of stood out for me, but I did like just the whole kind of range. The Hounds were kind of weird, sort of struggled with them a little bit, but I think the Shaper, the Commander sculpts were really interesting with the variety that they had in there. So, of the limited cool options or exceptionally cool options that came out for 40k in 2024, I'd probably go with the Kroot specifically being like the big highlight.
I thought you might have mentioned Terminators, because they came out this year, didn't they?
Nope, they came out last year.
Oh my god,
23.
Jeez.
Yeah, 23 were Terminators. They did.
Oh, yes.
Deathwing Knights came out this year,
okay.
which are Terminators, but they weren't an especially amazing kit necessarily. They're good, really good.
I was going to say the other one in relation to crew is the Vespids. I thought they were very good.
Vespids, yeah, they're all right. I'm not super into them, but I like them. They're pretty good overall. I mean, again, a lot of the cool stuff really came from Kill Team. So obviously we got a new Kill Team edition. They also did the Night Lords this year, which is probably one of the coolest Kill Teams going in terms of visuals and miniatures. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the upgrade pack. I thought
I
thought that was last year, but I think it was previed last year and then came out this
year.
I
think we even talked about that earlier in the year. But yeah, I'm fairly sure it was. I might be wrong. But yeah, conversely, Age of Sigmar has had loads of incredible releases this year. Again, like, the most recent wave of Slaves to Darkness stuff, relatively underwhelming, but they had an amazing release back in earlier where they had the Dark Oath stuff, which was super cool.
Yeah.
So actually getting like a whole new range of Dark Oath was absolutely amazing. And it was crazy, really, to think that they kind of squeezed that in before launching 4th edition AOS. I mean, it's pretty mad.
Well, yeah. They did. Well, yeah, because that was the tail end of in fact, I think it was the last book, the campaign book that was leading up to the new edition. They did that. They obviously did things like Trug. They did the Flesh Eater Courts, didn't they come out just prior?
Yeah, so Flesh Eater Courts was like the start of the year, I want to say.
Yeah,
I feel like,
a bit earlier, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty. And Flesh Eater Courts were truly stunning. I mean, I think that the Flesh Eater Court range is probably one of. I mean, it's still got some old jank in it in places. Some of the old kind of like Batman figures or whatever they are, the geezers with the big wings and stuff. Some of those are a little bit absurd, but
God,
the old school ones, the old ones.
I think so. Yeah, some of them good.
Yeah.
I think the most disappointing thing about Flesh Eater Courts is the older infantry models where it's just guys with sticks and bones, whereas the newer ones where they're leaning more into that medieval kind of knightly visuals, I think works a lot better.
Yeah, I genuinely really like a lot of the stuff they've done with the Flesh Eater Courts. What are you doing there, Phil? You're rumbling about.
I'm just switching my heater on because it's getting too cold in the shed.
Why did you even turn it off in the first place?
Because I got too hot. It's it's the never-ending on and off again of the.
Does your heater not come with a thermostat on it?
It does. I will fiddle about with it.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So no, those are cool. But obviously, the Skaven release has just been exceptional. I think Skaven is so beautiful. Like, there's so little not to like in Skaven, other than the rules. Maybe some people have not been thrilled by the rules. Although I'm doing Skaven for the doubles in January, so that's going to be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to break that out. That'll be super fun. And I have a 2,000 point Skaven army that I've pointed up, and I've built 90% of the miniatures for it. I literally just have to build 3 more rat ogres, and then I've basically got 2k of Skaven. So looking forward to playtesting those with you soon.
I was going to say, what's your favourite Games Workshop purchase of the year?
Purchase of the year would probably be...
Obviously, excluding Space Marine 2.
Excluding Space Marine 2, of course. Well, that was a Games Workshop associate product or whatever it was. Truthfully, I know it sounds like super fanboy now, and a lot of people have had mixed emotions about it, but my favourite purchase of the year was Skaven
Tide.
Is it called Skaven Tide, or is it called...
yes, because Vermintide is the game. That's right. Skaven Tide is the box for AOS 4, basically.
Yeah, AOS 4, Skaven Tide. I genuinely love it. I think it's one of the best, if not the best, starter box Games Workshop has ever done for any product ever, other than maybe Horus Heresy but the Horus Heresy box was not a game in a box. It was essentially an elaborate way of you buying an entire army of Space Marines for yourself, and then kind of presented as if it was something that you could play with someone else. But truth is if you were to try and play a game of I mean, don't get me wrong, you could do it, but it wouldn't be a particularly rewarding experience, nor would it be, nor would either side be left with basically it's just a very, Heresy was a really great starter box set, but for me, Skaven Tide's the best they've ever done. I genuinely think it's superb on so many levels, but mostly because it also genuinely gives you a game in a box in the sense that you can start to play Spearhead. And again, as I'll say many, many times over, Spearhead is a truly fun, rewarding gameplay experience for Age of Sigmar. I think it's really good. And I think the fact that they gave you the ability to play that out of the box, so to speak, not obviously straight away, some assembly required, but the fact that that was facilitated in that box set was amazing. And obviously you get the hardback books, you get the Fire and Jade, you get the actual full rule book. Yeah. You even got the cards for the General's Handbook, which is still being played to this day. I think it's an exceptionally high benchmark, and I'll be really intrigued to see how they top that with 40k in a year and a half's time. Because the AOS team absolutely knocked out of the park with that edition. Didn't sell very well, or didn't sell well versus their expectations, seemingly, so much so they ended up giving it away to people. But genuinely, I'm dead impressed with it. I think it's a really good release, and it was easily my favourite thing I've bought this year, and easily the thing I've used the most since buying it.
No, that's fair. I mean, I wouldn't say Skaven Tide is my favourite purchase, even though I think, obviously, the AOS 4 is a really good game, and I've obviously been playing a fair bit of it. I think my favourite purchase is, again, the thing I've been using the most, but it is something I don't think in a million years you could ever guess what it is.
Your new heater?
No. Because that's not from Games Workshop, but it is essential after my last one conked it. No, it is the Pariah Nexus objectives.
Very well.
Controversial, because admittedly, I don't think they're like the best quality because they're very shiny on top.
They are very shiny, yeah.
But they are nice and velvety underneath, so they do stick down. But I've just used them loads. I've used them both for 40k and AOS. And as Richard has many a time said, how can you even play AOS without proper objective markers?
I just can't get on board with his that hill that he's trying to die on there. It's sort of like, I just can't abide by his nonsense.
Well, I sort of can agree that there is, from Games Workshop, no objective markers or counters that are sized correctly other than just some random bases that you have lying around. Or maybe you would use dice to sort of pinpoint the center, but because all measurements are done from the edge of the objective, you really need something that's that size. But I also don't think it's a huge problem because most people, unless you're brand new to the hobby, you will have objective markers from either 40k or previous AOS editions that should be to the right size to at least represent the token.
Previous AOS editions wouldn't be to the right size.
No, you didn't hear what I said. The token itself is the right size. Because I think that's still the same, but the aura,
that is still the same.
The aura of control has changed, which is why the new Pariah Nexus ones are so great, because they work for both 40k and AOS, and the design isn't so obnoxious that it stands out on an AOS table. So I think it works quite well for both, because it's like a sort of muddy table with some green stone in the middle, which could also look like, warpstone or something in addition to blackstone, basically.
No, fair. Well, I bought them as well. I've not used them nearly as much as evidently you have, but I do carry them around with me. I actually think my favorite overall hobby purchase, and this is not me plugging them in any particular way, but I actually think the Game Mat EU battle mat with grid is probably my favorite thing that I've bought for gaming purposes.
Interesting. I thought for a second you were going to say Abaddon from Weta, but has he not arrived yet?
No, he doesn't get here till like February, March time.
Oh, okay. So he'd be purchased from this year, but for next year.
Well, a deposit was paid this year. The bulk of the pain comes next year.
Right, fair.
But we'll see how that goes. But one thing that also worth saying, though, in terms of releases, obviously 40k, relatively light, Crew were cool, Dark Angels were pretty good, Blood Angels were so-so, and then everything else was a bit kind of underwhelming on the 40k side of things. I mean, Chaos Space Marines were, whatever, and Sisters, same sort of vibe. I mean, they both basically got jump pack captains as their new minis, and that was pretty underwhelming. So, look, I mean, I think 40k has been whatever. AOS has some really, really good stuff, but you can't deny that this year has been pretty standout for what is now known as the specialist games department. I think, the Blood Bowl releases, the Old World releases, the Necromunda releases, and obviously the Horus Heresy releases have been unbelievable. I mean, this year Horus Heresy got not only Solar Auxilia, but also the Mechanicum, which is like wild to think that on top of a slew of incredible marine sculpts, they also gave us two new, existing but new miniatures for
and also technically Dark Mechanicum in the form of Liber Imperialis.
Well, yeah, exactly. And then, there's even that whole part of it that is pretty robust as well. So, it's just been massive for them. I mean, it's so difficult to really even kind of pick any one particular thing. But I think Old World has been really standout for the specialist games team. But I think overall, I've just consistently loved what's been coming out of them from a Blood Bowl perspective. I think the Chaos Dwarves have been utterly, phenomenal. Yeah, the Gnomes have been really cool. They've just done really, really good releases this year across the board on the specialist game side of things. So I think they're the real champions, as it were, for kind of consistent quality releases. I'm genuinely blown away by just how many extraordinarily amazing models have been delivered to us for those systems. And I'm constantly asking myself why it is that I'm not playing more Necromunda.
100%. And I feel like it's a conversation we have every Christmas where we say we should play more specialist games and less 40k. And then I think that was this time last year, you were like, come on, Phil, let's do Liber Imperialis. And you made me buy a box. And then about 2 months later, you're like, nah, I'm not fussed now. And I'm like, I've just been building it.
Well, I sort of talked myself into it, and I had every aspiration or intention of doing it at the time, but it just got away from me, unfortunately. Much like my own kind of Necromunda collection, I've got a collection of various things for Necromunda that I aspired to finish at some point, but it's just as ever I'm discovering, it's just getting harder and harder to find the time, and to maintain that enthusiasm. And I go through these like awful like cycles of umming and ahhing. So like, because we've been doing this Age of Sigmar doubles, and because I've already got a relatively robust collection of Crawl Boys miniatures.
Crawl Balls, which appear on the Christmas tree.
Yes, indeed. To be fair, Sam, that we were talking about earlier, he made some amazing baubles for the club. It was like in a raffle thing, but he made the red gobbo and put him in a bauble. It was pretty amazing.
That's cool.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the club Christmas party, so I missed out on my chance to nab one of those. But they looked stunning. Anyway, my point is, I already had an existing collection of assembled Crawl Boys, but regardless, I had my eureka moment, and I went, no, I'm doing Skaven, which is kind of very similar to what happened now 2 years ago when I started doing Iron Jaws, where I had loads of Gloomspike Gits, and then I went, I'm going to do Iron Jaws. So this has been my eureka moment.
That's fair. Yeah, that's interesting. Similar to you with your Necromunda, I've slowly been working through my boarding actions terrain this year, so it's still getting built. It's pretty much built, but I've been finessing it with some customization bits. And then I guess maybe that will be the one thing I'll get to start this year in terms of painting it, but I don't think I'll get it finished this year because I think it will take quite a while because it's just a massive set. It's a bit ridiculous in terms of how much you get when you do the, not just boarding action size, but you do the kind of proper 40k size. Sorry, that is boarding actions because that's for 40k team, not the kill team size I meant.
No, that's fine. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, although that's the thing, isn't it? Now it's like, really, when it comes to boarding actions, you're sort of looking at that like 500 point sort of limit on it, aren't you? So that's the way it's sort of good to be engaged with. It's sort of a weird sort of now, I guess, kind of halfway house between the kill team and the full game.
Yeah.
Which is interesting in and of itself. I mean, 40k is definitely got a lot of diverse ways of being sort of played now, and a lot of different kind of ways to approach it, which is certainly a nice, change of pace. And to be honest, boarding actions, though I obviously haven't seen it pick up in popularity to the same kind of level as the core game or maybe even Kill Team, it definitely seems better adopted than some, instances of sort of specialist bolt-on versions of 40K.
Oh, like Combat Patrol.
Yes, yeah. Oh God, like Combat Patrol is so dead. It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, I think within gaming circles such as yours or even mine, I can totally imagine that. To me, I feel like Combat Patrol is probably the onboarding for new gamers, the dads that want to play with their kids sort of vibe. So it's like a hidden hobby. You're not seeing them down the gaming store or your club or an event. It's just something people do at home. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually really popular, but I just think no one will have any comprehension of how popular it is.
No, that's fair. Maybe. But I've definitely seen a lot more Spearhead played than I have seen Combat Patrol, which is a remarkable statement when you consider just how much smaller AOS is versus 40k.
True.
Actually played in a 40k tournament yesterday, Phil.
Oh, how did that go?
I won 2, lost 1. So I played my Drakari. So that was, a giggle. I was there with Joe was there. Adam, the first ever scorekeeper, was in attendance as well. A few other people that you don't know, and I won't mention as a result. But yeah, it was a really lovely occasion. But and 40k, again, as I always assert, that style of 40k is really fun to play when you're playing with other people that are trying to edge out the most kind of competitive and most kind of optimal setup. The movement's really important. The management of threats and terrain is really important. Again, though, as I'm always reminded when I'm playing 40k after like playing AOS for a bit, I'm always amazed by just how efficient everything is at doing what you need it to do. That's always the thing that kind of like weirds me out with it. It's almost like, everything hits, everything wounds, and then it just comes down to how durable is the thing you're hitting versus, and also how much lethality is baked into that. Because a lot of the time it basically becomes a case of not worrying too much about whether or not it's going to happen, just whether it can. It becomes much more about the statistics, I find, because essentially when everything is, like I charge in with a unit of Incubi, right? They're hitting on freeze, re-rolling misses. So at that point, it's like, well, I roll 15 dice and I maybe miss 6 times and then I roll 6 more and then I've hit basically 13 out of 15 times. And I go, all right, well, that's cool. And then I wound toughness 4 things on 2s because I got freeze. But then I'm re-rolling those as well. And you end up in this situation where it's like, just the level of efficiency that's in all these squads. And again, I appreciate giving an example of a unit that gets reroll hits and reroll wound. But it is one of those things where everyone seems to just be able to do everything all the time. So you always just like, it just becomes a very odd game in that sense. Like it definitely does sort of just become about the trades and about managing the board state and dealing with that stuff, which again, all competitive 40k players know this already. But yeah, it's just a very interesting vibe to it. I do still struggle with the notion that the game can be played casually. Like I know people do it, but I'm always flabbergasted by that notion, because every time I engage with it, admittedly coming at it through a competitive lens, it just feels like the only way that you can play it. But maybe I'm just being blinkered in that sense.
I mean, I would say so, because the only way I play it is casually, and that's the times I enjoy it more. Well, I mean, I obviously have gone to events and played it a bit more competitively, and that's, there's interesting aspects to that, but the more casual games are more fun, although, I would say so. But then I when I'm doing mostly stuff with myself, it's more boarding actions than full-scale 40k, perhaps. Oh,
yeah, boarding actions is great. Like I was sort of saying already, I think boarding actions is really, really cool, and I'm definitely a fan of that. I think it offers a lot of really great stuff. But yeah, it's a very different gameplay experience to kind of like the main 40k. In a way, I kind of wish that, well, it's I think a fairly easy thing to make true. But I think, in a way, I feel like if it wasn't for the terrain required in order to access it, I feel like boarding actions should be the way that most people aspire to play the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think game-wise, it's a lot more manageable to get into from a army point of view, because it's only 500 points. I think balance-wise, there are some bits that are a bit janky, but overall, I would say it's probably more balanced than standard 40k, because the lists are a bit more tailored. But the biggest hurdle, as I've already said, is the terrain and the sheer amount that you get that you have to sand down in places, because it doesn't fit together very well, because it fits together too well. Painting it would be a real faff. So that is the real barrier to entry with that game. Although you could argue that the cost of the boarding actions terrain is cheaper than trying to deck out a Games Workshop sized board with Games Workshop terrain, like for normal 40k. That would be a lot more, prohibitively more expensive, I think. But yeah, it's just a lot of time and effort. The solution I've been trying to think about is potentially prefabricating elements of the board, so you can sort of have jigsaw pieces that you can fit together, and you lose out on some of the customization, but the setup time and disassembly time would be a lot quicker, because that takes forever in a game of boarding actions. That's like half an hour just before the game starts.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking online, and it seems like you can get some MDF alternatives fairly easily enough. They're not the prettiest things in the world, but they would work from a functional perspective, I suppose. It just depends, I guess, on what your preference is. I mean, again, my thing is like, still now, I still like the idea of having boards that give immersion and give that kind of sense of fantasy, or that sense of place. That's still very much a thing that's important to me. And that is one of the things that's sort of interesting when you're playing 40k in a tournament setting, much like I did yesterday, and you're using the ETC terrain layouts, and it's all either sprayed grey or still just raw MDF. And it's kind of interesting, because to me, I start to feel like, look, at the end of the day, guys, like, why do we even care anymore about the painting? Like, like in a tournament setting. Because if you're going to go to an event, and they're not like, well, they do stream them now, obviously, like the even the Games World Championships, I suppose they stream those as well. But, fine, there is a streaming element to it. But honestly, like, I feel like we'd just be better off at this point, like, especially for the competitive scene who are most interested in just playing the game. I feel like essentially, if no one's putting any effort into actually painting the terrain, but maybe spraying it grey, I feel like more and more we should just be allowed to, if we wanted to, just turn up with I don't know, maybe even just undercoat, like just be like, yeah, they're red and call it a day.
But
because honestly, mate, like it is crazy, like how boards in tournaments are these days. Like I think it's actually a little bit mad that TOs tell their contestants, their players, that they expect all their stuff to be painted, and they put you on a board that's just, unpainted MDF. So seems a bit off, doesn't it?
I can sort of see your point. I guess obviously there's like a scalability of the game for those people, and then you can argue they're just being greedy and wanting to fit more tables on, and actually maybe just doing 10 tables or 20 tables with really nice terrain on would be more enjoyable. But then, as you say, a lot of competitive gamers don't care about those things.
Oh, they couldn't care less, yeah.
But then you get to the point of, if you're not bothering to do any nice terrain and you're not bothering to paint it, and the players aren't bothering to paint it, it's like you might as well just be playing with tokens. You're almost so far removed from the actual hobby element. It's, if you're just looking at it from a pure game mechanic, you could almost sort of say, oh, let's just all play it on Tabletop Simulator and not even bother turning up in a physical location at that point. If you're going to reduce everything down to the core elements.
I don't disagree with you, Phil. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that.
I 100% disagree with myself on that statement, because I don't think that should happen. But
no. But I'm saying, like, that to me is like, yeah, if you're looking at it through that lens, like, why not just go that way with it? But I mean, I wouldn't want that. But then at the same time,
some people,
I don't want what we have, is what I'm saying. Like, that's the thing that's sort of weird to me. It's like, but the thing is the consensus has won, and this is what people want now, because it's a simple game.
It might not be what people want, but it's what's available, and it's what's easy to do. Running a narrative event is a lot harder than a competitive organized event, because Games Workshop supply a grand tournament pack which has all the missions, or details which missions you play, details all the terrain layouts, the structure of your tournament's relatively well thought out, and there's different formats that you can do. There's apps that facilitate via BCP, like the actual running of a kind of competitive tournament, to manage all the scoring and stuff like that. It's all done for you. It's all relatively easy. And as we said, the terrain's quite basic. Whereas a narrative event, everyone wants really customized terrain. People want thought and effort put into like custom missions, and ideally some kind of campaign or narrative mechanics that are spread throughout the entire day or weekend, which Games Workshop isn't putting out those things for event organizers to do. It's on people to come up with those themselves. And I don't think there's probably many resources online to make that, either easy to do or the knowledge of how to do that. So I think it's a real big ask for people to actually come up with those kind of events. If Games Workshop had done like a yearly narrative gaming event pack, to be like, cool, if you want to run a narrative event, here you go. Here's the story. Here's the missions. Here's some cool freebies to go alongside with it, like they might do with tournaments. I think I'd like to think you'd see a lot more of those kind of events pop up, and then the people that want those kind of events can actually attend them and not feel like, the only thing to go to is, a competitive tournament. Noting that there are narrative events, but I just think they're few and far between because of the hurdles that you have to get through to create them.
No, I don't disagree with you, mate. I think that's the thing. It's basically it's good for the organisers, tournament organisers, because they don't really have to do very much other than put out some tables, roll out some mats. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into it. We're doing a lot of work on the beachhead stuff at the moment for February, but even we've fallen into this trap where there's limits to what we have money wise and what can be done. So from a terrain perspective, they're essentially ended up with different types of terrain. So we're having to come up with different terrain layouts that work with the different types of sets of terrain that we have. And it is a faff to try and have to now come up with 9 different layouts, so 3 different sets of terrain with 3 different, layout variables. It's a bit of a pain, but also it is a bit mad, really, because, ultimately, at the moment, they've sold, I think, over 150 tickets for the 40K event. Theoretically, that, generates some revenue. Not that I'm seeing any of that, but someone is. And, as a result of that, though, the players at the event having consistency, which, again, kind of spits in the face of the whole process anyway, not to kind of air my own dirty laundry, oddly, but it is a bit weird because when I was sort of talking with the guys about it, and they're like, we're going to use different terrain in different locations. A bit like, well, this just seems awful. Like, why are we doing that? Like, because, again, people expect a level of professionalism. If they're going to an event, they want something. And, basically the kind of general answer has been, yeah, but, it's a more casual kind of hardcore 40K tournament. So I feel like that's just an oxymoron, mate. I just don't think those exist. And as someone who's going to be helping you out judging this thing, I'm kind of annoyed already that I'm going to have to deal with the fact that some people are going to have the ump because they want to be playing on that table with that terrain rather than this table with this terrain.
Right, okay. But I guess if the differences are the different layouts, then maybe it's not so bad. Or
no, mate, the differences are massive. Like, this is the thing,
in terms
right?
of the sizes of the L-shaped ruins and things like that.
Mate, honestly, the conversations you have with these people about how important it is that they get the right shapes and the right layouts, it's like... and it's so frustrating because obviously I've been playing so much AOS lately. I'll tell you what, the other mad thing about playing in a 40K tournament was because of all the terrain and not having interacted with it in ages. It's learning the new muscle memory of how to navigate the thing because there's so many ruins everywhere. And they're also flimsy because they're made of this cheap MDF crap that you're literally just like any sort of casual gesture of you breathe too hard, everything starts flying all over the place. And you're like, good Lord.
So this is actually weirdly the benefit of a narrative event because you can put down literally anything, and so long as it sort of feels consistent on the table, it doesn't matter that it's wildly different on another table because that's what people expect. And it doesn't need to be all L shapes, and you could have effectively different terrain sets from different brands, and it would probably work better that way in a narrative event because people aren't as hung up on the notion of you say the consistency of the terrain that you get at a competitive level.
It's the thing, right? I played against a lad in game 2 at the event yesterday, and he had a Necron army, and he specifically put these Overwatchy Sentinel models in it, the big dudes, the stalkery dudes on the legs. And he specifically said to me, it's like, I put these in because on the ETC terrain, these are really good because they can go wholly within this and then they can overwatch like the whole board or something. I was like, cool. You've clearly spent too much time thinking about this, or maybe someone on the internet told him. But it's that thing where I'm like, just like, oh God. So you've actually, because again, I know they're doing it. It's just when you're confronted with it where you're like, so you're tailoring to what the board layout, the terrain layout is. And again, look, at the end of the day, that's good competitive gameplay. That's sensible. I get why you've done it. I just sort of find though, it's like, I really just want Games Workshop to understand and own what they've created and just start to do, much like they've done with Age of Sigmar, just give us a layout that's official, Just give me the official layout. Document, categorize every piece of terrain you've got, and then give me a layout in your book that says this stuff goes here. If you're taking it seriously, this stuff goes here. If you're not, don't worry about it.
Yeah, because in the tournament packs, they sort of do that in terms of the shapes of the terrain, but with AOS, it's like, here's an actual ruin. It's this thing. Here's a wood. It does this, because the terrain kind of just gets built in one way, whereas in 40k it can be built quite modular in terms of the ruins. So basically what you'd need is almost prescribed, cool, here's a building and you only build it in this one way, and that's, well, you could technically convert it to be whatever, but for tournament purposes, you build it to the standard layout, and then that's the one piece that goes on that, that represents that one ruin. You don't use anything else.
Yeah, and I think that would be fine. I genuinely think that would be fine if they did that. I mean, again, I think AOS often leads the way. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because I know everyone gets a bit weird about the AOS chat, but it is basically the same core system. It's just with a much better like core set of rules around how it's actually like built and stuff. And I think that's the thing. It's like they usually do lead the way, and 40K often kind of chases and copies and takes from AOS, which is fair enough. I mean, at the end of the day, they're the flagship product. They need to be made to a certain standard. And there's a lot of really great stuff that they could learn from that. So, yeah, I hope they do it, basically. I just want consistency. But at the same time, I just sort of get annoyed with the whole businessy end of tournaments where, because, like, I don't know, like, I used to feel like, I know this is sort of like a romanticized version of it, but back in the day, all tournaments were put on by, like, gaming clubs where they just sort of, you know, they took a hit on, like, profitability because it was just good to promote their club, and people kind of, clubbed together and contributed to this happening. And it was a big part of, like, you know, the culture of the hobby was that clubs put on tournaments, and some people will travel to those tournaments, but a lot of people just come from the local club. And it was just part of the makeup of it. But now, because it's become a business and people need to, like, you know, micro manage it and also heavily monetize it, like, it just feels like, again, it's one of those things where it feels a little bit soulless sometimes to me.
Yeah, well, I think there's sort of like two ethoses that are clashing. There's one where it's like, yes, it maybe costs you a bit of money as a club or as an organizer, and it takes a lot of time and effort, but it is something you are sort of sacrificing and you are giving to for the benefit of the community. So ultimately, you know, it's a bit like volunteering for a charity. It's like, it's hard work. You don't get paid for it, but ultimately other people get to benefit from the hard work that you're putting in. And then the other ethos is the sort of slightly more selfish aspect where it's like, well, I want to do it and it's costing me time and effort, so I want to be completely reimbursed for all of the time and monetary value that I put into it, and I expect that out. So therefore maybe the product isn't as good because you're cutting costs to basically maximize your profit, because that then becomes a real incentive when you're doing it that way. And, you know, that's just me making broad assumptions about those sort of two aspects. You know, I'm sure there are many good, profitable tournaments. I'm guessing, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I think, again, it depends on your definition of good. I think a lot of people define good as the games they have, the competitive nature of it, the gameplay experience, and I think that's more the thing that quantifies the quality to them, not so much good table. And again, people's impression of good tables is have the specific terrain and the right layout, and, you know, the crappy MDF wasn't, you know, completely destroyed by...
Yeah, well, because there have been examples where tournaments have been completely roasted for having functionally good but very bad visually aesthetics.
I don't think that happens anymore. Nearly to the same extent. The you know, the tectonic plate, the situation has shifted so much from the early years of the LGT, where they did that foam terrain that everyone... Because here's the thing, in today's world of competitive gaming, that's basically the mood has shifted and no one cares anymore. You could do that now and no one cares. Because the thing was, we've said this probably before, but the thing is once upon a time, people who played this game were like you and me, and like the immersion, and the game was important and it was good to have, you know, competitive gaming, but it was so much more about, you know, creating this beautiful kind of, you know, fiction and playing out this war, this simulated warfare. That was so much more important to people, and it was so much more kind of a part of the hobby. Nowadays, it's about the game mechanics, and it's sort of like, yeah, people have shifted. Like, no one cares anymore. Like, no one. If you turn, I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, if you spent a load of money and built and painted a beautiful set of terrain that still met all the expectations of the ETC or the ITC or whatever you want to call it, then fine. I'm sure they'd probably be impressed with that. But ultimately it's pointless because the consumer's spoken and they don't care. Like, and that obviously has massively benefited the tournament organisers because now they don't have to care so much. And again, I'm not suggesting that Beachhead is going to be a bad event because it's got 3 different types of terrain in 3 different layouts and the rest of it. The team's working really hard to make the best of it, but it is one of those things where I'm like, it's just a bit weird though, isn't it? But whatever. And I say that as someone who's TOing, judging whatever I'm doing. They're assuming they still want me after they've heard me say this. But it's just one of those things. And I think it's indicative of the whole tournament scene in the general sense. But yeah, I've no idea how we ended up down this rabbit hole, by the way.
We initially started talking about our favourite Games Workshop releases. Then you briefly mentioned AOS.
Playing a tournament. That was it. I played a tournament on the weekend.
And then you mentioned the 40k tournament. Yeah. How else did your other games go? And what were your thoughts on the tournament?
Oh, we can move past that. We don't care about that anymore. I won 2, lost 1, move on. Joe came 3rd overall. He won 3 games.
Well done him.
Clever boy. Anyway, Grotmus, let's quickly talk about that because this outro is running crazy long. So we'll just we'll wrap up on that. How do you reckon Grotmus has gone?
It's okay. I kind of don't care in a really bar humbug kind of way. I looked at a couple of them. I haven't bothered reading them all. I looked at the Custodes one. I looked at the Imperial Agents one, and a couple of others. I think like the Mechanicum and whatever no, not the Tyranid one, and not the Necron one. So I looked at a few of them. They look all right. Some of them just seem a bit too skewy in terms of the builds. Like the Custodes one, for example, is basically a vehicle and dreadnought list in an army that features normally 1 or 2 of those things at most. And so it's and it's also very limited if you're doing Games Workshop only products because there's Plastic Contemptor, which doesn't exist anymore, but you'd have to use the Horus Heresy version of it, I guess, or the Land Raider and the Rhino. You've got those things, or you've got the Forge World stuff, which is very expensive to buy, and I don't have access to any of those things. Yeah, and then a similar thing for the Agents one. It seemed very skewy, like you got to take lots of assassins. It's cool. I love some of the ideas of the rules, but the problem is like I couldn't field an army just to justify the cool abilities that the Vindicare gets, for example. If it was like, cool, you can add in these assassins to your normal army and you also get this, I'd be like, brilliant, but it's not. So it feels like it's a good thing, but then when you actually see what you get, you're like, oh. Because the idea that every army gets a new detachment, that's very cool and is well needed, and is something literally last year I said we should have got. So it's great that we're getting it now, but quite a few of them you look at and go, is anyone going to run these? I mean, probably so for some of them, but for a lot of them, or at least the ones I saw, no, so far.
I'm strongly considering taking the Questor Forge Pact.
Oh.
Which is the Imperial Knights and Mechanicus or Mechanicum detachment, which is super fun. So that seems cool. I really like the Death Guard one that they did. I thought that was good. I quite like the Custodes one, but you're right. Like, it's very skewed into Forge World stuff. And I'm always waiting for GW to turn around and tell you that you can't use that anymore. Because that's probably going to be the case. Yeah, like there's definitely some interesting one. The Nid one was kind of interesting, except they leaned massively into Tyranid warriors, which hardly anyone has unless they were playing.
That's the kind of army I would have, though. Just Tyranid warriors.
Oh, mate, yeah. Like, I think that's the thing. I think there's some really fun, creative stuff in it. I just aren't sure. It's always weird with like the 40k stuff in the minute. You always sort of feel like twice bitten, thrice shy in the sense that, or once bitten, twice shy, where it's like, I'm so used to you guys doing this and then pulling the rug out. So like when you look at this Imperial Knight one, it's like, okay, but is this even going to be legal when you release the new book? Are you going to,
Right.
Is this going to be in the book? What's the deal?
Right.
Is this extra on top of the book?
I mean, interesting, because I think they said is it only armies that don't have codexes already are getting them?
Well, is that true? No, it's not true, because NIDS have got one.
Right, okay.
Everyone's getting one.
Okay. In which case they should still...
Custodians have one.
Yes,
That's
God,
not
you're
true.
right, you're right. Yeah, so in theory, everyone's getting one. And it should
So
still be valid
be
post-code. Yeah, and it's extra, which is good. It's not but in a way, maybe that explains why they're all a bit more, they're leaning more into the themes and the sort of a skew of a particular build type, which, I don't complain about. If they gave me ones that was like, here's an all tank list for guard, which is kind of a classic thing, I would actually think that would be really good. So yeah, I'm sort of reserving judgment until I've seen more, but ultimately most that have been released so far aren't factions I play, so I've only given them cursory looks. Obviously there's the Deathwatch stuff, which I think is really good, that they've done that as well as part of this. And also there's, tangentially to this, they've done some really interesting ones for Age of Sigmar as well.
Yeah, but the Age of Sigmar ones haven't been part of the Grotmas calendar. They've just been dropped.
Yes, which is odd, because I thought they would have been part of the Grotmas calendar.
No, they're just a thing that happened to get released alongside the Grotmas calendar.
Yeah. Oh, you AOS people here, just have it.
Yeah, just have all that. It's fine. I mean, I really like the AOS detachments. I think they're really fun. None of them are especially amazing, but they're fun, I think that's one of the things I was going to say, though, with the Grotmas stuff on the 40k side of things is the AOS stuff. It's got some interesting elements, and it does actually kind of complement armies and help them out in different ways, right? So, like, when you look at it and you go, oh, I can add some Sylvaneth to my, Nighthaunt army, for example. Maybe that's fun. Maybe you want a Treeman and some, I don't know what the little Treeman are that come with it, not Dryads, but the blah things.
I thought it was Dryads, so no, it's got to be something else.
Something else, I think, because they're not the Dryads. They're the ones with, they've got, barky bits and then fleshy bits, or, ethereal bits. Anyway, the point is maybe you want that, and it's cool and it's interesting, and it gives you a little bit of a points discount to account for the fact that they lose some of their faction abilities, but also, they sort of add a little bit of an interesting tweak to your army. Whereas, a lot of this stuff they're doing on the 40k side is just wildly shifting balance, and a lot of the time you just sort of feel like it feels like the way that they kind of monetize 40k and the power level game is just become, I don't know whether it's just because I've been doing it for a long time now, my eyes are just so open to it, but it feels like with AOS that they're so much less blatant about this stuff, whereas in 40k it's just oh yeah, you're not happy with the Custodians detachments, here's one that if you go out and buy loads of dreadnoughts is busted. Enjoy. It's flipping.
I mean, that one definitely is true. However, I actually thought that more so with the AOS ones. Is
really?
Yeah, it's go out and buy a small regiment of basically a combat patrol sized army to bolt on to another army that potentially by the time a new edition comes around won't be compatible anymore. And you're then stuck with a third of an army or a quarter of an army that you've then got to basically build up to a whole new army. To me, it was it's a tease to make you start a new army, basically. And it feels quite obvious from my point of view for AOS that that's what that is.
I don't disagree with you. I think at the end of the day, obviously, if they can get you to purchase stuff and continue to purchase more stuff for that faction after you've kind of dabbled. I understand why they'd be pursuing that. I mean, the reason I'm collecting Skaven is because of Skaven Tide. I got the Skaven, love the minis, and I have them in my home, and I was like, I'm going to do these because these look fun. So they did sort of Trojan horse them into my existence. Now I was able to resist Stormcast because Stormcast, I don't hate Stormcast, but I don't like anything about them. You know what I mean? It's the Stormcast is such a miss for me that I don't think I could ever be compelled to collect them. Certainly not new Stormcast. There was a time back at the first Age of Sigmar when they did the Vanguard-y ones. I was kind of tempted, but ever since they've kind of rescaled them and primarified them, to use 40k vernacular. I was just like, God, these things are awful. I just think they've just basically made Stormcast look worse over the years.
I don't agree with that. I mean, some of them I don't like, but the vast majority of them I prefer more.
Yeah, but you look at it with a weird lens, because you look at it as converting potential to turn them into better models.
Quite often, but at the same time, I do think that they work really well. However, I will say that they're probably slightly more bland than the originals. I think the originals with the giant chunky shoulder pads had a sort of look and charm to them. And to me, maybe it's just almost nostalgia for that first edition that came out. Like, they were sort of quite badly proportioned, but there's elements to it which work really well. And as you were saying, some of the later versions of that armor, like the Paladors and the Vanguard stuff, does look really good and does sort of still hold up even now. In comparison to like the Liberators, which, they just don't really work anymore in terms of the old ones.
No, that's fair. I was just checking something. So I was just on the case of, have they added the new detachments already to? I wanted to look specifically at the Imperial. Yeah, the Imperial Knight one. No, they haven't added it yet because we're recording this on the day that it was released. But because it's interesting, because basically the gimmick with the Imperial Knight one is you can have 500 points of Mechanicum.
Okay, that's quite interesting.
Or Mechanicus. I'm getting the names wrong. Mechanicus. So you can add, in a 2,000 point army, you can have 500 points of Mechanicus, which is super cool. Something I definitely plan to do with my Imperial Knights because it's fun. What I'm intrigued by is if they do add this, will people who don't already own the Mechanicus book be actually able to look at these guys' rules? Because at the moment, Imperial Knights exist in that realm where they're an index, so they're freely available, but Mechanicus are not an index, so are not freely available. So I'd just be interested in how that works on the app.
Well, interestingly, I just checked the Custodes one to see if they're in there, and they don't seem to be either, and they were like a couple of days ago.
Well, and I will say this, Phil, I will say this. Hang on. I'm saying this. Hang on. Jeebus. Am I wrong? Age of Sigmar. Armies, regiments of renown, auxiliary units. Not auxiliary units, regiments of renown. Where are they gone? Regiments of renown. They're not in there either. Okay, fine. There you go. No one wins.
That's terrible. Like, here's the thing, when stuff's not in the...
Maybe they'll get it done at the end of the year when everything's out.
Maybe. I mean, that would be nice. Like, ideally, it should just be on a daily basis. Just put it in the app when it's live, because in a way, it almost doesn't...
That's expensive.
It almost doesn't exist until it's in the app, because no one's using PDFs on their phone. I mean, you can do, but it's not ideal, and it's not great. And it is a bit lazy. To do that. I think stuff should be over in the app if it's accessible and if it's playable, if it's legal and match play. It totally deserves to be in the app and not just as a freebie download.
No, I totally agree.
Christmas is ruined.
Christmas is ruined. It's cancelled. Basically, it's over.
No,
it's done.
No more Grotmas.
Hasn't even started yet, but it's already over. But I think that's the thing though with the Grotmas stuff. It's cool. It's really cool. That probably should be all I say about it. But like I say, it just sort of exposes a weirdness with 40k where they're like everything's just so flipping all the time. But whatever. Seemingly the same is almost certainly true of AOS. I mean, new Slaves of Darkness book came out this weekend. Gone. I'm sure they're crazy. I still need to organise a play session with Richie to see how crazy, but I bet they're mad.
Mm-hmm.
I did obviously play Joe's Slaves to Darkness Army on a live stream on the Liam Dempsey channel a couple of weeks ago now, but that was a very different vibe. That was the Be'lakor list, which is notably weaker than the kind of mainstay Slaves to Darkness. So, who knows? Who knows what they're like when Richie starts breaking out the madness with them.
Yeah, probably good.
I would imagine so. Probably better than the Skaven army I'm collecting at the minute.
True.
But it's all right. I'm going to make it work, Phil. Me and Richie, the dream team. We're gonna win that doubles.
Okay, cool. I admire your confidence.
That's my claim. That's what we're going to do. We're going to win it.
I mean,
you and Sean can win your best painted award.
Yeah,
me and Richie will be the best general.
That's all we're after. That's all we care about.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I care about as well. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, Slaves of Darkness. Yeah, who knows? But I mean, and to be fair, Stormcast have been tearing it up since their book came along. It's just the Skaven that just seemed to have not wowed anybody. Maybe it's though the old lag of building the army that's affecting that though. But who knows?
Possibly, or it's the curse of being the alternative army in the box alongside the main one.
Maybe
it happens with Nighthorn in the second edition. Happened with a lot of the 40k armies, like the Necrons, when they came out. Maybe Tyranids this edition. I'm not entirely sure how well they're doing. So yeah,
they're not great.
Could be.
I mean, they might be better now that they've got that warrior detachment there. And again, they seem to be going back. Last thing we can talk about, and then we can say our Christmas things and move on with our lives. They seem to be going back to the well a bit in terms of what they're chucking out on at least on last Sunday's preview. They're going to give us the opportunity to buy the Space Marine Command Squad and, Phil, the Space Marine heroes of the first company. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, I mean, the Terminator one I think is quite cool, which is the Space Marine heroes. And I said it with Kill Team one that they did, where you got access to the Space Marine heroes. Kill Team for the Space Marines and the Death Guard. If I spent way more money collecting those from those individual buy it now boxes, I would be a bit miffed that they're doing a sort of general re-release, because the point of those things they were limited to that thing, and that was the only way to get them. And admittedly, you could say a few years have passed, and that, just give people access to them. But, the uniqueness of them in those boxes is what probably prompted a lot of people to buy them, in addition to the cool sculpts that they were.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who did buy them all, who bought like a box of them to get every one of them and owns every one of them. My perspective on it is I think it's great that they're re-releasing it and other people get a chance to buy them for less than what I might have gotten once upon a time for reselling them, because I wasn't looking to resell them. Admittedly, that's my own personal circumstances. But it's actually quite fun to think that I could get a couple more. Although it is a bit mad to think now I've got to buy the whole set. That is definitely kind of, making me question my desire to pick it up. But one thing I will say is that I think this is really interesting that they're doing retro Space Marine heroes in the form of the old plastic chaplain, librarian, and captain model, as well as also the classic command squads. Because again, this kind of gives an indication of, to me, alongside these Terminators, is this potentially a test for, the popularity of retro Marines and what that could potentially mean for
bring back first
things
form
going forward.
Yeah,
mate. I mean, I can't lie. I mean, I already own the librarian mini.
Yeah, he's a great one.
He's a great one. Absolutely.
The chaplain's quite good as well. I quite like him.
Yeah, he was always let down in the past by the fact that the metal chaplain sculpts were all really, really cool. Bar the one with the power fist and the Crozius, that one was a bit weird. It had a very wide arms akimbo kind of thing to it that wasn't super cool. But they had like a plasma pistol one and a regular, and they were really, really awesome miniatures. The Captain Mini is super cool as well. So I don't presently have that Captain miniature. I no longer have that plastic chaplain, nor do I actually have a firstborn or a complete firstborn command squad. And as someone who has recently discovered that they have good quantity of retro Marines, I was like, ooh, it's actually quite tempting to pick that up just because I could actually build a proper old-timey wimey Marine army for use in 6th edition or something. But that was basically where my head went with it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think they're cool models. I think there is nostalgia for Firstborn, and I think that will only get bigger over the coming years. And I've said it many times, the sort of Badab War time period, I think would be great to revisit in maybe a specialist game style of way, to capture that pre-Gathering Storm era of miniatures, because a lot of those don't exist, but also that general style and feel of 40k, because quite often when we're criticizing 40k, it's because it has moved so far on from what that era of 40k was. A lot of it is now big monster sort of Primarch hero type models. Literally didn't exist back in those days. Obviously there was a few here and there, but it was much more, your captain was the most senior person in your Space Marine army, and your biggest thing was a Dreadnought or a Land Raider, and things like that. So yeah, I imagine nostalgia for those models would be great. And the Terminators are cool if you want more true scale Space Marines, Terminators, but obviously slightly older sculpts, but only just. They were the best. I did a blog post on my website about how to get true scale Space Marines before the new model range came out, and my best tip was the Space Marine Hero Terminators were literally the best ones.
At the time they were. The new Terminators are bigger than these.
No, exactly. So prior to the new in quotes Primaris Terminators, because they're not really other than the belt buckle, the Space Marine Heroes were the best ones that you could get hold of.
Oh, totally, man, totally. That's why, the only weird thing about them is though technically you can't build a legal squad of them.
No,
unless you're playing old school Deathwing Terminators.
True. I guess one option is you could just sprinkle these into your existing, Primaris Terminators, right, and just have them as alternative.
The scale's kind of weirdly off, though. It's actually quite noticeable.
Is it?
It's like it's weird. Like I've done a lot of looking at them side by side because I have them both, and they just don't quite work. The one that I've consistently used is the Terminator Ancient. I've consistently put that in units, but he looks like, he just looks a bit diddy. It's a bit weird.
Looking at them, you can sort of tell the sort of top half looks good, but the legs just feel a bit too small for the frame of the rest of the model. Totally. But I think that's the thing, man. I mean, they're still great sculpts and really great kits. And I think if you're not so weirded out by those scale discrepancies, and again, here's the thing, it's really easy if you can get hold of an old power sword arm from an old Terminator kit that is no longer in production. I think actually the only viable option to do it is if you could get your hands on, there was like an old Dark Angel upgrade sprue where they gave you like a Deathwing power sword arm. But you could do an arm swap with the old school Terminator arms. But if you tried to use like modern Terminator arms, the current Primaris style ones, they'd be too big. They definitely didn't have, they did do the compatibility in so much as I think the old Terminator shoulder pads still work with the new Terminators in terms of size, but the arms themselves are just so much, more to scale, than the old ones. The old ones are quite stubby by comparison. So and these guys have those same arms. So if you wanted to do an arm swap on them, you kind of have to find old kits, right? Okay,
to do it. Yeah, so it's actually probably more difficult than it was back when these came out the first time to kit bash a sergeant with a power sword and a finger pistol. Although technically, a sergeant now in a Terminator squad can have a power fist, so maybe just do that.
Oh, well, that'd be easy.
Yes, I just remembered that. I remember that's a thing. Just do that. Take the Terminator Captain model and just use that as your sergeant. And, he just likes a cape. That's all it is.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. So, look, anyway, we will have talked about a bunch of stuff, we assume, across the podcast. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you enjoyed 2024, at least from a hobby perspective. From that side of things, I think it's been broadly pretty positive. I've certainly enjoyed it. How did you find it, Phil? Good times in 24?
Oh yeah, like 100%. I smashed out my Thunder Warriors. It was a lot of hard graft, but it was probably the most fun I've had in a long time.
There you go. Once more around the sun, my friend, as we say goodbye to 2024. Thank you to everyone for supporting, listening, engaging with Lookout Sir across the span of 24. It means a lot to us. We're really excited to be back in 25 and bringing you more, fun and frolics. Thank you very much for listening. Happy Christmas, Happy New Year, and ultimately, happy hobbying. Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye. Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.